Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome to Historic Festival 43 here at the beautiful Lime Rock Park. A full day of racing on hand. Starting off with group number 1 at the top of the hour. Just want to remind everyone that the Midway is open all weekend in the infield, packed with a variety of vendors ranging from delicious food, racing simulators, and racing memorabilia. Be sure to take a walk through the Midway to see all that has to offer. Also, a couple special things going on here today is that the VSCCA volunteers have a free and fun behind-the-scenes guided tour of the paddocks. Go to the information booth info tent on the Midway. The times today for this are at 11 a.m. till 12 and then 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. this afternoon. So there's 2 today and then there'll be another 2 on Monday. But 11 o'clock, more information there. Go to the info tent on the Midway. Also, this morning at 11 a.m., autograph session for all you fans with Skip Barber, as well as David Hobbs, Judy Stropus, Gordon Kirby, Fred Stevenson, and Rich Taylor, all set for an autograph session at 11 a.m. from 11 to 12, and that's at the info tent on the Midway as well. Weather's supposed to be absolutely gorgeous. As you can see today, lots of blue sky, just a perfect setting for a perfect weekend. The Historic Festival 43. Welcome to one and all. Just want to remind everyone that the outfield is open across the Chevrolet Bridge. Take in all different parts of Lime Rock. We're happy that you're here, and we want you to have a great and safe day. Coming up will be the Mid-Century GT under 2 liter cars. For race number 1, they'll have one race in the morning and then another one this afternoon for each one of the 9 groups that we have on hand this weekend. Enjoy your day. Stay hydrated. Remember that all the concession stands are open through the facility. So an opportunity to pick up something to eat, pick up your coffee, make sure you stay hydrated, get your water, etc. Pepsi products here at Lime Rock. So again, we're looking forward to a great day here. I want everyone to enjoy, have fun, and stay safe. Coming up, race number 1. For Group 1, the Mid-Century GT and sports cars under 2 liter. We'll give you the grid shortly. So as the false grid, out in the false grid in B paddock, remember to explore here at Lime Rock not only A paddock, which is where the ragtime racers are, as well as the Del Monte Race Group. They're down inside of turn number 1. The cars that raced at the Pebble Beach road races back in the day. The Ragtime Racers will be out midday. And they put on a show yesterday. They'll be out midday. They have a beautiful display here in the A paddock area. Now, while we have a moment, just want to remind everyone that not only the A paddock, but B paddock, of course, is open as well. We'll take in the full gamut of all the cars here at Mark. Let's run through the grid. So on the pole will be the 1962 Lotus Super 7 of Craig Chima. Next to him will be Peter Kraus in the 1974 Fiat X19. Starting third will be car number 7, a 63 Lotus Super 7 with Paul Stinson behind the wheel. Ralph Solomon will start fourth in a 62 Bosby. Starting in the 5th spot will be the 76, and that's Dave Nichols. Nichols in the 76 1960 MGA. Next to him will be the 01 of Alan Tosler, a 64 MGB. Starting 7th is a 256 of Roger Casson, a 1956 Alfa Romeo. The starting 8th position is car number 50, and that's a 65 MGB Roadster of Andrew Moore behind the wheel. Ed Buchanan is in the 69 car, a 1957 Alfa Romeo Toyota Spider. And the 10th starting spot, 1963 MGB of Doug Sherpa, as green flag displayed here at the start-finish line, and we are away with mid-century GT under 2-liter cars. The 59 is a 1959 Alfa Romeo of Dick Burrows. The 215 is a Lotus Mark 1 of Carl Whitney. The 19, a 1972 Porsche of Ed Medelson. The 55 is a 1960 Alfa Romeo Giulietta, and that's Ed Sanson in the 55 car. Starting in the 15th spot was 246 of Stephen Lerman, a 59 Alpha. 738 is a 61 Austin Healey of Daniel Dazzett. The 63 of Jason Mesnick is in a Spec Racer. The 61 Austin Healey of Dazzett is car number 738. The 25 is a 1957 Harold Climax of Mark Sendrin. 41 car is Jacqueline Hermosa in a 1959 Triumph TR3. The 218 is Butch O'Connor in the 1959 MGA. The 126 is John Einhorn in a 1964 Austin Healey 33,000. 32 cars that took times in qualifying. Starting in the 24 spot was Robert White in the car number 411, 59 Elva Courier. 48 of Stu Foyer, 1958 Turner 950S. The number 3, 1960 Austin Healey Sprite of Tim Moran. The 26, a 1962 Porsche 356 of Mike Jacobellis. The 181, a Lotus 7 of Anthony Thompson. The 311 is an MGA Coupe of James Johas. The 135 is the Michael Ballo piloted car, a 1961 Porsche 356B. Number 600 is Vikram Soma, a 1957 Alfa Romeo Giulietta, and another sports Renault, the 62 of Peter Ma. So we are working lap number 3, and it's the 35 of Peter Kraus that's out front. Kraus, who started in the second position. So the 35 car, Peter Kraus continues to lead, being chased by the 01 now, and that's Alan Tosler, who comes in his 64 MGB, who started in the 6th spot. So they're battling up front. All the races a timed 20-minute event here throughout the day today for each one of the 9 groups, as well as for tomorrow. Cars being strung out. We've got a car on pit road, and coming down is the 48 car. The 48, the Turner of Stu Forer. And looks like he's going back to the paddock. So a short day for the 48 car. Meanwhile, up front, it's still the 35, the 01, and the 88. So it's Kraus, as well as Tosler in that 01 blue MGB. 69 on the way, moving up. So Kraus continues to lead in the 35. Kraus of Durham, North Carolina. 74 Fiat X19. He started outside the first row. Running in the second is that beautiful 01 of Alan Tosler, a 64 MG B. In the third position is Ralph Solomon in the 88 cars. We have a full course yellow on course. So Peter Kraus, who has been around the block a little bit, for sure, also one of the top driver coaches in North America, has an opportunity this weekend to have a little fun here at Lime Rock. So we're under a full course caution. Unfortunately, I do not know why, even though we've got a waving yellow in turn number 4, so my bad for not having that info. So why we continue to, under the yellow, the clock continues to run on the race, of course, and we're about 7.5 minutes in. So up front again is Kraus in the 35, and a 74 Fiat X19. Alan Tosler in his 1964 MGB in the second spot. Then it's the 88 of Ralph Solomon in the 62 Bosby. Running in third, Paul Stinson in the 7, and Stinson in that the Lotus Super 7, 1963 Lotus Super 7. As we have the field now on the front straightaway. Andrew Moore's in the 50. He's running in the 5th spot. Moore of Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania in his 65 MG. And then it's the 256 of Roger Casson. And Casson of Brookline, Massachusetts in his 56 Alfa Romeo. Doug Sherpa's in the 341. He's running in 7th, and it's a 59 of Dick Burrows. Carl Whitney and Ed Metalman rounding out the top 10. Metalman, who started 13th, has made up 3 positions. Whitney in the 215 started in 12th, and he's now up to 9th. Our pole sitter, Craig Chima, we seem to be missing the 05 of Chima, so possibility of being involved. Pace cars on pit road, and we're back to green flag here at the start-finish line as the leaders head down underneath the Chevrolet Bridge into turn 1 into Big Bend. Again, welcomed everyone here to a beautiful Saturday, a fun full day of racing of Historic Festival 43. As the battles have been re-engaged. Kraus continues to lead. In qualifying, Kraus ran a 104.333, and his best time so far today is a 104 flat. So he's already running quicker. Of course, the conditions a little bit cooler this morning than it was for qualifying yesterday afternoon. So Kraus in the 35, Solomon and Stinson as the field rockets through the downhill. And that Lotus Super 7 of Paul Stinson closing in on Ralph Solomon in the 88. Being joined in the booth by the one and only, another legend of Lime Rock, Dorsey Schrader. Dorsey, great to see you here back at Lime Rock. Kind of a second home and away back in the day for you.
It's really good to see you back here at Lime Rock as well. And glad to be at Lime Rock and all the fans out there, which are going to get bigger and bigger as the week goes on. Wonderful.
So you ran Trans Am here. What else did you race here?
Actually ran Sports Renault. That's a long time back. GTU in the Dodge for Cal Choquette and Team Dodge out of Chrysler division of at that time Chrysler. And of course Trans Am, where I was undefeated. I did 3 out of 3 wins here. And wonderful place. It's hard to get to. They didn't know how to build roads then, I guess. That's all I can figure.
Well, it's great to have you, Doris. And whatever you were running in, you were always a real shoe. Rob Dyson, of course, is the Grand Marshal. You raced for Rob and drove in one of the Riley and Scott's back in the day as well. Did you ever race here at Lime Rock in one of Rob's cars?
I don't believe so, but Rob and I go way back. We're talking early 80s. Datsuns, before they were Nissans. Rob and I met at Road Atlanta. I think it was probably 85, somewhere around there. We've been friends for, he's like he's a god to me. What a guy.
And we're happy that Rob is on hand here as the Grand Marshal of the event. What are your duties here this weekend? You're pretty stealth at times.
Well, you know, I'm race director or competition director, so I'm in charge of all these bad boys out here. You know, and so, there's one right now, turn 1, just got so I got to see him. There's a problem right there. You're not supposed to do things like that, you know. Anyway, there was a mistake made, and now we have to deal with that. But, you know, competition director, I look after all the drivers, I look after the event, and checker flag is out on that session, and just in time, not a lot too early, I'd say.
Well, we'll let you go chase that driver. We'll let you go have a talk with that young man.
Hey, I love you, man. I'm glad you're back.
It's good to see you, Doris. Yes, it's great to be here.
Can we talk about the parties we had during the Indy 500 at your house for all those years?
Sure, you come back and we'll talk about that. Peter Kraus takes the checkered flag here on race number 1. Always good to see Dorsey Schrader makes a surprise visit to the booth. So Kraus in his Fiat, 74 Fiat, taking the win in first race of the day. Kraus in the 35, Ralph Solomon in the 88, Peter Stinson in the 7 as the rest of the field takes the checkered flag again. As we mentioned, each race is 20 minutes long for each one of the groups, and group number 2, of course, was the Jim Haynes Memorial for Formula Juniors, which we're looking forward to. That'll be coming up next. Peter Kraus takes the victory in the 35. Then it's Ralph Solomon. Paul Stinson finished 3rd. Andrew Moore in the 50 car was 4th. Roger Casson in the 256 was fifth, followed by Doug Sherpa in the 341, Dirk Burrows in the 59, the 215 of Carl Whitney, Ed Metalman in the 19, and rounding out the top 10 was Stephen Lerman in the 256. So congratulations to Peter Kraus for the first race win of the day. He's the first one to take the checkers. These cars will go back to the paddock. Group number 2 is in False Grid area, and that's the Jim Haynes Memorial for the Formula Juniors, and they'll be on track next for their first race of the weekend. So we're going to be rolling right into race number 2. So let me give you the grid for the Jim Haynes Memorial Formula Junior event. Understand that next year, one of the feature groups, and Skip Barber, the living legend himself, announced at a gathering last evening that Formula Junior will be one of the features of the historic festival next year. An international group, not just the cars that are here this weekend. It'll be a monster event. That will be Lime Rock Historic Festival 44, 1 year from now. The 30 of Joe Colasaco in the 62 Stangelini Delfino will be on the pole. He turned a 1 minute .185 in his qualifying effort. Starting next to him will be the number 18 of Kyle Collins. Collins in the 1960 Lotus 18 Formula Junior. Starting in third will be car number 4, Robert Homke, a 1962 Cooper T59 Formula Junior. Then it's a 61 Ram Formula Junior of Dominic Colasaco. So Father Joe on the pole and son Dominic Colasaco starting in the 4th position. Art Hebert in the 1962 Cooper will start 5th. Next to him will be the 254 Lotus 1960 Lotus 18 of Joshua Mitchell. Then it's Mark Curry who will be in the 216. That's a 1960 Lotus 18. The 24 car of John Goodman will start 8th. And that's a Burgundy 62 Cooper T59. 9th starting position to car number 2, 1960 Elva 200, and that's Thomas Grudovich. Dave Hagen will be next to him in the 10th starting place. Car number 9, a 62 Lotus 22. In row number 6, car number 8D, a 1969 Lexus Mark 15 Formula of Sivan Dor. The 12th starting position to the 53, 1962 Cooper T59 of Tom O'Grady. Tom O'Grady starting 13th will be the 612 of Joe Fuller, a 1960 Lotus 18. Starting outside of row 7 will be the 272 of Nick Grewell, a 63 Lotus 27 Formula Junior. The 08 of Robert Mirably, a 63 Brabham BT6. 33 of Mitch Luce in the 61 Lotus 20. He'll start 16th. Then it's Hunter Nigel Russell In the 147 and 1960 BMC Huffaker Mark I. Starting 18th is the 27 of Peter Patterson, a 1959 Lotus 18, and starting shotgun on the field will be the 576, a 1959 Stangelini Formula Junior, and the pilot there will be Whit Smith. That's your field for race group number 2, the Jim Haynes Memorial Formula Junior race. Jim Haynes, former promoter here at Lime Rock back in the day, and this race being run in his honor throughout the weekend, this group, I should say. Coming up next will be the race for the Formula Juniors. So cars on their pace lap for race group number 2. Well, they come out of B paddock, which is where the false grid is. And once again, race fans, you can go to B paddock this weekend, as well as A paddock, of course, where Rob Dyson's display of beautifully trimmed out cars, there's a couple Indy cars that are in there. David Hobbs's Carling Black Label Indy car is there. There's a car that Johnny Rutherford had drove as well. A beautifully trimmed out Porsche 962 that was a winner at the last Riverside 6 Hour back in the day with Drake Olson and Rob. Other various cars from the ALMS days, the Grand Am days as Formula Juniors. Jim Haynes Memorial jockeying for position as we have a green flag. Green flag, and coming up the inside is the 4 car of Robert Ohnke. Taking a peek down the inside, he got the door shut on him as the field rolls to the left-hander. In front of you fans up on the hill, welcome one and all, as this should be quite a battle through the field. This was a pretty exciting group in qualifying and practice yesterday as they make their way down the Paul Newman straightaway for the first time, making their way down to the uphill area where the berm on the right is another good spot to watch the cars in action here this weekend. Down to West Bend, where attempts are made for passing, but really not a good passing spot. Through the downhill, we've got a pack of 7 to the line, and the leader is the 30, as we've got 3 wide at the start-finish line. And the red Stangelini of Joe Colasaco continuing the lead. But this one's not an easy one, that's for darn sure, as Colasaco with his son, who is running in the 3 car. So the 2 red ones that are in the top 4 being father and son, and Joe, who has raced in the Goodwood Festival in England back in the day. So it's Joe Colasaco up front, son Dominic in the 2nd position, then Robert Homke running in 3rd with Kyle Collins in the 18, who started outside of row number 1 in the 3rd position, and then Kyle Collins. So the car that's on the move, though, is Kyle Collins. And Collins, who's been battling up front, is giving Joe Colasaco all kinds of fits as the field continues on. The 30 of Colasaco leads as we're working lap number 5. So Joe Colasaco in the 30. Joe of Greenwich, Connecticut, in his Stangelini. So we understand that we may see the car number, the 4 of Robert Homke, Dominic Colasaco in the 3, and the 8 of Art Hebert for a penalty at the start. Now, whether they were out of line or they jumped, this is the word from race control. So we may see them on pit road here shortly to serve their penalties. So that was a word from race control. Here's the black flag going to be displayed to the 3 car of Dominic Colasaco, the 4 of Homke, and Homke was the one that made a big move early on the beginning of the race, and it was the 8 also that was called, and that was Art Hebert. So whether they'll be on pit road to serve this penalty or not, well, we'll find out shortly. Just want to remind everyone that 11 o'clock there will be a guided paddock tour hosted by the VSCCA. More information at the info tent on the Midway, as well as an all singing, all dancing autograph session, so to speak, with Gordon Kirby, Judy Stropus, Skip Barber, David Hobbs, Fred Stevenson, and Rich Taylor. That autograph session will be from 11 till 12 today, and that's also at the info tent up on the Midway. So we're about halfway through this 20-minute race. So Joe Colasaco in the 30, Kyle Collins in the 18, and then Joshua Mitchell as the three cars that have gotten the black flag are now not being scored. So the 3, the 4, and the 8 will not be getting scored for the balance of the race unless they come on to pit road. And I think it's a little bit late, actually. So I think they are just cruising out there, just looking to have some fun. Joe Colasaco continues to lead. His lead is about 4.8 seconds currently over Kyle Collins. And the 3, the 4, and the 8 make their way to pit road for their stop and go, and getting the big lecture from the pit marshal.
Or for not coming in.
Probably more. So this Jim Haynes Memorial for the Formula Juniors. Jim, of course, was a longtime promoter here at Lime Rock Park back in the day. And this race being run in his honor and led right now by Joe Colasaco. His fast lap of the race being a 1:08.54. His son Dominic Colasaco turned a 1:08.851. So actually the quickest lap time of the race thus far. But that penalty be taking him back in the field. Meanwhile, Joe in his 1962 Stangelini Delfino rolling along out front as we have about 4 minutes remaining in this race number 1 or group number 2. Again, each one of the 9 groups that are racing here this weekend, all of which will also have a race this afternoon. And then on Monday, 2 more races, one in the morning and one in the afternoon as well. So joining me in the booth is world-renowned author, guru, media guru, PR guru, longtime friend. It's great to see you, Gordon Kirby.
Pleasure, always.
It's great to see you.
Great to be here in Lime Rock in fabulous weather.
So you've got a new book coming out and just launched recently about the Formula Atlantic series. Tell us a little bit about this and the project.
Yeah, this is my 20th book. I covered racing nationally across the USA for more than 40 years for Autosport in England and many other magazines, and I covered quite a few Atlantic races, and it was a fabulous series. Back in the 70s, when Gilles Villeneuve made his name, won the championship twice, it was at its height, and they had fabulous fields and great drivers. Gilles was the classic. Keke Rosberg raced in 1977 and 78, went on to win the World Championship a few years later. Bobby Rahal spent 4 formative years in Atlantic before building his tremendous career. And many other great drivers came out of that series. Danny Sullivan, an Indy 500 winner, an IndyCar champion, Michael Andretti, Scott Goodyear more recently. Anyway, it was a great series. It ran from 1969 through 2009. Skip Barber raced in the Formula B series, the forerunner to Atlantic, in 1969 and won 2 races. And Fred Stevenson also raced at the same period of time and won races. So they're here to sign books along with me at the info booth at 11 o'clock today.
Yeah, we're happy to have Gordon here. He's also authored some other great group. What was the book that you did with Judy Stropus? Because I see Judy's on hand here, and that came out a little bit ago.
A history of Lime Rock we did about 5 or 6 years ago. I wrote 5 or 6 chapters and edited, and Judy helped a great deal on it. Rich Taylor contributed, and a bunch of other people. And that book is also, it's available at the Lime Rock shop here, but Skip and Judy will be, and Rich Taylor and myself available to sign that at the same time at 11 o'clock at the info.
Well, the cover of this book has a shot. Is that Saint-Jovite? Yes, Saint-Jovite, Mont-Tremblant in Canada.
Tom Clouser beside him on the starting grid. And it's a classic because Villeneuve went on to be a legend of the sport, obviously, with Ferrari. Was a superb driver and had a great style and was a tremendous personality and a human being. Clouser was an excellent driver, but had no capability to promote himself. He was a very retiring fellow, balding, just wore jeans. He was an engine builder. He built engines, and that was what he did for his life. But he won 6 Atlantic races in this period of time. He went on, he won a Can-Am race, and he did some IndyCar racing, but again, couldn't promote himself, couldn't get sponsorship, and spent his life building engines for McLaren engines. An intriguing story is that when Villeneuve was hired by Ferrari in 1979, he said to Enzo Ferrari, Gilles Villeneuve said to Enzo Ferrari, "There's this guy Tom Clouser racing in America. He's as talented as anybody I've ever seen. You guys should test him." And that never happened. But I told Tom that story when we were doing the book, and he didn't believe me. And I said, no, it's true. Let me read you some stuff from Gilles at the time talking about it. And Tom was very touched by that because it's a tremendous compliment. But again, it's a classic example of how divergent you can get to this level. But to move up to IndyCars or Formula One, you need the sponsorship, you need every help and every break in the world you can, because it's a damn tough sport.
That's for sure. And some of the other champions, of course, over the years, Buddy Rice, who won the Indy 500, was Atlantic champion. John Fogerty won the championship in both in 2002 and 2004. A driver that's raced here at Lime Rock, won the Barber Dodge Pro Series in 2002, moved to Atlantic to win in 2003, and then to Champ Car in 2004, is AJ Allmendinger, and he's won 3 times in the Cup Series.
He's a big NASCAR driver now, very successful in NASCAR.
But the there's other great names. Richie Hearn, of course. David Eppingham is a two-time winner. A legend in his own mind, I should say, because he's a friend. Brian Till was won a championship, but an international group as well, because Hiro Matsushita won the West Coast Series, if I recall. Tell us about another couple of the most interesting stories that you discovered.
Oh boy, there were.
I'm just, while you're doing that, let's just give the top three. Who was the top three in this, Craig? The finish. So Joe Colasacco taking the victory. As we're talking to Gordon Kirby, the checkers had come out. Then Joshua Mitchell finished in the second spot. Fast lap of the race, a 1 minute flat point, 2:07 by Kyle Collins, being your top three of the first Jim Haynes Memorial race. But the photography in this book is outstanding, absolutely outstanding.
I got a bunch of photos from the individual drivers, and then we used as our basic source the Racemaker Press archive in Boston. I worked for Racemaker Press for 14 years, but Racemaker was closed down last year because Joe Freeman, who is a great vintage IndyCar collector and racer, but he's in his mid-80s, and he just got to the point where he was going to retire. So, but nonetheless, the photo archive at Racemaker Press in Boston is over 1 million photos there from 50 photographers from 1895 to today. And we've made an agreement with George Levy, who runs the Motorsports Hall of Fame in Daytona, and they're going to be taking the entire photo archive and making it accessible to the world, which is a great thing as well. It was extremely useful for this book and for every book that I've done in recent years.
By doing the research for the book, knowing that your knowledge of the sport is so immense and diverse, what new things did you learn that you did not know beforehand on putting this book together?
Oh boy, I don't know where to begin. There's a lot of things because everybody tells their interview.
Because there's so many inside stories, I'm sure.
The format of the book is that I interviewed 50 of the former champions and top drivers. So they tell the story of how their career started, how they got into Atlantic, what they did in Atlantic, and where they went from there, whether it's Formula One, IndyCar, or sports cars. So everybody's got their own unique story. And it really tells the story of how difficult it is to make it in racing. As I say, every other sport is simple. You got a stick and a ball on a playing field. In racing, you've got that racing car. It takes a lot of money, a lot of time, and a lot of effort to make it work. And it's an exceedingly demanding sport. I don't think people who haven't been involved in racing understand that. Anyway, that's an essential part of the whole thing. I have to say that, I mean, it's a sad part of the sport is that Atlantic went out of business after 40 years because it spent most of its time living in Canada. There were races here, IMSA sanctioned a series for 1 year, but the SCCA never got behind it. And I have to say I was pleased. Nick Craw is in chapter 4 in this book. He raced Atlantic cars, Formula B cars as they were then called, in the late 60s. And he did very well. He didn't win any races, but he did very well and went on to a successful career in IMSA. Nick ran the SCCA for almost 20 years and then worked for the FIA in Europe and still does. And is a very well-connected man and a kind of a professional bureaucrat. He worked in D.C. Anyway, I was pleased Nick, of his own account, tells the story of how, in his view, the SCCA dropped the ball on Atlantic in 1970-71. And it's very illuminating to come from a guy like him, who's a complete insider and was a central guy to running and promoting the sport subsequently. So that's one of many stories. There are many other good, fascinating, intriguing stories.
And a lady that busted her tail for Atlantic, of course, was Vicky O'Connor.
Here. Good to you mention Vicky. Vicky was married to Bill O'Connor. Bill was a commercial artist living in Chicago. Vicky worked for Carl Haas Auto for many years. And as the series struggled and wasn't properly supported by the sanctioning bodies, they asked Vicky to step in to try to run the thing. which she did. And she basically, as she tells the story, she ran it off her kitchen table for 3 or 4 years, and Bill really bankrolled her to stay in business, which is something I didn't know. I don't think anybody knew anything about. Bill didn't promote it or anything like that. And then Jerry Forsyth, who went on to have a great, very successful IndyCar team, and Players was his sponsor. Jerry Forsyth became the godfather of the series and put the money in and supported it for about 15 years with Vicky running it for him. So Vicky's a great gal. She spent, more than 20 years in the series. And I take my hat off to her. I'm glad we have a very nice chapter with both her and Bill, who was a very successful, not the greatest Formula Atlantic driver, but very good. He won a race at Watkins Glen and was a top competitor back in the mid-'70s.
Another competitor in Atlantic, of course, is Michael Andretti, who has gone on to intergalactic world at this point.
Yeah. No, Michael was, obviously he's Mario's oldest son, and he had Mario's help. He raced Formula Ford for a couple of years. Then he did Super V, won the Super V championship, and then he did Atlantic in '83 and won the championship. He had a huge championship battle with Roberto Moreno, who did go on to race Formula One and Indy cars. And Moreno was he was from Brazil, but a classic no-bucks guy, highly successful in Formula Fords and Formula 3, and in Atlantic. There was a formula called Formula Pacific that ran in Australia and the Far East that was identical to Formula Atlantic. And when you add up Moreno's victories in Formula Pacific and Atlantic, he has won more races than anybody else. Mark Dismore is the winningest Atlantic driver in North America with 15 wins. And then Mike Irely is next, and Claude Bourbonnais, they have 14 wins, and then Gilles Villeneuve with 13 wins. But Michael, that was the key. He went from Atlantic cars into Indy cars, instantly made his name, ran at the front, won races, won the championship, won more than 40 races, had his own team, and his team is now, going to Formula One in a few years.
Mark Dismore, you mentioned. Give us a little bit about Mark, because he won so many races. Some were close, some he dominated as well. And being the winningest driver, a lot of people, not that they've forgotten about Mark Dismore, and they shouldn't.
No.
He's a talented man.
Yeah. No, Mark is a great driver, very much like Tom Klausner, a very kind of retiring man, not outgoing. Wouldn't promote himself. But he was a superb go-kart racer and has a go-kart shop in suburban Indianapolis to this day, very successful, and is still deeply involved in go-kart racing. And he raced Atlantic cars for a number of years, on his own, fielding his own cars, and was just an excellent driver. Did graduate to Indy cars as the CART IRL split was happening, and he wound up in the IRL. And he had some poles, and he won a couple of races. He had a huge accident at Indianapolis and really badly broke his legs, which effectively ended his career. He came back and did some racing, with true grit and determination. But Mark's a fine fellow. It was a pleasure to see him when we launched the book at Bobby Rahal's shop in May. He still loves the sport and is deeply involved in, as I say, go-kart racing and mentoring young drivers. So good for Mark. He's a great man.
Absolutely. Well, Gordon, it's great to see you. Are you going to come up Monday for a chat?
I'm not. I'm going to go home.
Okay, then I have another question. Let me just an aside on Gilles Villeneuve. The 1975 Formula One race at Watkins Glen, 1979, and he was in a Ferrari. I don't know whether you were there that weekend. I was there as a spectator that weekend. Started on the second row, pouring rain, led by the time he got to turn one. There was nobody quicker. It was like shooting a rocket, how quick he took the lead in that race. Never seen anything like it. So seeing someone like that do that in Formula One, They just didn't pop out of a pumpkin. This type of talent, and you just go through the names, it was awesome to see that. It just brings back just the talent that was in Atlantic. And for a man like that to go on to do what he did on raw natural talent, I just can't say enough. And I know we covered Jill a little bit, but I want to hear another few more words about him if possible.
Well, I had the pleasure of knowing Shield back in those days. And he was just a very, very humble guy, a very pleasant guy, very amiable guy. And you wouldn't think he would be the fiery race driver that he was as soon as he stepped into the race car. When you talk about that race at Watkins Glen, it rained on one of the practice days, and most people wouldn't even go out. It was so wet. And Gilles went out, and half of the field went over and was leaning on the pit wall just to watch him for 5 or 6 laps, because he was doing something that none of them, great drivers all, could do. You know, I don't know. I can't say enough or more about Gilles. You know, his ego was very much under control. He had a great sense of humor. Very, very quiet, funny guy. He used to call me Mr. Kirby. You know, I worked for Autosport in England. It was an important magazine to be in, and so forth. There we are. I have a fantastic memory of watching him win the first Canadian Grand Prix of Montreal in 1978, when he had a great duel with Alan Jones and then won the race. And the Prime Minister of Canada, Pierre Trudeau, was there and gave him the trophy. And, you know, it was Gilles really, really arriving in the big time. We watched him come up and saw the talent, but he had made his mark there, and he certainly did make his mark. He's a man never to be forgotten in the history of the sport.
Just so many talented drivers that came through Atlantic. Make sure you go up at 11 o'clock. See Gordon. The book is on sale now and available every...
Normally it's published by David Bull Publishing. So if you can't make it to our signing today, go to bullpublishing.com and you can order the books. And he's got a whole raft of other racing books that you might be interested in.
Awesome, Gordon Kirby. Gordon, it's so wonderful to see you. Congratulations on yet another excellent book. Make sure you pick one of these up if you can today.
May I add very quickly, probably my next book, I've been working on a project for 10 years about the history of American racing from 1895 through today. And it's the entire sport. It focuses on IndyCar racing, so it's AAA USAC, CART, IRL, IndyCar. But I've written 4 chapters about NASCAR, NASCAR's birth, NASCAR's growth, NASCAR's boom, and NASCAR's decline. 4 chapters about IMSA. I've had a couple of other guys write 2 chapters about drag racing because I don't know anything. And then I've written chapters about all of the lost formulas, Formula Atlantic, Can-Am, Formula 5000, Formula Super V, even the IROC series, the Barber Dodge series, etc. There's a long list of them. Indeed, indeed. And then at the end of the book, I've got 23 interviews with great drivers, team owners, and engineers putting forward their idea of a better formula for the future. And these interviews start with the late, great Dan Gurney, Parnelli Jones, Bobby and Alan, Sir Rick Mears, and then I have John Barnard, Nigel Bennett, great designers. And at the end of this group of interviews, 23 of them, there are interviews with Bobby Rahal, Chip Ganassi, Zach Brown, and Roger Penske, again, putting forward their ideas. And it's sad to say when you get to the last interview with Roger Penske, it's disappointing because he's preaching retrenchment, cost control, status quo, which is the opposite of what made Penske racing with Donahue back in the 60s. And everybody else in the book is preaching that. Anyway, I'm hoping to launch that book in 2 years, and we may well have an event here at Lime Rock in the year that we launch the book.
Awesome, Gordon. Great to see you again, sir. Best of luck with the book. Pick up Formula Atlantic, Tales from the Champions and Top Competitors, 1969 to 2009, with a foreword by Bobby Rahal. Again, 11 o'clock, you can get a signed copy by Gordon Kirby of. So that's part of the book signing that will be coming up. Gordon, an awesome man, known him for many years, highly respected, and although we cut into time of the on-track activity, I hope that you enjoyed that chat with another legend in the motorsports world, and that being Gordon Kirby. Thank you, Gordon. So up front is the 41 of Peter Greenfield. Peter competing in Group 3 as well, as he'll be in the next group also in the 33 Alfa Romeo. Greenfield leading by 1.2 seconds at the moment, as we've got a double yellow here at the start-finish line, and the pace car about to go out onto the circuit. The 41 of Peter Greenfield leads. The 9C of Ryan Turley, who started on the pole in his 1953 Curtis, running in the second position. Then it's Frank Filingari in the 928 that's running third, followed by the 65 of Jim Bach, Marcus Bicknell in the 15C, Lars Mapstead, Kurt Burns, John Butterbaum, Edward Callow, and Graham Skelfie in the 757, as we're under a yellow and the checkers are out. So because of that, the checkers being shown here at the start-finish line, so the race shortened a bit. The trike makes its way back to the paddock area, the 746. So it's Greenfield taking the win in the 41, Turry in the 9C, and then Jim Bach. So coming up next will be race group number 4, Wings and Slicks. One of the fastest race groups we have here this weekend, kind of following in what Gordon Kirby was talking about with the Formula Atlantic Series. Pick up his book, and the 11 a.m. book signing. Meet these authors that are on hand here. And with that, we'll get ready for race group number 4. Joining me in the booth is another living legend, Frank Del Vecchio. Frank, your car's had some trouble this weekend, right? I'm going to let you take the mic because I know you're so bashful. You're a bashful man.
All right. Thanks, Rick. Yeah, what happened is we actually blew a motor at the Jefferson 500, and we kind of cobbled together this motor that's had some reliability problems in our number 13 camouflage Formula Ford. Well, from lap 1, it was spitting water out, and it's done for the weekend. We pulled the head off this morning at 7:30. Glenn Taylor brought another head up for us. We looked in there, and the pistons are pretty much melted. But I want to give a heads up to Peter Greenfield, who just won this Group 3 in a 1935 Alfa Romeo. That's a Grand Prix car. Peter's 82 years old. And I want you to think about the fact that he's out there driving around in a car without a roll bar, and he is driving it like an animal, passing more of the cars, and actually coming from, I think, third on the grid to win the race by about 1.3 seconds. The other car is pretty notable out there was car number 22, Le Monster. That car originally ran at Le Mans and was rebuilt and recreated and is here today. And it is truly a monster of a car.
Grid for group number 4, starting on the 14th row. Car number 3, blue 1972 GRD for Matthew Christ. Alongside him, the pink Lola T 982 for Ben Sinnott. Sinnott's primary car having water pump problems in his Formula One Italia. On row number 14 would be Frank Del Vecchio. Unfortunately, his car is out. In 27th, the number 69 Green March 75B of Gordon Mendenica, the ski rule car. Row number 13 on the outside, car 7, red number 77 Ford Hawk of John Hearn. Alongside him, the 66 Black Swift of David Baum. Yeah. Let's see. Peter Greenfield scheduled to go off 24th. His car is damaged. Starting 23rd to 27, red and yellow Chevron of Dominic Incantalupo. Starting 22nd, car number 32, a red Crossley 32F for Christopher Vasquez. 21st, the blue number 29 of Swift DB1 of Randy Domick. Starting 20th, car number 6, blue Lola T330 Formula 5000 car of Joe Riolo. Starting 19th, car number 2, blue Lola T596 Sports 2000 car for Bob Mittman. Starting 18th, car number 50, red, white, and blue Lola T540 for Steve Beeler. Starting 17th, car number 5, red Van Diemen RF81 for Gary Rutherford. Starting 16th, car number 52, Roll RT2 Can-Am car for Dave Handy. Starting 15th, red and white, car number 77, Lola T212 for Matt Schefferly. Starting 14th, car number 131, blue Lola T598 for Garrett Wilson. Starting 13th, car number 290 in orange, Lola 290 for Joe Blacker. Starting 12th, car number 10, green Ensign Formula Ford for Glenn Taylor. Starting 11th, car number 42, red Chevron B16 for Kurt Usbay. Starting 10th, car number 51, red and white Taiga SC83 for Tom Kane. Starting 9th, car 0, blue Crossley 35F Formula Ford for Tim Hannon. Okay, starting 8th, car number 937, a red Mazda Formula Mazda car for Tony Antonucci. 7th, car number 812, gray Lola T598 for Josh Lewis. On the third row, outside, car number 22, red Dallara, well, that would be the Dallara Formula One car for Ben Sinnott, but that car is a mechanical non-starter. He's starting at the back in a Lola T982. On the inside of row number 3, car 62, blue Chevron B31 for Mitch Eitel. Row number 2 on the outside, the number 152, blue and silver Formula Mazda of Todd Sharon. Starting third, car number 8, red Chevron B21 for Kyle Collins. On the front row, outside, car number 205, the big gold sports racing Toge of David Porter. And on the pole, number 39, black Van Diemen Formula Ford 2000 for Chris Fahan. And that's your field for race number 4. You got some stuff to add there, Mr. Delvecchio?
It's nice to see Chris Fahan on the pole. We actually mentored Chris when he first started, back about 1985. He started in the Formula Fords. He used to come by my house, and we used to sell him used tires. We'd sell him a set of used tires for about $100, and if he took 2 sets, it was $50, because you couldn't get rid of tires fast enough back then. They only lasted 1 race and 1 qualifying session, so you had stacks of them all over the place. Again, Chris has been around this track a lot of times, and nice to see him on the pole. Dave Porter, of course, has been running pretty much everything forever, and that very powerful car will give Chris a run down the straightaway. And once he gets ahead of him, it's very, very difficult for Chris to get by. He's faster in the corners, but not as quick down the straight.
Another note on Chris Fan for those people who want to know just how long he's been around here. Chris actually holds probably the second fastest lap ever turned at Lime Rock at 46.328 in a Mazda-powered Swift, and that was in 2008 at an SCCA regional race.
In order to do that, by the way, you come down the front straightaway, you brake for turn 1, and except for either a lift or a brake in the left-hander, you put your foot down and you just leave it down all the way to turn 1 again. The track's got to be perfect, your tires got to be perfect, and you have to be very, very brave. Guy that's way up on the grid in Formula Ford. We've got a few of the Formula Fords here, and we're mostly pylons out there compared to these much faster cars. The Formula Ford's got about 110, 115 horsepower, 900-pound cars. There's about 6 of them out here. A couple of us have had trouble, including our motor issues. Tim Hannon is out there in a Crosley 35. Tim has driven just about everything in the world. And, a lot of high-powered cars. He's gone in Formula Ford. He just loves it. That's car number 0. He's going to keep an eye on him. He's starting 9th on the grid, 1979 Crosley 35F. Another car that's interesting to watch is Joe Blacker. Again, he's been around a long time. If we can get Joe to stop smoking 2 cigarettes at a time, he'd probably be even quicker. But keep an eye on him. That's car number 290. It's an orange Lola 290. I think that's either a 2.5 or 3 liter car, and it goes down the straightaway like a bat out of you know what.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot of driver concentration considering the variability of speed between all the cars here.
This is really, really heads-up driving. I think the speed differential in this group is probably greater than any of the other groups out here. Probably almost 15 seconds a lap from the very fastest cars to the slower cars.
If you look at the grid, yes, the fastest time it's Chris Fahan with a 52.991, and then the back of the grid looks like a minute 9 if we don't count the cars that are out for mechanical reasons. So right there you've got almost 17 seconds.
Yeah, lots of heads-up driving, and you're going to see some interesting moves out there. Give a heads up to Gary Rutherford, who is second fastest of the Formula Fords. Gary at 79 or 80 years old has just recently come back into racing into Formula Fords. Raced pretty much everything else earlier on. Lots of Alfa Romeos, a couple of sports racers with his co-driver and longtime partner Dave Amon. And they did the Firehawk Series. In fact, I co-drove with them in a couple of races. Nice scenery out here. Car number 5, it's a bright red Van Diemen. That's an 81 RF 81. Beautifully turned out car.
Cars coming out to form up behind the pace car. A Miller from Miller Motor Cars. It's a McLaren Artura.
Nice to see Glenn Taylor out there. Glenn has won a lot of races here in Formula Fords in the PRS RH01, which I used to own. He bought it and won something like 40 races. He's driving an Ensign Formula 3 car, and that's the green number 10. Glenn from Shelton, Connecticut, who also built my motor that failed yesterday. We're not going to blame Glenn for that. He actually brought up ahead this morning, but the bottom end is toast. Ben Sinnott is one of the fastest drivers around here for a long, long time in pretty much everything. So he's starting last, and what he's driving a Lola T292.
Yeah, I don't know. They said
Two
they
not,
gave me a number, but they weren't sure.
yeah, I'm not sure what a T292 is in a Lola. But we're going to keep an eye on Ben. Again, starting last, he should be cutting right up through the field. So the pace car is coming down, and the field will be getting the green. Keep an eye at turn 1. It's all about whether Fan beats. Fan jumps the start.
Whoa, they waved it off. No, they went.
Good for it. Good for Chris. I think he caught David Porter napping and has jumped into the lead. And he had to do that because if Porter got ahead of him, that Fan never would have passed him on the straightaway. Well, you know, my theory was always start fast, start early.
And the leader is supposed to have the.
That's right.
I'm listening right now.
Yeah, there's certainly some grumbling going on, right? So there's some discussion about Chris jumping the start, and of course he's got a great lead on David Porter right now. So Fan is getting black flag for jumping the start, and you know the pole guy sets the pace, but he really jumped the start long before the green was shown, and not good. Put Kyle Collins in the Chevron B21 in second place. And he's chasing David Porter in a much more powerful car. Okay, Faye's going to come in to get his hands slapped. That puts Porter into the lead with Collins right behind him. He's keeping him honest. Yeah, Yeah, the Chevron B21 of car number 62, the blue car. Mitchell Ethel is in third place, keeping the leaders honest. And Tim Hannon in that Crosley 32 with about 115 horsepower is holding off a whole bunch of cars with 300 plus horsepower. Again, that's car number 0. That's the blue Crosley 35.
So after Fahan had made his stop for the penalty for the jump start, be able to keep an eye on, see where he's going to end up now, Frank, as meanwhile the battle up front now between Porter in the 205 and Kyle Collins as they're making their way. You should see them shortly here at the start-finish line.
Yeah, so Fahan's already up to 12th, and watch, he's closing in on Gary Rutherford right now. See if he's going to dive underneath. Gary's pretty tough to pass in anything. Fahan should be able to get around him coming out of the Big Bend. And he does. He goes to the inside of Rutherford to the left-hander. That puts him in 11th.
And the leaders are about a third of a lap behind him at this point.
He's not going to catch the leaders by the end of the race, but
he won't. So it's going to set up things for a little bit more excitement this afternoon,
Oh,
most
yeah.
likely as well.
and Fahan's not going to be happy either.
Frank, you've got a few laps around this racetrack. What is the most challenging part of Lime Rock Park? Can you get the same lap put together 2 times in a row? It's such a unique facility.
Yeah, sometimes we would come out here and testing. Years ago, you could test up here for $10. That was in 1968. We'd come up here in this old $450 sports racer car that I bought. 69, 69. I bought a new Formula Ford, and it was about $15 to come up here on a Tuesday. We'd run 100 laps. Yeah, we just, play.
Good value.
Well,
For
yeah,
the money.
yeah. There's nothing like seat time. So Glenn Taylor out there in the Ensign Formula 3 car is turning 57-second laps. Times are a little slower this morning than they were yesterday afternoon. Not sure if it's oil or what. Car 69 coming in the pits. That is the ex-Gilles Villeneuve March 75 March. I raced against that car, the Canadian Players Series, and that's the book that, it's got to be in there with Gordon Kirby's new book on the Players Series and the Formula Atlantic.
So you did a few Atlantic races.
Yeah, I ran Atlantic from Formula B and Formula Atlantic from 1972 to 76, and then went back to Formula Ford, which is much more affordable.
So did you race Atlantic here at Lime Rock, Frank?
Yeah, we did Atlantics here, and Kenny Duclos was pretty quick back then. Mike Rand, Paul Keeler, Ron Cohen, Bruce McGinnis. We all had Marches or Chevrons or Brabhams, and I remember coming here on a Tuesday practice session and turning a 50.3-second lap in 1976. And I think I had the official lap record here for a short while at a 51-something in 1976.
This battle up front is well engaged. The 205 of David Porter and Collins in the 8. Porter's in that gold number 205, which is a Toge SC 205. Collins in the 8 car is a Chevron. Chevrons always run well.
They're easy to drive. I drove Joe Sposado's Formula Atlantic Chevron V29. It was the easiest car I think I've ever driven. If you drove a March, you needed big ones because it was all over.
What makes it? What was the difference?
I have-
What was the difference? What made it?
The Chevron was like driving a Cadillac. It was literally that easy. The March would go probably a little faster, but it danced all over the place.
So the pucker factor in the downhill was a little bit different between the two cars.
You know, and the downhill is just a great place. You know, if you're doing it right, you know, if you're going to lift a little bit, you lift before the bridge. And then you just plant your foot and let her
You
rip.
don't want to be lifting in the middle of the corner because you'd be
Just
into
before the bridge.
woods.
You know, you come through West Bend, you lift early, and then just plant your foot. And that's if you lift.
So we have about 6 minutes remaining in this.
Yeah, Taylor
Race.
just passed 3 Formula Fords in one shot here coming down the straightaway. Here comes Porter, your leader, and Collins has dropped back.
Fans a little over second behind Taylor.
Yes, the 205, that gold Toge, pulls out about a 4-car length lead this time by. Is
What do you think?
possibly got sorted out a little bit, held up, head down to the underneath the bridge to the downhill.
What do you think
And
the
then here to
horsepower
the-
that Tosh
Down here
is?
to the south to the Samposi Strait, Frank.
Tosh must have what, 600-700 horsepower?
You'll know better than I because you're the guru on motors. That was held up this, as you were mentioning, that you had some issue with your car, which is not out here. So
Yeah, well.
a different subject.
Wait, you take the head off a car and you look at the pistons, and you can see the rings. It's not a good sign. So Fain is up in the 7th. Look at this battle we got going on for the lead right now. And they are also battling traffic. So Porter has got a little competition right on his gearbox.
Well, this is how it should be, and as we've said time and again, we did this yesterday as well. It's so exciting for the fans in attendance and those former competitors, etc., to see cars from the historic and vintage area of racing trimmed out in a way that they're still at racing speed compared to where they were back in the day, and the preparation, the time, the money, of course, to be able to put into this to be able to compete here at Lime Rock and other vintage and historic events as the leaders come down the Samposi Strait, nose to tail.
Okay, look, Collins is going to go to the inside. He's got a better handling car, I think, than the Toge, but Porter just chops him going into turn 1.
I don't know about Dorsey Schrader might not be impressed with that. Dorsey
Well,
was
it's
not
not,
impressed.
it's not really a chop. You know, he had the nose ahead.
Have
of
you
him,
ever
so-
done anything like that in your life,
Well,
Frank?
maybe a few times. I can remember running Gary Magwood, who came from Canada down here to race, and he's running on the outside of me, and we go down into turn 1, and I just wait to brake and brake and wait. And when I finally brake, Gary's off in the grass, and he's
Oops.
shaking his fist at me.
Things happen.
Yeah, things happen.
A great battle up front. Great battle through the field. Again, a very diverse group as the 205 continues to lead that Toge.
Porter's run that car here a couple of years in a row. And Dave would always come up with something interesting.
That's an interesting-
You know, something that I couldn't pronounce, but it was always very fast.
And that one certainly is, and we're happy that that car's here as well as the others. We got a waving yellow in turn number 1.
Waving yellows at start finish now also. So we got something going on out there.
They said 8 spun.
So understand that the 8 spun
Oh, so that's Collins.
That's
Yeah,
Collins
he was
in the-
running in second place.
The red chevron. Oh, maybe they got together because here's a 205 coming in front of you fans on the infield hill.
That's Porter. He went off.
Yeah, he spun it too. Or no, not Porter.
Well, Porter's slow rolling through the right
He's
hander.
slow. Of course, we're under yellow right now, but
Right.
did he just had to back off big time because of the yellow?
We're flying. So evidently, we hear that Collins spun in Big Bend.
Yeah, he's coming in
Coming
right
out of
now.
Big Bend, and he's on pit road now.
Yeah.
Is the red 72 Chevron, and the 205 went off. So that leaves us now with Mitchell Itel in the 62 as your leader over the 52. So the 62,
Chris Fayen's up to fourth. Of course, the leader's coming out. That's going to help him.
so Mitchell Itel, who is in a 75 Chevron B31, he's your leader over the 52. And the 52 is Dave Handy,
The one lap sign is up.
Rault RT2 Can-Am car. At least that's what it's saying.
That's what it is. That's Peter Lovely's old car. It's kind of a gray-blue car. Dave Handy also is Sasco Motorsports. He does the tires for all of us, and he's at Paddock A.
And just want to remind everyone that we have a full paddock, both an A paddock as well as B paddock. So as you make your way around the facility, make sure you visit both A and B paddock. You'll have an opportunity to have enough close look at each one of the racers, race cars and drivers, etc., that are here at Lime Rock for the weekend. So,
Flags.
checkered flag out on this one. And Mitchell Itel in that 62 taking the victory in race number 1 of this Group 4.
Where did Fayen finish? Finished fourth. Not bad. Came in, did his slap on the hand for jumping the start from the back to fourth place. Good drive for Chris.
And I'm sure he had a heck of a lot of fun doing it. Not that he wanted to jump the start, but he did. So here we go.
Yeah, sure he wanted to
But
jump start. We actually sat in my motorhome. He says, I got to get ahead of him at the start.
So we've had, and he'll have 3 more opportunities because
Absolutely,
each
yeah.
one of the groups here this weekend running 4 races. That was their first one. Coming up next will be the All Triumphs, the Kastner Cup, a field of 42 or close to it. That'll be group number 5. Just want to remind everyone that at the top of the hour will be the autograph session. Skip Barber, David Hobbs, Gordon Kirby, Judy Stropus, Fred Stevenson, all will be up there. Rich Taylor. And we talked to Gordon this morning about his new book on Formula Atlantic. It's a gorgeous, gorgeous book, wonderful photography, an outstanding series that produced so many great race car drivers over the years, Indy 500 winners, Formula One racers, etc. So make sure go up to the midway to the faux tent up there, and that will be coming up in about 20 minutes for the book signing autograph session on the midway. So coming up next is the Kastner Cup, which is all triumphs. And with a field of 42, let's set up the grid. The 88 white and blue 63 Triumph Spitfire of David Gussick. We'll start on the pole next to him is David Gott in the number 80 Triumph TR4, 62 Triumph TR4. The 18 is a 63 Triumph Spitfire of Thomas Brown. The 59 Triumph TR3 of Tony Garmy will start outside of row 2. Inside of row 3 is the 44 Triumph TR8 of Tim Cook. The 68 Triumph TR250 of Henry Fry. Starting 7th is the 901 of Kevin Goslin, with the 84 of Alex Ames starting in the 8th position. The 40 silver 73 Triumph TR6 of Robert Lang will go from the 9th starting position. Starting 10th, Joseph Brick, and the 57 Triumph TR3A. Starting 11th is a 612 of Mark Weekly, a 67 Triumph. 86 is a 62 Triumph TR4. Mark Weekly's in the 86. It's Jamie Horner who's in the starting 13th in the 6th car. Scott Jansen is in 68 Triumph. Then it's the 114 of Philip Gott, 65 Triumph TR4A. The 27 of Pat Darrow, a 65 Triumph Spitfire, starts 17th. Starting 18th is 144. That's a Triumph TR7 Coupe of Alexander Schlesinger. Tony Drews starts 19th in the 195. Is Tony Drews. Starting 20th is the 7 of George Harmuth, a 63 Triumph Spitfire. Then it's a 73 car of Walter Howell, and that's a 70 Triumph TR6 as the field coming to the downhill for the start of this one. Rounding out the balance of the field is the 57 of Vic Schuster, a 57 Triumph. The 19 of Jeffrey King, the 82 of Lauren Fritz, Todd Reinman in the 96, the 65 of Dave Riddle, the 28 of Dave Armas, as we are underway in the Kastner Cup. All triumphs. Group number 5, race number 1. 132 is Rick McCurdy. The 97 is Brendan Alexander. The 197 is Sean Alexander. The 75 is Thomas Podmore. Gregory Thompson is in the 146. At the back of the field, David Cutter is in the 142-64 Triumph Spitfire. The 180 of Matthew Hovian. The 67 is Bob Kramer. The 61 is Claude Gagne. And rounding out the field is the 51 of Michael Kurtz. That's your field of 37 cars that took the qualifying times. 42 cars were entered originally here in the Collier Cup. Again, all triumphs all the time in the Kastner Cup. So the 88 leads, and that's David Gussick. Gussick, who started on the pole. Now behind him, running in that second spot, is Tony Garmy in the 9. Then it's the 80 of David Godden. Thomas Brown is in the 18. So the battle for second is well entrenched as a big sideways jam in the battle between Garmy in the 9 and Gott in the 80. So welcome again to all here to Historic Festival 43. A beautiful day. Had a great day yesterday for practice and qualifying. We're happy that you're here. Make sure to visit the Manufacturers Midway. Make sure to visit the beer garden. The new beer garden that was constructed at the top of the hill in the infield for the beginning of the season. And we're happy that you're here as we've got a car off in the downhill and was driver's right, which is not a great spot, but this car is underway, and that's the 9. That's Tony Garmy in the 9, the dark green 59 Triumph TR3. And Garmy, who qualified in the 4th spot, having a misadventure, I should say, in the downhill. He recovers, though, and back into the race. Raise a glass with Foolproof Brewing Company, the official craft beer of Lime Rock Park. Straight out of Bridgeport, Connecticut, Foolproof's new brewery tap room and kitchen offers bold brews, craft cocktails, and a fresh menu to a reimagined historic place. Fuel your weekend with flavor. Foolproof Brewing, now on tap at Lime Rock Park, and I'm sure it's available in the new beer garden that we had just mentioned. So Gusick leads from the pole in that 88. Gott, who started second, running second. Now the 44, who started 5th, is up to 3rd, and that's Tim Cook. The 9 on pit road. The 9 who had a misadventure in the downhill on the last lap, Tony Garmy, in his 59 Triumph, as we've got a car driver's left. Plenty of smoke pouring out of that one. And that does not look good. Does not look good. The mechanical issue. And we've got a waving yellow at 1. Or is that car off far enough? It's well down the escape road. And so we got a spinner. Now, is there oil down there? We've got a spinner in turn number 1. Waving yellow down. They got the oil flag down there as well as possibly dropped some. He tried to get off the racetrack. Do not have a number on the car that's disabled down in turn 1, but with that being the case, is that be oil down in that part. We got double yellows at the start finish line. And when the car started the heavy smoke, the driver tried to get off the racetrack as much as possible up near the guardrail going underneath the Chevrolet bridge. But we did have a spinner. It was the 88. So we've got a black flag out around the circuit. We believe we've got oil down there in turn 1. So we believe it's for the oil that was dumped by that car down in turn number 1, a dangerous, you don't want to have oil on the racetrack at any time, but not going into down the Samposi Straight where you're at full chat and heading into the Big Bend, trying to get your car woed down. So the 44, Group 44 car, ex-Tullius prepared car, maybe Bob drove that one, wouldn't be surprised. And that was Tim Cook who was a spinner. He was the first one that got to turn number 1 and into the oil, spun, recovered, and did a good job. But we got to get some speedy dry on that, get that cleaned up, and before we can get back to racing conditions, not only for the Collier Cup cars, but also for the balance of the event. The 144 car is also an X Group 44 machine, we believe. Certainly trimmed out that way, as the wrecker has now made its way to the runoff area, and track inspection, I'm sure, will be taking place. Get the cleanup continued so we can get back to racing action. So checkers are out on the Kastner Cup. There's too much oil down there in turn number 1 after we had a motor go up in flames, so to speak, under the hood. So the curse of Frank Del Vecchio continued on that car because Frank had his own problems, and now that he joined us up here earlier. But so the Gussick takes the victory over Gott and Brown. So we have to have that cleanup continued. Jason Bannerman, it's good to see you. another one of the Lime Rock Drivers Club peeps that reports to Jeanette Weitenheimer. No, it's not Simon Kirkby that actually runs the show. Yes, I'm pulling your leg, so to speak, but we know who does all the work. Anyway, it's good to see Jason Bannerman. Worked with him years ago up here at the Skip Arbor Racing School. So clean up in turn number one. Unfortunately, too much oil put down there, and as we've been saying, is that we need to be safe, especially so many of these cars are priceless in many ways, and don't need any unforced errors, so to speak, to happen. So David Gussick is the winner over David Gott, Thomas Brown, Henry Fry being your top four. So coming up next will be group number 6. And group number 6, which will be the Tin Tops, IMSA RS and under 2.5 liter cars. Frank, in your racing, did you ever race a car with a roof over your head?
You know, I did formula cars up till 1985, and then I started to do some endurance racing and some GTO and whatever. And I think my list is right. I've driven 115 different race cars
Holy smokes.
in about 600 or 700 races, and somewhere in there, there's probably 70 of them that had roofs. So I drove for Oldsmobile, I drove for Honda, we drove Porsches in the Daytona 24-hour, we did a Ferrari, we did
I was
prototypes.
just asking because we've been talking about your single-seater prowess.
Yeah.
And, but
Yeah,
a lot of people don't know that it also could push the pedals in a sedan.
Well, one of the things we did was a lot of endurance racing. I think I did 40 24 and 12-hour races. And then, you know, we used to do 3-hour races with the Escort Series, the Firehawk Series, the Canadian Firehawk Series. We did all those things in IMSA and Grand Am and the Motorola Cup.
I remember the first Firestone Firehawk Series that raced here at Lime Rock back in the day is they had a 24-hour race at Watkins Glen.
Yep, I was in that race.
And that 24-hour race had all 4 seasons of the year. It snowed.
Yep.
It rained.
Fog.
And finished in bright sunshine. And if I remember, John Millage
Won the race in a Porsche. Yeah, we actually had
But it was
we had a turbo charged Dodge, and the car owner rolled it about 4 hours into the race. About 6 hours into the race, we had it back on the track, patched together, mostly with his wife's Chrysler LeBaron that we took the suspension off of and put it on the Dodge, and we've actually finished the race.
All 4 seasons of the year in that. It was absolutely wild to be there for that event. I mean, I've seen snow in July at the Glen once on a Camel GT weekend, but that was amazing to experience all 4 seasons of the year in a 24-hour period for that Firestone Firehawk race. Again, more reminiscing about the history of motorsports. Craig Robertson's given me shaking my finger. You need to get back on track. Well, coming up next will be group number 6, the Tin Tops IMSA RS and under 2.5 liter cars. As it looks like we've got the cleanup is all sorted out now down in going into turn number 1 for a expired motor, but everyone seems to be, they're be given the heads up down in the false grid of what had happened in turn one. So the first time going down in there, just need to be a little bit heads up. So starting on the pole coming up will be the number 120, a 72 Datsun PL510 of Mike Agnofino. The 33 is Greg Ahami in a 74 Porsche 914. Starting inside of row number 2 will be the 198, which is a 65 Mini Cooper of John Clerk. That car was a rocket ship down the straightaway yesterday, that 198. The 77 is a 72 Alfa Romeo GTV. That'll be Joe Courtney. And we're about 5 minutes before the start of race group number 6. So we're just after 11 o'clock, so the autograph session is well underway up in the midway, but visit that through the weekend when you can. Is the midway. So we have the David Porter will be in the 70 car, the Lotus Cortina. The 62 is a 1970 BMW 2002 of Jonathan Draper. Then it'll be the 810 of Gaspari Velazzo in his 68 Porsche 912. The 222 will be John Dunnick in a 75 BMW 2002. The 36 is a 68 Porsche 911 of John Wood. Then it'll be the 35, the 72 Porsche 911 of John Munch, the 97 of Chend Julinas, and that's a 68 Porsche 911. And then it will be the 58 73 BMW 2002 of Bill Ruckert. Ted Genovis is in the 58 car, 73 BMW 2002. The 240 is the 67 Alfa Romeo of John Goodman. The 46, 74 Alfa Romeo of Michael Donnelly. And Brian Bagnall's in the 3 car, 83 Porsche 944. The 466 is Jeff Downing, 73 BMW 2002. The 48 is a 69 Datsun 510. And that's Jeff Downing in the 466. The 48 is Mike Joy. Mike is in the 48 of Fox Sports, play-by-play announcer for NASCAR for the past several years. The 912 is a 68 Porsche SWB 912, and that's Corbus Reiki. The 64 is Mark Wagner in the 74 Porsche 914, and rounding out the 20-car field is Kate Garabian in the 76 BMW 2002, which is number 136. So joined in the booth now by Marcus Bicknell.
Correct.
Marcus with the Del Monte Race Group. We are thrilled here at Lime Rock to have the Del Monte Race Group. We believe, I mean, it's taken like 3 years to get you folks here between Skip and Georgia Blades and the balance here. It's awesome to have you folks here, Marcus.
It has taken 70 years for you to get us here because these cars ran at Pebble Beach through the Pines, and 4 of the cars here racing have come over from California. I've come over from London, England. You wouldn't have guessed that, would you?
Not at all.
And we're racing in the East-West Group 3, and we're having a fantastic time.
Your first time to Lime Rock Park.
First time to Lime Rock. It feels a little bit like Cadwell Park and Brands Hatch, so I'm feeling really at home. And I led the race for a brief second.
A brief second counts. If it was done at the start-finish line, it's in the record books. Marcus, you're piloting the 15C. Tell us a little bit about that car.
Well, the Manning Special was actually built here in Scotticote, New York, which is only an hour north. Then it went west and has never come back. So this is the first time you'll ever see the Scotticote Streets Manning Special. It's the little yellow and silver hot rodder running in Group 3.
The Del Monte Race Group is paddocked down near turn number 1 underneath the tent there. Please go down and have a look at the cars, as well as the drivers will be down there, etc. Tell us a little bit more about the Del Monte Race Group.
Well, Del Monte itself was the community where the Pebble Beach road races took place. They were the developer. So the trophy for the first Pebble Beach races from 1950 to 55 was called the Del Monte Trophy. Now that bit of silver is still with us, and we award it every year, normally at the Rolex Monterey Historic Reunion, but sometimes it's just given to somebody for being a good egg or making his car look really brilliant and fast.
So 1961 Formula One world champion Phil Hill won the first race at Pebble Beach. And for those that have taken the 17-mile drive, you drive not only along the ocean, but some of it you go through the area where this race took place and the Pines. And I've been there a few times and driven those roads, and I cannot imagine races through there and the cojones it took to be able to race at on Pebble Beach in the Monterey Peninsula.
You can drive mostly round the track at Pebble Beach, and it's frightening because some of the pines bear the marks of cars, and the ghost of people are there. We've got a car here today called the Parkinson Jaguar Special, and Parkinson crashed his 120 in the second year. He killed the car. It was bent double. So he threw away the body and he made something on the rest of the chassis, put the Jaguar 6-cylinder inline engine back in, and it's a unique car, the Parkinson Special, bright white, and you should go and have a look at that if you can.
Also, as part of the Del Monte Group, is a recreation of the Cunningham Cadillac, the Monstra. And it is as unique a race car as there is, with a gigantic motor in it. Tell us a little bit about the original and how the recreation, do you have the background on that?
I do. So Briggs Cunningham took it to Le Mans in 1955, did medium okay, but Derek Drinkwater, who is the builder driver here with us today, is a charismatic, one-aid lunatic, and he welded this thing together over the last 5 years. But people love him and his wife. They travel together and they sleep in a little trailer which they tow behind the Monster. And you really can't tell that it's not the original car because the patina has the song of ages on it. And as you said, a huge engine, and he's competitive. He's out there on the track with us, and he's not slouching about. It looks like a tank, a beautiful, beautiful tank, but it goes like a rocket.
Especially down the Samposi straightaway. There's no doubt about that. And back in the day, I mean, Cunningham, who wanted to do something very unique, did that several times at Le Mans back in the day. And but that was in 1950 is when the Le Monster competed.
We were with Steve Earle last night, who is probably the godfather of historic racing in the United States. And talking about Derek Drinkwater and the Cunningham Monster, he said, motor racing is theatre, and it's for the people as well as the drivers. And we put on plays like at Lime Rock, and we want to entertain. Now, Derek Drinkwater with the Monster, he entertains.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. As well as the balance of the Del Monte Race Group. We have a 50 Allard that Johnny Moe drives. There's a 53 Sorrel Curtis GMC Special that John Mote is part of it. There's the 52 Jaguar XK120 that James Adler's the pilot of. A 55 Elva that Kevin Adair, I think I'm saying that correctly, is the pilot of. The Curtis, the 53 Curtis 500S Dodge that Ryan Turry, that car is another unique one, just like all of these are. I mean, but it's so awesome that you folks are here, and you can't thank you guys enough for making that tow. We have it's always a big event.
Yeah.
You folks being here has added dramatically to that.
Thank you. One last car. Don't miss the MG Von Neumann Special number 111, because that red car won the Pebble Beach Trophy in 1950, the very first one. So that's a very special car. Rob Manson, who is the steward of our Del Monte group, brought it over. He only acquired it recently, so that's a big deal.
We're happy to be, from Monterey. What a contrast. The Monterey Historics. You're at Laguna Seca a couple weeks ago, right? For that. And to be here at Lime Rock, the tow from there to get to here, and how different the two race cars, the two race tracks, I should say, are. The contrast, but I hope you folks are having a good time with us.
Wonderful tracks. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Thanks again to Marcus Bicknell. So David Porter in the 70, in his 65 Lotus Cortina, is leading the way here in group number 6. This is the Tin Tops IMSA RS, an under 2.5 liter car. Second is the 77 Joe Courtney. Courtney's in the 77. Then it's the 62 of Jonathan Draper, with John Clark in the 198 and the 9 and the 810 of Gaspari Facello. Those being your top 5, as we're about halfway through group number 6. So that was nice nice to see Marcus Bicknell and those of the Del Monte Race Group joining us here in the booth, having them as well as the ragtime racers. And in a paddock, you can't miss these guys. The ragtime racers. It is a awesome group, and so much fun to be able to see these. As Brian Blaine had an interview with him, we'll see if we can sneak that in. Did about a 15-minute walk and talk with Brian through their paddock yesterday, and hopefully we'll get a chance to play that recording back for you folks. It's quite interesting. So, legendary announcer Mike Joy's in the 48 car. Mike, of course, the longtime play-by-play NASCAR announcer, and he is in the car 48, the Datsun 510. Mike's running in 13th position now, and he qualified back in 17th, so he's improved 4 spots. That's good. He has raced spec racers here. Last time I saw him race was actually in a spec racer here, but that was years ago. So Porter leads by a healthy margin in the number 70 over Courtney in the 77, then Draper's in the 62. So we have the top 2 qualifiers, of course, got together on that first lap while we were talking to Marcus Bicknell of the Del Monte Race Group, and Mike Agnafino and Greg Ahami in his Porsche 914 getting together in front of the fans there in left-hander, and both of those cars are out of the race. So hopefully they'll be able to repair both of those to get back out for this afternoon's race number 2 for this group number 6, as David Porter, who qualified in that 5th spot in his Lotus Cortina, continues to lead over the 77 of Joe Courtney in his Alpha GTV. So just a couple laps remaining in this one. Porter with a 6-second lead, but the battle for second is well underway and has been for the past several laps between the 77 and the 62. Courtney and Porter. So Porter leads by about 6 seconds. And that's Porter heading into turn number 1 underneath the Chevrolet bridge. And then you've got the 77 and the 62. Now they're separated. That's second place underneath the Chevy bridge down into Big Bend. And the 27 multicolored certainly a unique paint job on that 27 of Bradley Price and 81 Alfa Romeo. As time running down here on race group number 6. Sam Posey was on hand here. The front straightaway here, of course, is the Sam Posey straight. And Sam was honored at a gathering last evening as one of the added to the Legends of Lime Rock, along with John Fitch were the 2 new inductees, both of which playing such a large role in many different facets. Sam actually designed the tower, the Sam Posey Tower, and Sam Posey straightaway, Skip Barber Tower. So we've got 1 to go next time by, but the architect in Sam Posey, as well as being a great race car driver, TV commentator, et cetera, and great author, wordsmith, et cetera. So we wish continued success to Sam as he's been honored again, and his plaque will be down, was mounted last evening, as well as with that of another legend, John Fitch. So we're working the last lap here in race group number 6 for the IMSA RS cars under 2 liter. At 48 of Mike Joy in a bit of a battle here, as looking for David Porter to come to the checkers. He's led for the majority of the event after the first 2 qualifiers got together, took each other out on the first lap. Not a great thing to have happen, Frank.
Yeah, if you make contact, the rule is you got to come into the box where you get your hand slapped and a little bit more. So the penalty of contact is basically you're out of the race.
Well, those 2 are certainly done. Hopefully both of those cars will be able to get back out in the afternoon. Checkers are out, and the 70 takes the victory. David Porter in his 1965 Lotus Cortina Mark I. He takes the checkered flag for position number 1 here in the first of 2 races for race group number 6. Joe Courtney closed in to finish second in the 77 in his 72 Alfa Romeo GTV, and finishing in third with Jonathan Draper, and Draper in the 62, which is the 1970 BMW 2002, the mustard colored 62. Rounding out the top 5, the 198 of John Clark, and then the 810 of Gaspari Fasalo. 6th was John Druckett in the 222. Ted Genevis in the 97, John Wood in the 36, John Goodman in the 240, and John Munch in the 35. Oh, we got a change. Actually, Munch takes 9th at the line over the 240 of Goodman. So those 2 cars whip swap on the last lap. Coming up next will be race group number 7. These cars will be making some noise. The big bore cars, the air-cooled Porsches. Race group number 7. It's a big large group of 35 cars took times in practice and qualifying yesterday, so those will be up next. big bore air-cooled Porsches as well. On the pole, 39. Yellow Corvette of Martin Hosick. Richard Bello in his Carrara 84 will start second. The 18 is Jim Hamblin. 68 Porsche 911. 73 Porsche 911 of Chris Masante starts fourth. The 808 is a 78 Porsche of Ted Jonas. The 61, a Jaguar of Jack Bush. 67 Jag. 740 is an 86 Porsche 944 of Alan Levy. Delbert Are is in the 521 Porsche. The 74 is Christopher Turner. The 85 is Jim Scott. The 310 is David Hutchings. It's another Porsche. 771 is a 1970 Porsche 911 RSR of Hans Werner. Mike Pierre is in the 44 Porsche. The 500 is another 911 Porsche, David Lee. Then it's the 1966 Mustang of Kyle Burton. The 137 is David Farnham. That's a Pontiac Firebird. Joseph Riolo in a Datsun 240Z, number 93. The 13 is Glenn Every in a 69 Corvette. Jaguar XKE of John Ogles in the 62. Then it's a 26. Black Porsche Mike Jacobellis as the field coming through the downhill, heading into and through the start-finish area. Green flag, the 39 gets a big jump, but down the inside is the 91 and the 18. We got lockup underneath the Chevy Bridge. And through Big Bend, as these big bore ground pounders, awesome sounds. The Porsche's out front. And that's Bello that's out front in his blue 91. So he got the jump on Hosek in his yellow Corvette. So this 20-minute race number one for Group 7. All these cars with 3-liter motors by and large, other than the Porsches. But leading is a Porsche out front. And that one is the 91 over the 61. So you got 3 Porsches and that yellow Corvette. The Corvette that was on the pole making a nice pass into Big Bend, down the Samposi Straight. And many of these cars in this event, of course, have raced here at Lime Rock, whether competitively back in the 60s and the 70s, in various races, whether it was SCCA or IMSA or historic racing, of course, now. But on pit road is the 14 Corvette, and the 14 of Daniel Lippitz, and Lippitz is going back to the paddock, so he's behind the wall, the 14 retiring. Meanwhile, the 91 Bello in the 91 Porsche Carrara has blitzed away to a lead and stretching it out as he's in the left-hander now. The battle for second is one between about 10 cars here now as they make their way through the right-hander and down the Paul Newman Straight. It's interesting to see the battle between the Corvette and the Porsche 911. So your top 3 are Bello in the 91 Porsche. Then it's the 61 of Jack Bush, who's in his Jaguar, one of the 3 Jaguars, XKEs. Then it's a 39 of Martin Hosick in that Corvette that started on the pole. And these cars running laps right about at the 1 minute mark. Heck, last time by Bello in that 91 Porsche did a 59.047. And then Bush at a 1 minute point 698. Hosick at a 5:17, 1 minutes 5:75. So a full field here of big bore cars and air-cooled Porsches that are always very competitive, of course. And one of the loudest groups that we've had, as should be the case, the 18 of Jim Hamblin. And Hamblin, who started third, he's on pit road, but he has a mechanical problem. So Hamblin will be heading back to the paddock, it looks like. Meanwhile, Richard Bello continues to lead. He stretched that lead to over 7 seconds now over Jack Bush. In his Jaguar, and then it's Hosick in the Corvette. So we got a Porsche, a Jaguar, a Corvette, and then another Porsche in the top four. The lockup heading into Big Bend by one of the cars, but able to continue, of course. So it's a Saturday easy drive at the moment for the 91. And the pole sitter running in second, Martin Hosek, in that bright yellow Corvette. An interesting field here between the Porsches as well as the Jags in this. There's a Camaro, the yellow 1970 Camaro. 70 was the first year of the new body shape and the first year of Trans Am, where we had factory teams, the Chevy factory team that Jim Hall ran. And remember a race at Watkins Glen where Vic Elford and Leslie were in the Camaros, but the body shape had changed from 69 to 70. Factory cars in 70 included two Javelins, two Penske Javelins, which were Mark Donahue and Peter Revson, George Falmer and Parnelli Jones, and Mustangs, Sam Posey, of course, in the, as Mike Joy calls it, slime green 77 Dodge Challenger. Sweet Savage in one of the Gurney prepared Plymouth Barracudas. Jerry Titus was in a Pontiac Firebird that year. It was a big factory fight in Trans Am in 1970, and 1970 Camaro that James Glass is driving here represents that. So Bello has closed, or Hosick has taken the lead. So the 39 Camaro is now caught and passed Bello in the blue Porsche. So Hosick in the 39 out front now, but Bello has not let him get away as they're heading down the Paul Newman Straight. Hosick's lead a little under 2 seconds now. So Bello, who is in command of this race right from the start in his Porsche, getting passed by Hosick, and then it's the 808 911 of Todd Pajonas running in that third spot, followed by the 61 of Jack Bush and Chris Masante in the 16. So the Corvette has stretched its legs now underneath the Chevrolet bridge, heading through Big Bend, taking the lead. So whether there was some type of issue or traffic, etc., that came to the aid of pole sitter Hosick and his Corvette. He's out front. The 137 Firebird, it's a well trimmed out car, good looking car. Kevin Farnham, he's in that one. Love the color on the 711. That's Hans Warner. But fantastic group here again, as through the downhill and down the St. Posey Straight. The 39 really cooking now into Big Bend as Hosick out front. He's built his lead to now over 3 seconds over Richard Bello. Then it's the white 808 Porsche of Todd Pajonas, as he's in Big Bend now. Further back in the pack, though, you have several of these cars that are in great condition. Again, a real challenge between each one of these cars, whether it's a big bore engine in the like a Corvette or the Camaro that's out there, and the battle between them and the Porsches, of course, that are, for example, Hosick in the 39 running a 7.5 liter Chevy engine, where Bello in the 91 has his 911 Carrara is a 3.5 liter engine in that car as far as displacement goes. So it's good to see these groups being competitive and not only putting a show on, but again, as we mentioned, it's just terrific for the teams to be here as part of the festivities here in Lakeville. Hosick, Bello, Pajonas being your top 3 cars. So Hosick stretched his lead. So Bello led by 6 seconds early in the race in his Porsche, but Hosick, as the checkers come out, and Martin Hosick takes the victory, 7 seconds over Richard Bello in his Porsche, and then Todd Bajonas finishes in the third spot in the 808. That just takes the checkered flag. Finishing in the fourth spot is a 61. And the 61 of Jack Bush. Chris Masante in the 16 finishes in the fifth spot. As we are now joined in the booth by Eric Weinsberg and the guru of BMW for back in the day. I know you were involved with the Hobbs-Watson
GTP
car, which won at Watkins Glen.
Yes, our single afternoon of glory after a year and a half's worth of work.
I was there that week, and that car was beautiful, though.
Very
Anyway,
fast, but very fragile.
Yes, but it's awesome to have you here, Eric, and we appreciate you being here and being a large part of the Lime Rock Park scene, of course, over the years, but also one of the ownership group here with Dickie Regal, put together with Dickie and Skip involved, of course, for so many years, and yourself. How did that all come about?
I came up here as a wet behind the ears BMW employee in the mid-'80s, and I was handed a file that said Skip Barber, and they said, go up and meet Mr. Barber. We want to do a driving school nationwide with BMW cars. So I met Skip, we had lunch, and it began a relationship that has been closer and closer 40 years on, and we are still essentially in business together, and we've had a lot of fun, and we've done some good things along the way, and Lime Rock Park has become a focus for all of us because we think it's that special and we think it's that important to make sure it doesn't become a golf course someday.
I remember back in the day, the BMW driving school, Skip Barber Driving School, Skip Barber Racing School, took place here. That's when I started with Skip years and years ago, and that was fantastic to have. And I believe you're part of bringing that together with Skip.
It's true.
Wasn't it?
Yep. It was one of the first projects I was given to work on, and whenever somebody would say, whoops, it would be my problem to get them a new car. But at the end of the day, we had E30 M3s, we had 325s, we had a lot of cars involved through the period. But we did a lot of driver training, we made some friends, and I think we improved some skills as well.
Absolutely. It was fun because it was done in a one-day format. We also had a two-day format, and skid pad work, etc. It was braking exercises. It was an awesome school to be associated with. Tell us about your relationship with the M brand over the years.
Yeah, I was their racing guy for more than a decade, and our M business really suffered. We were down to a couple of hundred cars a year, the remnants of the M5s and a few M6s. We did an 850 CSI. I think we did 100 of those a year for 2 years. But we weren't really paying enough attention to the brand itself. The dealers didn't have brochures. They didn't know why these cars were so expensive, how exotic the engineering was underneath the skin. So our management went to Munich and said, we'd like to step away from the M brand business in America. And you can imagine that went over like a lead balloon in Munich. So they told our president, who was a pretty tough guy, Vic Doolin, they said, go back to America and come back with another answer. So they came to me and said, look, you're the guy. Why don't you take a look at this? And I used to joke to my friends, I was appointed the first M brand manager in the history of the company, and we took it from 200 cars a year, very quickly up to 5,000 and 8,000, and at the end of 3.5 years, we were at 20,000 M cars a year, the number one M market in the world. And here we are 30 odd years later, and North America is still the number one M market for BMW in the whole world. And we're awful proud of that.
Well, as you should be. Coming up next will be the group number 8, the Toyo Tire Historic World Challenge cars. And in this group, there are several M3s. There's also a 325i that'll be competing against the Porsche 911s. And why don't we run through the grid here quickly before beginning of this 20-minute race. The first race for group number 8 on the pole will be the 49 Porsche 911 of Michael Stach. Steve Katz in the 2005 Porsche GT3 Cup car is the 113. The 023 is a 2003 BMW M3 of Hugh Stewart. Luis Serva will be in the 2001 BMW M3. 2003 Viper of Peter Tonelli will go from the 5th spot. That's the 88 car. Then it's the 48 of Brian Goodman, who is in 2004 BMW M3. Starting 7th will be the 17 Audi of Chip Herr, multi-time winner in World Challenge, being Chip Herr. The 222 is a Porsche 996 Cup car, Van Svensson. Starting in 9th is the 67 Chevy Corvette of Jason Berkeley. And the top 10 is a 99 BMW M3 of Griffin Gimixelli. So M3s throughout the field and qualifying up front. Eric, talk about a little bit about your involvement on the racing side of things with BMW.
Sure. I'd love to talk about it, and we've got 7 M3s and a 3 Series in this field. They're at the front, the middle, and at the bottom, and these guys are getting comfortable with their cars around this track. This is a very good track for an M3. Tight, you've got to carry speed, you've got to have good brakes, you've got to have good balance. Everything that the M3 excels at, kind of a all-field player. I mean, doesn't have the more power of some of these other cars like the Vipers, some of the Porsches. We would always be able to embarrass some of the bigger cars with better brakes that are more consistent from the beginning of a race to the end of the race. And I also want to take a moment to thank Toyo Tires. They've taken a specific interest in this class and bringing it back because it was such good racing back in the day. Toyo Tires has been a loyal sponsor of us for 2 years now, and they are specifically interested in the World Challenge class because the racing is so good and so tight. We're going to have a good show today.
Just to round out the balance of the starting field, the 062 is a 2001 Porsche GT3 that Eric Eslovic is driving. The 30 is a 2017 Volkswagen GTI of Travis Wachet. The 46, starting 13th, that's a BMW 330ci of Besik Menable. The 4 is a yellow Corvette of Raymond Zizza. The 74 is a 2003 BMW M3 of Michael Kuna. Peter Tonelli is in a Toyota Supra, car number 7. The 101 Lotus 180R is David Nagler. The 51 Mazda RX-8 of Raymond Blethen. The 171 is a Mazda RX-8 of Jason Benna. Josh Brown is in a VW GTI. Mazda RX-8 of Stephen Blethen goes from the 21st starting spot. Then it's the 18 BMW M3 of Stephen Early. Keegan Gregor's in a 325 BMW. Then the 24th starting spot is the 10, the 87 BMW M3 of Christian Berzins. Ralph Stechow was in a Lotus 180 X180 in the 12, and shotgun on the field is a 23, and that's a 94 Ford Mustang of Greg Kaufman.
All right, here they come down for the flag. Porsche's at the front of the field, got some high horsepower cars in the middle of the field. I'd watch the BMWs and the Lotuses. They're going to get up on the Porsches very quickly.
Well, the handling characteristics of a BMW come into play, and it's always a good battle between a Porsche and a BMW in any race, Eric.
I love that, and especially here, but it takes a little discipline. You've got to get those tires warmed up. Those are fundamentally street tires. You've got to get your brakes working. Everything has to get a little heat in it before you can really start leaning on it. You see I believe that's a spinner.
They've got a car off in the right-hander.
Looks like a red Volkswagen.
So the VW, I believe it's Josh Brown.
85.
In the 85 car that is spun in the right-hander, but he's underway, and he'll be heading down the Paul Newman straightaway after his spin.
Still green. Everything's green. 2 Porsches out front. An M3, 2 M3s following, 3 M3s following, and then an Audi. You'll see some of the higher horsepower cars really threaten down the straightaway, but they're going to be hard-pressed to keep up with the athletes as they head into the backside of the track.
And Chip Herz in that Audi. Chip, who has won many times in World Challenge back in the day. The Lotus is a well-trimmed out car, even though it's not that fast. That's Roger Stechow.
They are
Nice-looking car.
the Lotuses were very effective. We raced against them for years in IMSA in a variety of classes, and some of these very cars were involved in races I ran with David Donahue in an M5. So the Supercar Series is very similar to the World Challenge, and it's terrific to see these cars so beautifully trimmed out. We still have 2 Porsches in the lead and 3 M3s closely on their tail. Something happening in turn 1. I think our number 2 Porsche went a little wide.
So
We may have had a lead change there.
Off in Big Bend through the left-hander in front of the big crowd. And welcome everyone once again to another beautiful race Saturday here. Also nice to see people in the outfield. To get there, go across the Chevrolet Bridge to the outfield area.
Well,
It's another great vantage point, as there are so many here at this beautiful circuit.
Absolutely. I did not have a strategy meeting with the BMWs, but I should have, because they're absolutely playing it carefully, moving up on the Porsches 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Porsche 1, 2. But the top 5 are beginning to put some distance on the rest of the field, and they're testing their brakes, making sure everybody's honest going into turn 1.
So the 19, this 2001 BMW M3 that Luis Serva is driving, the body configuration looks a little bit different than other M3s, and it's a newer vehicle. I remember the Supercar series.
Yep.
And they had a wild race at Savannah, the only time that track was used, where Indy Lights was the feature. Barber Dodge Pro Series was part of it as well.
Yep.
And the supercars, you mentioned David Donahue, etc. But that was a fine series. It was short-lived, unfortunately, as opposed to the IMSA series, where Tom Milner, of course, his son Tommy, that's competing in Corvettes now, but still, he had Joey Hand who was part of that team, etc.
Very, very much so.
And awesome. That was awesome races in those cars. And to show the safety built into M3s and all BMWs, Joey had quite an incident in Mid-Ohio one year when he had an off-course excursion. Drove off the racetrack into a ditch. As it turned out, on the backstretch, flipped through the air 3 times. His shoe went off, and they never found it.
Well,
They never found the shoe.
people talk about that crash to this day because it's on YouTube and it's quite energetic. But believe it or not, Tom Milner's guys at PTG actually rebuilt that car.
Yeah, that was we were doing that race live. That was back in the TV days, and it was spectacular. And thank God, it just shows the engineering as far as safety goes into a BMW, Eric.
And the strength of a racing chassis with the proper roll cage. It's all very important now. The seat has to be bolted in and very, very hard material. We've now got 2 Porsches leading this field and 3 BMW M3s chasing them down. I like the way this is looking as we approach the midpoint of this race.
So Steve Katz and that 113 Porsche continues out front. That's a 2005 GT3 Cup car. Statch in his 2009-11 GT3, and then the 19 of Luis Serva in the 2001 BMW M3. Those 3 cars are really locked up in a big battle heading into Big Bend. And we talked earlier also about just the preparation that it takes in historic racing, vintage racing as well, or these cars that racing in anger years ago, of course.
Oh, yeah.
And still doing the same thing today. And it's so wonderful for the race fans. It brings back so many memories for the race fans.
There's no question. And some of these cars have been admired all over the country in different races, different tracks. And it's really fun to see private owners put their blood and sweat and tears into these cars and keep them up in a very high level of trim to be safe and fast in events like this.
Well, just to look at it, you've got the leaders running times of 57 flat, 57, a 50. Cats just did a 56.867 in the 113, but the leader now is Michael Statz in that 49 Porsche. Then it's Serva in the 19 BMW. So we've got a chance, but again, these cars are running sub 1 minute laps, and they're not dawdling around by any means.
All right, BMW's up into second. We're going to make this Porsche nervous. It's what we do best. This really makes my day. Don't call me biased, but I'm horribly biased. Let's see if we can rattle his cage now in the closing laps of this race.
So down the Sam Posey straight, the 49, the 19, and the 113, the 3 out front. The 029, 023 of Hugh Stewart, not that far back in his BMW. So putting on quite a show here for the fans. And through the left-hander down the Paul Newman straight.
In traffic.
And in traffic, so by the time they get to the end of that straightaway, before the uphill, the right-hander at the uphill, where fans, first-time or early fans here to first-time fans to Lime Rock Park, there's a berm there, driver's right. When the new chicane was put in years ago and it was reconfigured, and that's a great viewing area as well. So again, just encourage everyone to make the trip around the facility and take in different vantage points through this race. So the 49 of Statch continues out front, but you got the battle between Serva and his BMW and the early leader, Stephen Katz, as opposed to Statch.
Well, and let me
for second.
Let me just point out the Porsche's holding his own. Traffic didn't go our way that lap, but the reality of it is you've got cars out here, the Viper, the Mustang, the Corvettes. They've got double and in some cases almost triple the horsepower of the cars that are leading this field. So let that be a lesson to all you aspiring road racers. If you want to do well at Lime Rock Park, you need a well-balanced car that has real capability on the braking as well as the acceleration, and I think you're seeing it here today. Yep.
So with a couple laps to go here, probably about 3, maybe 4, that Michael Statch continues out front.
The top two are pulling.
And those two, him and Serva, Luis Serva in his BMW, Serva a little over 1 second back. Last time by, now they're in the 56s. So those top two cars, actually Serva's time was a 56.465. So about 4/10 quicker than the leader last time by. And these Toyo tires on.
I think it's worth
This
pointing out
car-
that the top 9 cars are running sub 1 minute laps. Top 10 cars on Toyo street car tires. That is pretty incredible. 1 and 2 now quite close coming into turn 1.
Porsche locks up in Big
They
Bend.
may have gone wide. We may have a change for the lead here. This is classic.
So at the exit of turn 1, the
BMW in the lead.
I have no idea why Eric is getting so excited after seeing that pass. But then again,
My professionalism is slipping.
so Statch had a lockup going into turn 1, and that or going into Big Bend.
Oh,
I
a lot
should
of
say.
traffic too.
And that opened the door up for Luis Serva to slip that BMW inside as he gave him the business at the exit of Big Bend.
Ooh, looking
And
pretty good. Got
straightaway.
a 6-car lead here. Number 19 BMW headed into turn 1. Can he hold his marks? The Porsche is locking it up, and he spun. Second place just spun in turn 1. Local yellow. I think we've got this, ladies and gentlemen.
So Serva out in the lead in his BMW. Statch spins in Big Bend, moving Hugh Stewart in the 023 BMW now up to second, where Steve Katz, early leader, in the 113 Porsche, and he's now back to fourth. Brian Goodman in the 48 in his BMW M3 is now up to the 5th spot. So
Here he is. Here's your winner, ladies and gentlemen.
is the 19 is
How many
out
laps?
front,
Yeah, how many laps to go?
and Hugh Stewart.
Yep, couple of laps left.
Luis Serva and his BMW. So you got BMW's first and second. Serva in the 19, Hugh Stewart in the 023, and then it's Steve Katz in the 113 Porsche with Brian Goodman in his BMW, and then Peter Tonelli that has raced in World Challenge and various other series also over the years, and his Viper, a big bore Viper, is made his way up into the 5th position. The 10 car being Christian Berzens, which is a 87 BMW M3 with the classic white, red, blue trim. What's the history of the striping on a BMW?
Well, there are a couple of stories, but one is a failed sponsorship deal with Texaco, and they tried to mimic Texaco's colors. The sponsorship deal never came through, but they kept the colors for the logo of the M brand.
Well, it's iconic. It's iconic, that's for sure. And even if you're on the road and you see a road car with the little bit of the red and blue in the grill now, it's, you know exactly who's right on your tail about to go by on the next straightaway.
So the field's spreading out now, but the top group is still pretty tight, and they're coming around in traffic here down the main straightaway as we speak. The number 19 M3 in control, 2 M3s, 1 and 2.
So Serva, that time by a 2-second lead through Big Bend, is Serva in his BMW. Then it's Hugh Stewart, followed by the Porsche of Steve Katz. And Peter Tonelli is now up to fourth through the left-hander. And being in this traffic, certainly getting one's attention for the leaders as they head down the Paul Newman Straight, headed toward the uphill.
Tonelli in the yellow Toyota Supra, number 7, has also done quite well moving up the field. Currently running in the top group. I can't see, fourth or fifth.
Yeah, 88 is Tonelli. And Tonelli doing a great job. There's your leader. The 23, the 023, I should say, of Hugh Stewart. That car, which is a 2003 BMW, chasing a 2001 BMW. The lead that time by was a little over 3 seconds. Now, a lot of that was because of the traffic.
Well,
on
and
that
you still
last
have
lap.
you still have the top 10 cars running sub 1 minute laps, and we've got approximately a minute and 15 seconds left in this race. This just shows you how competitive these fields can be. Toyo tires really being tested, and it is a fabulous series to showcase essentially road-going tires.
Road-going tires on race cars is something that is excellent proving for the tire companies, and that's why there's such a close association with many tire companies with manufacturers. You wonder why in Greenville, South Carolina, that there's a giant BMW plant with a Michelin plant within a mile away, if that. And it just shows just the commitment of two companies like that started in a different part of the world with the commitment to be here in the United States, of course.
This, I think, last 15 seconds remaining. We're counting down. 15 seconds remaining. This should be the last time by.
There we go. Checkers are out.
Yes,
Checkers are
checkered
out.
flag. Number 19.
Excellent job by Luis Serva. Luis Serva taking the win in his BMW. Eric jumping up and down as we have BMW's first and second. Hugh Stewart in the 023 finishes in the second position. And then it's Steve Katz. But that was an interesting race. And if the other three races in this group are anything like this one,
Going to be a good day.
Smokes, it should be awesome. It will be awesome. So that wraps up group number 8. Eric, great job. Good to see you. And we look forward to seeing you through the weekend. Thanks for all you're doing with Lime Rock Park as well as with the ownership group. Everyone is happy about what's going on here. It's nice to see the grass mowed.
Oh, listen,
The time.
Rick, we have a lot of plans, and we're very excited about what the future holds. And I'll come back up and do another couple of races with you. Thanks for having some fun. And congratulations to our winners. That was a great example of what having some discipline on the racetrack can do for you.
So Luis Serva taking the victory in the 19, and the 023 of Hugh Stewart, followed by the 113 of Steve Katz. Those being, that's group number 8. Coming up next will be group 9, which are GTD sports cars over 2 liter and sports racing cars. So I want to congratulate Chris Shoemaker and Nikki Canino, both Black Flag SCCA members on pit road. They got engaged last night. Congratulations again to Nikki Canino and Chris Schumacher, as we were given a note about that. Congratulations.
Group number 9, 26 cars out on the track. 26, car number 50, silver and black, Mazda Spec Miata for Michael Armilio. 25th, 136, silver, 1969 Marcos GT with a Volvo engine, Richard Brown. 24th, 025, green. 1961 Aston Martin DB4 for Michael Rowan. 23rd, car 202 green, 1966 Austin Healey 3000, Eileen Wetzel. 22nd, car number 27, black, 1963 MGB for Alejandro Elisiro. Starting 21st, car 106, red and white, 1957 Austin Healey 106 for Scott McQueen. Starting 20th, car number 40, blue 1991 Mazda Miata for Stephen Milton. 19th, number 128, blue and silver Mazda Miata for John Koch. 18th, car number 38, red Mazda Miata for Edward Zemek. 17th, car number 282, yellow, 1959 Austin Healey 3000 for James Koktavi. 16th, car number 573, blue, Mazda Miata for John Coster. 15th, car number 23, black and green Mazda Miata for Mark Gregory. 14th, car number 26, the black Mazda Miata of Stuart Hawkins. 13th, car number 25, blue and white Datsun 240Z for Mark Carluzzi. 12th, car number 347, white and red, Austin Healey 104. The driver is Rich Malumian Jr. 11th, car number 53, blue and black, Mazda Miata for Patrick Daly. Starting 10th, car number 57, yellow, Mazda Miata for Joe Baruch III. 9th, car number 32, blue and yellow, 1965 Lotus 23B for David Porter. Starting 8th, car number 37, white and green, Porsche 910 of Dave Hagan. Starting 7th, car number 42, the black 1962 Lotus 23 for Kurt Usbay. Starting 6th, car number 11, yellow, 1965 Ginetta G4 for Hervé Park. Starting 5th, car number 94, white and blue, 1996 Ginetta G4, the driver Thomas Grudovich. Starting on the second row outside, car number 4, blue and gold, Ginetta G16 for Laurent Fumet. Starting third, car 05, an alloy in gray 1962 Lotus Super 7 for Craig Chima. On the front row outside, car number 39, the blue and orange Devon Special wide body of Martin Hosek. And on the pole, the number 740 blue Elva Mark 7 BMW of Mark Hamilton Peters. And that's your field for race number 9. And I'll turn it over for play-by-play to...
Well, what's going on out here? We're about into lap 3 or 4 now, and that really beautiful Elva Mark V out there leading the race. Mark Hamilton, and it's kind of a blue-gray car. If you spectators out there, walk around the paddock, especially paddock A. A bunch of these Elvas are out there. They're absolutely beautiful cars. The Mark IVs and the Mark Vs and the Mark 7s, and there's bunches of them out there, as are the Ginettas. The Ginettas are good-looking cars. They're sports racing cars. And mixed in with those, we have some Austin Healey's. We've got a group of cars here that are from Minnesota, and we want to do a little heads up to those people. They drove all the way from Minnesota. There's 2 Austin Healey's, and both of them, by the way, are driven by women. One of the gals out there, Eileen Wetzel, we met her. She's in car number 202. That is one of the best prepared and best looking cars I've ever seen. Go on down to paddock B. They're right next to me. I'm in slot B33, and the car is absolutely gorgeous. And next door to it is a yellow car number 282. That's also another Austin Healey 3000. just absolutely beautifully done cars. These cars have 3-liter motors, by the way. That's about, if we figure it, it's about 183 cubic inches. They put out about 245 horsepower. So Mark Hamilton just out there running away with it. He's got Martin Hosick behind him. Hosick in a Devon. Devon, that's a special body car. They used to put those things on Volkswagens. I'm not really sure what that body is on, but doing a nice job out there. David Porter, of course, is out there. I think David runs every session, doesn't he? In something. David was leading the Wings and Slicks group when somebody spun and he made contact with her, had a spin, and he had to come in. If you spin 4 wheels off, you got to come into the penalty box and get your hand slapped before you go back out again. Here comes our leader, just rocketing by the field. It's car number 740, Elva Mark V. That's got a BMW motor in it. You know, most of those Elvas have Coventry Climaxes or Ford Pinto motors that have been modified. The BMW really pushes it along. You're right. It's because my glasses aren't good enough, Greg. So it's not a Mark V, but a 7S Elva. My first race car was an Elva Mark II. I bought it for $450 in a barn in 1968. And, somebody put an Alfa Romeo motor in it. I made a ton of money on that car at the end of the year. I sold it for $600. Last time I saw the car for sale, it was for $92,000. Car 106, again, that's another Austin Healey. That's an Austin Healey 100, driven by Scott McQueen, and that's one of the guys that came from Minnesota. So, Lime Rock really brings him in. You know, this is a special place. 31 states and 4 countries. Not bad, huh? Somebody was telling me that they saw a Bugatti unloaded. It was towed by a 1964 Ford, 2,400 miles to get here. Mark Hamilton, Mark Hosek. They are first and second. Lauren Fumex is third. Greg Chima is fourth. And Harvey Park is fifth. Craig Chima is in that Lotus Super 7. That's car number 05. Super 7s are super light. They run, some of the good ones have twin cam motors in them. And that would be a 1600cc twin cam dual overhead cam motor that should put out about 160, 180 horsepower. Hamilton with a big lead. Crossing start finish right now is car number 282. That's a yellow Austin Healey 3000 from Minnesota. We have James, I'm going to pronounce this wrong, but it's Kotavi driving it. And he and his wife drive those cars. They also have a Triumph. Martin Hosek stays in second place, unable to close the gap on Hamilton. Hamilton coming by start finish right now. Looks like we got a battle coming up in second, third, and fourth. They're getting pretty close together. That's Hosek, Mex, and Chima, and three different kinds of cars. Chima, as we said before, in the Lotus 7. Mex in the Jetta G16. Leader across start finish. The Devon White Body Special, that comes by, it's blue and orange, sports racing car, and it makes a heck of a noise. I don't know what kind of motor it's got, but it's very quick down the straightaway. So the Devon Wide Body Special's got an American V8 in it, over 5 liters. And here he comes. He's going to come across start finish right now. It roars. Car number 39.
Doesn't make quite as much noise as that Falcon Wilson special.
Yeah, 39 special. That's a special number. 39. That was Bill Scott's number. Bill Scott, a Formula Ford racer of great renown. Chris Fayen runs car number 39. Chris was in Group 4, Wings and Slicks. Ran away with it for a while till he got his hand slapped for jumping the start from pole position. And we ran 39 for a while until we started running car number 13. Promoting my brother's book, The 13th Valley, which was a New York Times bestseller on the Vietnam War. One of the cars that's moved up from 7th to 4th is Kurt Zube. That's a 1962 Lotus 23. Car number 42, and it's black. Again, leader across start finish takes the checker flag. Martin Hamilton, so that's Elva Mark 7S. Second place, Martin Hosek. And Devon Widebody. Kirk Chima was third. Kurt Zube fourth. Hervey Park was fifth. David Porter, sixth place. David Porter moving up from his 9th position qualifying in a Lotus 23B. David Hagan finishes 7th, car number 37. Tom Grudovich is 8th, car number 94. Joseph Borch 3rd, car number 57, finishes 9th. And Mark Carluzzi finishes 10th, car number 25. So that's our 9 groups of cars. And what are we going to do next? I think we're going to eat lunch. So the guys in the booth are going to take some lunch breaks, and those of you on the hill, go on up to the vendors. The food is great. Thanks for coming here. Nice crowd. And we'll start all of this again soon, in about 45 minutes or so.
Thank you very much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we are with the exposition part of the day with the Ragtime Racers, a wonderful group ranging from the West Coast all the way out to a bunch of guys here from the East Coast, gritting up. Here, right in the front row, you've got the number 20 car, the 1911 National, which was a Indy car, placing 6th place in 1911. Next to that is the Packard, the number 16 car, 1912 Packard, the oldest Packard race car in the world. Behind that's Eric Ramos in the number 21, 1916 Hudson Super 6. To the left of him in the 1915 National, driven by Chip Wright. Followed behind there, you've got the 1911 EMF. Next to him is Tom out of Providence, Rhode Island, in the 1906 American. A spectacular car. Behind that, we've got Tyler Gong in the beautiful 1920 Lexington, along with, what do we have here? We've got we got Sam Mann and his beautiful Mercer. What a treat to have Sam out here today, really hitting it hard yesterday, keeping up with the rest of the group with easy. There's the Dyson 1911 Hispana Suiza coming to the back. Now, those guys have put a lot of work into that car over the last year. Not only just that one, the other two cars you'll see on the field as well, the 1904 Napier, along with the 1913 Iasata Fascini. Coming up the back there, a new guy to the group, which is a great car, 1913 Buick. Wonderful car to have part of us this year. It's the first time having him. This is going to be a great day. We're blessed to have a second day in a row of nothing but great weather. We looked like we were going to have a little bit of rain yesterday, but it parted to the north and to the south, and it opened up for another wonderful, wonderful day of racing. We're so happy to be here as the Ragtime Racers, to be allowed to come out to Lime Rock and enjoy the scenery and the support and the enthusiasm. What do you think, Greg? How do you feel today?
I'm feeling really good. I mean, the weather is perfect. The racing's been great. These cars are just incredible.
Oh, they're wonderful. They're an amazing piece of history. I mean, the fact that you get to see these cars not in a museum and out on the track, the people are taking the time. These people are true preservationists of history, bringing it to the people, letting people get a taste of what racing looked like back then.
If you remember from yesterday, we had some cars that were towed in that didn't have crash damage, and hopefully they're all repaired.
Every single one of the cars got repaired.
One of them won't be a problem because he said his problem was he ran out of gas.
One car, well, actually two cars kind of had fuel issues, but that's it. Here we are. If you look at this lineup of cars, and it's kind of a hard thing to fathom. I mean, you've got 16 cars out on the field, and if you were to collectively put that together on an average of 100 years apiece in age, we're looking at 1,600 years of technology flying right by us, and that's something that you really never get to see other than maybe a couple cars at a museum in a static display. So just the sound of the cars, they look so beautiful, but when you hear them start up, they give this menacing kind of vibe. I've never really experienced anything like that before, something that's so welcoming, but at the same time kind of gives like small chills run down the spine of your back. Here comes that number 7 car, the 1913 Buick, just coming right across the straight. This is great. What do you think about the what are we talking about here? Have you had a chance to look at that 1904 American that Tom brought from Providence, Rhode Island?
Let me just tell you, seeing the cars run, 3 of them which are Dyson Racing livered cars, it's thrilling to see how the fans have enjoyed watching these cars run. This was, in their day, state of the art. And it just goes to show you how much it's changed. But the other thing is, it also shows that that is the reason why we are all here today.
Oh, 100%, Rob. And I have to say, having the opportunity a few years back to see that Iasata that you guys brought out to Laguna and to hear it run and to finally see it on the track and really give the respect that that car deserves, the hard work that you guys put into that. Sam did an amazing job getting that engine back together. I could tell that he was wincing a little bit that first lap around the track, wondering if whether or not all the pieces were going to stick together, but 2 thumbs up when he came in to kind of wave at everybody. You guys must have felt really great about that build.
I got to admit, I don't know who's riding in the cars, but I see there are 2 people in every one of our cars, which is great.
Oh, yeah.
But it's just great to see it. And the riding mechanic, people don't realize the riding mechanic was the rear view mirror for these guys.
Oh, yeah.
Not only that, the riding mechanic was the person that made sure that the gas had the pressure in the tank and that the oil was flowing out of the tank into the engine.
And the eyes and ears of the driver, definitely. And not only like were they looking at just oil pressure, but a lot of these cars, what the riding mechanic would do, if he would look back and if he didn't see smoke coming out of the tailpipe, that was his clue to transfer more oil from the rear tank back up into the sump. And also, it's not even just that, because these cars were really raced on road races before Indy ever got built. And a lot of times the riding mechanic, because the driver is so focused on what he's doing that the riding mechanic would have to look off out into the roadway. There might be debris. There could be a wagon hauling hay, all kinds of different things that he would alert the driver to pay attention to so they would stay out of harm's way.
Do you know, Chris, you bring up a very interesting point. Many of these cars were raced in rural streets. And a lot of the time they would have problems with livestock and with other wagons and everything else, and people being out in the middle of the racetrack. In fact, often it was a real problem for the local police and everything, demanding that these guys slow down, and of course, none of them did.
Oh, none of them did at all. I mean, and also, it's not just, you think about this way, you think about the livestock, you think about the wagons. Here they're coming in, they just did a good ceremonial 2 laps for now. They're going to pull off, they're going to switch out some riding mechanics and get back on the track. But back to what we were saying about those roadways and the livestock. But the other aspect of it was actually the spectators. Prior to 1911, no tracks really had any place for spectators to be. So what are they going to do? They're going to go to the best corner to get the best view where the most action is. And that's also where a lot of the problems took place. And that by itself is what pushed the Vanderbilt Cup Series out of New York and off into Savannah because of crowd control.
Yeah, one of the things is that in the old days, it was in the fairgrounds when they ran the horses, and then they'd move the horses off and run the race cars. And so depending on where everybody was, including the people with the horses, when they moved out of the way for the race cars to get on the racetrack, and obviously when they were on the racetrack to stay off the racetrack.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Now you take all of those risks that are in front of you right at that moment. Now compound that with tire technology, suspension, and all the other things that are going to get in the way to create a safe ride. They didn't have an inability to actually go fast. They just had a hard time doing it safely. One of the things I think is really fascinating about these cars, their ability to reach 100 miles an hour is pretty average across the board. We definitely don't drive those cars at those speeds today, but imagine that, doing 80 to 100 miles an hour on a country road with rear brakes only. And to be honest with you, the brake technology was really, it was kind of a joke. It's like you got to say you had brakes, but they really only work when the car's almost stopped.
Well, when you have someone like Butch Leitzinger running a car that was built and raced in 1904, it's a wake-up call to him that he thought he knew what it was like to drive a race car, but this kind of is additional to his copybook. So it's kind of interesting to see Butch, especially, who's out in the Napier, to see how he's adjusting to actually driving a car with this kind of technology, or the absence of technology.
And he's doing a great job. Look at him gripping the wheel and heading down there like he's driven the car before. Also, the Napier is a funny car because ergonomically, when you get in that car, when you grab the handbrake, your mind wants to tell you to pull that thing back, and that car is exact opposite of any other car.
Exactly. The thing that's interesting about all of these cars is it's the basics. And it's the basics that still count. Oil in the crankcase, fuel in the tank, and water in the radiator. And believe it or not, that's really one of the key components of every race car that races with an internal combustion engine. They have all of those ingredients. So if any of that part doesn't work, then the car's out of business. But Chris, you're right when you talk about running on tires that are 2, 3, maybe 4 inches wide.
Well, they got 2.5 inches of traction per tire that's actually touching the road.
Compared to what the modern race cars have, you can see why they're faster.
Oh, and how about the way they got to set their camber up? Because you're talking about 26-inch rims, right? These things are high, they're up there. Everybody looks at the camber and they go, what the heck's going on with this camber? And what they're doing, they're still pulling technology from wagon days of like, these are big wheels, we're going to set high camber so when we go into the turns, we can drive through them straight. But back to that 1904 Napier, which is an amazing story, is imagine this car coming all the way from France to Daytona in 1904 to set a land speed record. Can you imagine the 6 to 8 weeks that it takes just to get across the pond, get to Daytona, right? Be out on this beach and try to make the world shine. Look what's going on out right past the front straight. We got the 1912 Packard driven by Charles Test along with Eric Ramos in the 1916 Hudson Super 6. And of course, in the lead is Brian Blaine in the number 1911 National.
The other thing is these cars didn't arrive to the racetrack. Most of the time, they came by train.
Oh, yeah.
They were dropped off by the nearest depot and then pulled by horses to get to the racetrack.
You know, the best story that I've heard so far about cars on trains going across country to go racing is that the 1910 Buick team built a car coming from Santa Monica to Lookout Mountain in Chattanooga to do a hill climb race, and they built an underslung Buick on the train car while going in a boxcar. They put that whole thing together, and as you can imagine, there's no body, there's nothing on it. Just trying to get those bolts in the holes as they were click-clacking down the tracks must have been one heck of a challenge.
Well, you know, where there's a will, there's a way, and every race crew does that in some way, manner, or form. If there's a race, you got to be there. When the flag drops, the car has to be ready.
Oh, 100%. And you'd have to say that if there is any representation of where there's a will, there is a way, it's this style of car. Because not only the braveness the driver would have to have, but let's not overlook the ride-along mechanic, I mean, who oftentimes didn't get the credit that was deserved. I mean, these guys would get shot out of the cars would roll over. People oftentimes say, well, these cars need safety belts. It's like, well, that's like putting a safety belt on a motorcycle. The safest thing about these cars is when they would roll over, and they did that a lot. They would eject the passenger and driver out of the car. It happened so much, Rob, that they had a term for it called turtling.
A lot of these guys running these cars in the day were brave in every respect. And it's not unlike the modern race car drivers. Those guys are brave as well. But these guys were really hanging it out. And for virtually no money, but just to be a part of the event, which is true of a lot of racers all across the country, all around the world. What they possessed is what the modern race car drivers possess, an undeniable willingness to put their fears away, forget what their normal life is, and drive the car as fast as they can.
100%. I mean, this kind of tenacity and courage is what really drove the Industrial Revolution. You talk about people who were really figuring something out. These were people who were not quitters. They kept going under all odds. I mean, in some ways, you know, you could have a racer, a ride-along mechanic that would get shot from the car, may not make it the next day, and they'd find out that the brother had the same shoe size, and in the car he would go, and they'd celebrate the guy before, and they'd look nothing but forward into the future. It is an amazing part of race history that has really blazed the path for this style of determination to continue on into the future.
And also understand several of these cars have brand names on them. And so even in the day, when early days of automobiles, that the manufacturers felt, as they still do today, that if you put a car on the racetrack, it will sell more product.
100%.
That's as true then as it is today. So when you see the Packards and the Iasata Fraschinis and the Fords and the Nashes, many of these car companies, Duesenbergs and all of that, many of these car companies disappeared. But while they were here, they said, we're going to make it work. Racing is going to work to improve the breed and to sell our cars.
Well, a lot of those large companies that you're talking about, the cream of the crop, such as Marmon, who won the Indianapolis 500 in 1911, the very first race there, they were done. Once they won that big race, as far as they were concerned, why race at all? They just did the biggest and the best. Cadillac did the same thing in 1913, had a great successful season, moved on to just luxury cars. Pierce had a short race history, did the same thing. Duesenberg, who's extremely successful, went on.
Worldwide.
Oh, worldwide.
Duesenberg.
And I'd like to have a shout out to those Duesenberg brothers, Frederick and August, who are out of Iowa, which is my home state. It makes me very proud every time I see their name or see their face in a picture.
But their factory is still located in Indianapolis, and
It's
been adaptively reused, and it's still there, and they've got it decorated for Duesenberg. It's really cool.
One of the greatest mergers in automobile history. EA Cord bringing the Duesenbergs in with Auburn to create a superior. I mean, you're talking about a car that climbed to such heights that when the Depression hit, they were like, we're done. If we can't make the car of the quality we want for the people to buy it, like, we're just not going to build cars anymore.
You know, the interesting thing is you see these cars, one of the hazards, of course, and for the guys following us in the race program is these cars are built loose. The machine work and all of the parts, they go together, but they're a little loose. So there is a little bit of effluent that comes out of these cars periodically, and for all you guys that are starting in the next session, just be a little careful, because we're trying to do our best in these old cars, but it's still pretty tough to keep them all, keep the plumbing as good as it should be.
100%. I feel very fortunate with the shop and the restoration that I get to do and to work on these cars as much as I get to. And when you tell people the tolerances of these pistons, when you're setting them in at 12 thou, modern day mechanics just go, well, how is that even possible? But we're talking about a compression ratio. These cars are all pretty much 5 to 1. 6 to 1. So the compression ratio is really low. They're designed to run on a type of fuel that all the fuel has to do is share a specific gravity and a similar BTU to be able to atomize, because it doesn't take up that much force, I believe 2,600 pounds, to drive a piston down into a hole. And the more pistons you have, the less effort it takes to do.
Chris, what do you reckon the average weight of these cars is?
The average weight of these cars are anywhere between 2,200 to 2,600 pounds. And 26 would be a big car, because starting in the Vanderbilt Cup Series, they actually lowered that. They put a minimum weight or maximum weight of 2,400, because cars like this 1906 American that you see going by, beautiful car, not necessarily a car that you have seen, but the sentiment of it really represents chitty chitty bang bang and the heaviness of what these cars looked like before they put safety regs on. Because these cars with huge displacement, a lot of weight, Rob, when they would lose control, there was no stopping them with these crappy brakes that we talked about earlier.
True enough. Boy, are we lucky with the weather. This is just fantastic. All you fans out there, you're seeing motor racing history at one of the greatest racetracks in the country, if not the world, and you're seeing some of the finest.
Isn't that a sight right there, though, Rob?
Finest antique automobiles. These cars are, none of them are younger than 110, 115 years
100%.
old.
100%.
So you're seeing real racing history.
I see a truck going out right now. I don't see anything over on the turns. I see there's the Bergdahl, the 1911 Bergdahl, driven by Brody Blaine, off to the front. I don't see anything over there. I do see a truck going out. Oh, here we got another round of cars. We got the Sam Mans Mercer. Boy, he's doing a great job in that car. And then look at that. There's Dale Kreitz coming down the straight with his son in the 33 1911 EMF. Here comes the Isotta Fraschini. Boy, that car really does sound great. I tell you, hearing it a couple years ago and hearing it now, it's a night and day difference.
Yeah, Sam in the shop really loved that engine. And I invite all the fans to come on down to the Dyson Racing setup and take a look at the car. He did a phenomenal job, really starting from zero.
Oh my gosh, yeah, 100%. The trials and tribulations that the rotating assembly had itself, going from point A to point B, while everybody, I mean, you rarely hear about a crankshaft having its own handler. like you'd almost get a seat for it, put the seatbelt over, fly first class and make sure nobody looks at it. But
really, all you fans up there on the hill really ought to come down and see these cars. And we'll be here all weekend. And we'll be running them today, and then we'll be running them Monday as well. So come on down and visit. We'd love to have you down.
The one really neat thing about that Isotta, it has something going on with the crankcase that no one else gets to ever see on any other car. And that is when you open up the bonnet and you look down, you actually have inspection windows to see the crank and make sure the connecting rods are doing what they need to be. So you can get right in there, pull some caps off, take some shims out, tighten it up, get on back down the road. I have not seen that on any other vehicle.
Yeah, it's one of those funny things that you can look right inside the engine by looking through the window, and clearly modern cars you don't do that. The other thing that is interesting here is the differences that they have in all of these cars in design. If you take a look at how the engines are built and how the engines are designed, they're all a little different, but they do the same thing. And what happened was, as the state of the art changed, people copied and they learned and they studied what other guys had done, and they did a little tweak to make it a little bit better. So it really was, these are the guys that kind of set the table for the improvements of the cars that kept going on and are still going on today.
You know, when you talk about all the differences these cars have and the technology and the innovations that took place, you know, it really, there was over 2,000 car companies in North America alone prior to 1920. And one great thing to think about with these cars is just friction material. The types of clutches, once you start digging into all these different cars and you start going like, well, how many kinds of clutches that you can make? About a third of the cars that are on the track right now, the clutches are made out of leather and they're coned. And you're like, what the heck is that about? The 1916 Hudson Super 6 has a cork clutch, which Hudson ran that up to 47. This would have been their earliest iteration. But what they believed with a cork clutch is that it allowed the car to have a smoother shift from start, less chattering. And then there, of course, there's the multiple disc clutches, dry, wet, so many different variations.
But this is the way automotive history is made, and we're pleased and honored to be here at Lime Rock, be able to show it to everybody.
Oh, I mean, with this backdrop, I really think it's the back. You can go to a lot of racetracks, and there's a lot of concrete in the background. There's all these different things. But to see these cars on this track, like we're looking out on this beautiful grassy knoll with an old colonial building with beautiful forested hills. I mean, there couldn't be a better backdrop for these cars.
Because many times that's what they were racing in.
Oh, 100%. You know, I'd like to point out also, here we got, that's the number 21, the 1916 Hudson Super 6 coming in. Yesterday, that car had some fueling issues, and I'm wondering if that's going to be the same thing today. Most likely, other than that, the car does run great. I think Eric Ramos he doesn't look upset, and that's a good thing, and there's nothing broken, so most likely fuel-related.
And doesn't look like anything leaking underneath either, which is really
good. There's a... You know, we talk about the differences of these cars. One thing to note, as you see the cars go around the track, notice the different length and wheelbases. The wheelbases will determine what the car was kind of used for and how competitive they were. As you come out of the aughts, the builders of these race cars realized that these shorter wheelbases gave them a lot more agility in the turns, and they could more safely navigate at higher speeds coming down the track. Here's these two guys coming at it right there. And they're doing, look at that, that's Brian Blaine and Charles Test, really side by side, going right by, waving at each other, waving their fists, trying to go faster. I like the competitive spirit that exists with these old cars, even though they're just out there having fun, but they're still kind of taunting and teasing each other on the track and putting on a great show.
When you talk about different wheelbases, one of the other things related to the wheelbase is that it dictated a whole lot of other things. And I know in the Hispanio Suiza, it's such a small little car. You got to everything is compact, including, ironically, the gas tank, which we've just started to figure out. Because what put that car off yesterday was the fact that we ran out of gas because we didn't fill it enough. Well, so there are different fuel mileages in each one of these.
Oh, 100%.
Each one of these cars, and there's no balance or performance making them equal.
Well, a great way to look at it, the ISOTA machine just went by right now. That's a 105-inch wheelbase. You saw the yellow car, the Lexington that Tyler Gong's driving around. That's a hill climb car specifically. That comes in at 102. But the Hispana is very interesting because that's a 94-inch wheelbase. I mean, I just built a hill climb car that's 91 inches. And to see that Hispana, which wasn't necessarily a hill climb car, but they were really focusing on that quickness, that agility, that small wheelbase, in and out, like a smaller displacement, lighter rotating assembly to get some higher RPMs. That was a mighty little car for its size. They just came in off the track. They look happy though. I will say that, Rob.
Well, I think they're running. I think they're running out of gas.
Oh, maybe they didn't put enough gas in it. They knew that yesterday, though. Maybe they didn't know they were going to use
We're-
that much gas.
We're learning. This is the first time we've actually run this car.
But I see nothing but smiles down there.
But you can see that is probably one of the smaller cars that we're running this weekend.
Oh, it is the smallest car.
Is it? Okay,
yeah,
good,
the
good.
next one up is going to be the Lexington at 102-inch wheelbase. It's funny. The track width on that car is a little smaller as well. I think by about 4 or 5 inches smaller width-wise. It's a fantastic car, though.
Well,
And there it
Michael
goes.
Schramm, who's not only a member of the Lime Rock Drivers Club, but he's also a Daytona 24-hour winner. His car, he won the Daytona 24-hour, and in a GT Porsche, which will probably be the last GT car to ever win the Daytona 24 hours. He ran it with Kevin Buckler and Timo Bernhard, and was able to outlast everybody in that terrific race.
You know, it'd be really great to talk to some of these drivers that have such successes in modern day cars and to find out kind of their blow by blow. Because I will have to say that these cars, I mean, for spectators, you don't realize how terrifying these cars can kind of feel on the track. I often say that this is the scariest you'll be at the slowest speeds. Like, there's nothing else like it. I was with an IndyCar F1 driver a few weeks back at Indianapolis Raceway Park. He was in the car with me. We got out. I said, what'd you think? This guy drives Indy cars. This is what he does for a living, F1 driver. He goes, this is the scariest thing I think I've ever done. And I'm like, seriously?
No, fire suits, no seat belts, no helmets, no, other different pieces that are kind of the de rigueur now that nobody even thinks about.
And the checkered flag is out. It looks like they just threw that. It looks like it really did look like Brian Blaine and Charles Test are right there in first and second. Then we've got Chip Wright in his 1915 National, nicknamed the Flying Pumpkin for reasons I don't need to explain. And then we have coming down the pipe, there's Tyler Gong in that Lexington with the 102-inch wheelbase and that beautiful Mercer. And look at the Kreitzes in their 1911 EMF, which is a car that was in the Savannah races after they left Vanderbilt Cup Series. And the state of Long Island pushed them out. So that's supposed to be a surviving car. Look at that Napier. Nothing like that radiator, people. That is an amazing radiator.
When he stopped, I know when Sam stopped, I noticed that his girlfriend got out of the car. Probably wisely. But anyway, this is we invite everybody up in the paddock area, everybody up on the spectator area, up on the hill. Come on down and see us. We look forward to having you down and taking a look at these miracles of technology in their day.
Well, Rob, it's been a real treat getting to talk to you about these cars and everything that's going on. And also, too, I'd like to say thanks to Rick for having us up here. I mean, this is a nice break from working down in the garage and getting everything ready for the event. And likewise, Craig, thank you so much. My name is Chris Helling with the Ragtime Racers. And have an excellent day of racing. Thank you so much for inviting us here and allowing us to share this wonderful experience with you guys.
As an introduction, Chris helps keep all of these cars running. He does a terrific job. And a great leader to keep these things on the racetrack, and a real expert on all of this stuff that we've leaned on extensively in putting our cars together. And I want to thank you for being here,
Oh,
Chris.
you're more than welcome.
And we'll see you Monday. We're going to be back up here Monday.
And I have to say, this is a wonderful responsibility to take on these cars. And I think with all of our due diligence together, we can take this well into the future.
Good deal. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
So once again, the Ragtime Racers in a paddock, please make sure you come by and take this all in. It is absolutely phenomenal that this group is here. I want to thank Brian Blaine and his group at Ragtime Racers for everything, as well as the Del Monte Race Group down there. And their paddock is an A paddock down near turn number down there inside Big Bend, actually. Paddock inside Big Bend. Also, we have cars in the B paddock area, so make a full-blown tour of the facility.
That car is
The 1950 MGTD Van Newman special that Rob Mason has. There was wood in the body tub on this. The fenders, the hood, the gas tanks, etc. All of it was rebuilt. Again, that was one of the cars that raced in the Pebble Beach road races back in the day. And we're about ready for our midday. Ready for our midday ceremony here, and Mike Joy's down there to host. Mike?
Thank you, Rick. Good afternoon, and welcome everyone to beautiful Lime Rock Park for Historical Festival number 43. A great grand tradition of one of the major events at Lime Rock Park each year, in which we celebrate the history of auto racing. This year from 1911 all the way through the early 2000s. We want to thank all of the drivers and entrants that have brought these beautiful machines to share with you today and Monday on track, and Sunday for Sunday in the Park, a marvelous car show where you will see perhaps 1,000 beautiful street-driven and raced machines all on display around the beautiful mile-and-a-half road racing circuit. My name is Mike Joy. I'm with Fox Sports, and I think I have a mailbox here somewhere because I love this place and it's home to me, just as it's been to Greg Ricks, our announcer at the track for more than 50 years. Greg is ailing, can't be with us this weekend. We want to send him our best wishes and hopes for a very speedy recovery to Greg Ricks. So now, on behalf of CEO Dickie Regal, Charles Mallory, and Bill Rickert, the general partners, and all of the limited partners, the staff and management of Lime Rock Park, I want to introduce our Grand Marshal, racer, philanthropist, entrepreneur, Rob Dyson. Welcome.
Well, here we are back at Lime Rock, and we just saw, you might have heard me before on the PA when we were doing the Ragtime Racers, part of the great roster of cars and events that we've got going on this weekend, and it's a complete honor to be the Grand Marshal. It's always an honor to be at Lime Rock. It's our home track, and good luck to Chris. He's on the pole up at Mosport.
And Chris, of course, is Rob's son, who has a great racing career as well. I know you have a fabulous collection of cars, and many of them are here, and I ask this of every collector. If the tornado warning comes and it's headed straight for your garage, which set of keys do you grab?
You know, that's one of those things, you know, I've got 6 grandchildren, and it's kind of like try to save them all, you know. That's a tough question. They're all a part of my life, and they've all had a part in my life.
Well, folks, I hope you'll come down from the hillside right behind the Skip Barber Tower and get a look at Rob's fabulous collection. We're going to keep you around for the start to do gentlemen's start for today's first race. I'd like to introduce Lime Rock CEO Dickie Regal.
Mike, thank you so much. My first welcome has to be to the thousands of people, all of you that are on Spectator Hillside, in the outfield, at the concession stands, on the Midway Marketplace. Thank you, all of you, for being here once again for Lime Rock's 43rd Historic Festival. It is my distinct honor to welcome United States Senator Richard Blumenthal, who is here with us, as he is just about every year. Dick Blumenthal, you do wonderful things. We don't focus on politics here. The wonderful things you do is your love for Lime Rock Park, and that's why we always celebrate your return here to Lime Rock. Will you please come say hello to your constituents here? Welcome, Senator Blumenthal.
Thank you, Dickie Regal. Thank you to you and Bill and Skip Barber and Charles Mallory. I am always grateful to be here. Lime Rock is a treasure. I brag about it down in Washington, D.C. to my colleagues in the United States Senate. And it's more than just a place. It's a tradition. It's a history. It's values like the United States Merchant Marine Academy, who are here, and all of our armed services. I'm on the Armed Services Committee. We celebrate America, and it doesn't get any better than Lime Rock on Labor Day on a beautiful Connecticut sun-filled day. Thank you so much to all of you who have come to help us to celebrate this wonderful occasion. I'm really proud to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Always great to have you here. And I think we may see him up on the starter stand vigorously waving that green flag. Here it is, back to Mike Joy. Thank you.
To continue with our opening ceremonies, it's my pleasure to introduce the Reverend Johann Johnson, School Chaplain of the Salisbury School.
Let us pray. O God, our most powerful and sustaining spirit, through the long sweep of time and within the vast distances of space, we in this present moment and in this place acknowledge and praise you. We're privileged to come together today at Lime Rock Park on this occasion of Historic Festival 43 and the vintage racing we have the pleasure to celebrate and witness this afternoon. We thank you for all your treasured children involved, from the people who execute the vision of this magnificent park to those who maintain it, to the drivers, the mechanics, the pit crew, and all the professionals who are here to keep us safe. Allow us to honor these wonderful people through their hard work and achievement and the inspiration they give all of us at the fine and meticulous work that they do. Oh God, you sustain us at every moment as we work and weep and worry, as we rejoice and celebrate. You've inspired us with your creativity, displayed throughout this ever-evolving universe, and echoed in these wonderful machines and performances on display today. As we honor all the people associated with these races today, we pray most of all, Lord, that you keep us safe while blessing and guiding us in our steps, not only today, but in our future lives. Let the entire racetrack say, amen. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. How about a great welcome for our color guard from the United States Merchant Marine Academy? Presenting the colors. And since Skip Barber is so synonymous with Lime Rock Park, it is only fitting that our national anthem today be performed by our loved and local Barber Shop Quartet.
Present colors.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's its last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting here in the air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Well done, the Barbershop Quartet. Thank you, gentlemen. As the color guard exits, last night we had a wonderful dinner for competitors up here on the hillside. David Hobbs told the world-renowned parrot joke for perhaps the last time, but we had a great time. There were two important announcements made by Skip Barber about next year's Vintage Festival. One, that Formula Junior would return in great numbers, including cars from England and Europe, and those here in the United States. It'd be great to have them back again. And for the first time in a number of years, historic Trans Am returns to Lime Rock next Labor Day weekend.
Or are they bringing them up to stop drivers? They are bringing them up. They are supposed to bring them up. You can do it up and shut them off and start them up again. Do it right now. And then do it right now.
All right, Rob Dyson, our Grand Marshal, will give the command for those cars down on the false grid to get going.
Drivers, if you haven't, start your engines.
Thank you, Rob. All right, those cars will come to pit lane and be ready to go for race number one. Yes, historic Trans Am is back. They've not been here in several years. Those are the big ground pounders. Parnelly Jones Mustang will be here. Mark Donahue's Javelin and Camaro will be at Lime Rock next Labor Day weekend. Sam Posey's Dodge Challenger will be racing here at Lime Rock. The Owens Corning Camaros and the Jerry Titus Firebird will be here. The Dan Gurney and Swede Savage Cudas. They'll all be part of a big field of historic Trans Am cars that'll be part of our Historic Festival 44 next Labor Day weekend. Mark your calendars right now. Go ahead.
So the first race of the afternoon, Mike, will be the Group 3 War Era cars, their second race of the day. So this is race Group 3, featuring the Del Monte cars from the Pebble Beach races from years past. And in this morning's race, the winner was the 41 of Peter Greenfield, And Peter will be starting in the second position. Ken Turry in his Curtis was second. Jim Bach in his Lotus 7 finished in the third position. So we're underway with the pace lap. Let's take a quick look at the grid. Pole for race number 2 will be the 53 Curtis 500 KS Dodge of Ron Turry. Peter Greenfield in the 33 Alfa Romeo Monza that won this morning. Jim Bach in the 61 Lotus 7. And the grid for race number 2, set by race results from this morning. So the 5th starter will be Marcus Bicknell, one of the Del Monte cars. Marcus, of course, was up here a little bit earlier today. And again, one of the Del Monte trophy car group. Marcus will go from position 5 in the 15C. The 183 is Lars Mapstead in the 52 Jaguar XK120. The 283 is Kurt Barnes in the 51 MGTD. The 3 is a 49 Jaguar Parkinson Special of John Buttlebaum.
All right, as the field is making its way around the course, those of you on the infield hillside, up on Spectator Hill, on the backside, you have something white, take it out and wave it at these drivers as they wish them well before they come down the hill onto the front straightaway and come to speed. So the start-finish tower here, or rather the starter's stand, which used to extend over pit road and then come out here and have room for a lot of dignitaries. It's a busy spot right now. Bill Rickard is up here, Dickie Regal, our Grand Marshal Rob Dyson, and Senator Richard Blumenthal is poised to wave the green flag over our very first race of the day. They'll come down the hill behind the Chevrolet Corvette pace car, which is already well out ahead of the field, and the pace car has come to pit road. Here they are, lining up 2 by 2, staying in formation until they see the flag. Senator Blumenthal, it's in your hands. The green flag waves and we're off.
So the completion of a lap number 1 sees the 41 of Peter Greenfield out front. And that's a 1933 Alfa Romeo Monza. Peter was also in group number 4. So on your program, so to speak, this is group 3. And then we'll have the second race for group number 1, 2, and then we'll go 2-4, and up in the booth with us is James Heth. And James, fill us in a little bit about some of the Del Monte Group cars that are taking part in the festivities here at Lime Rock throughout the weekend.
Sure, thanks, Rick. So these cars, they're very special to all of us on the West Coast. They did race in the Del Monte Forest in Pebble Beach in the early 50s, and we have several of the cars in this group that are from the original racing groups, basically, that ran in the forest, and then they've carried on to run at Laguna Seca for numerous years, including all these cars were at the Historics for the last 15, 20 years, and all of them were just at the Historics this last couple weeks ago. So we're happy to have them out here. Everybody is stoked to be here and to play along at Lime Rock. It looks like we're having some good battles up front. We have Ryan in the Curtis, and then followed by the Streets Manning with Marcus in it. We can't see who went after that. And then we have Buttonbaum just now going into turn 1. And he's a very fast driver. He's taken care of that car for at least the last 20 years. He's driving it very much.
So Buttonbaum in the 3, which is a 49 Jaguar Parkinson Special.
Yep.
Now, not all of these are in the Del Monte portion of the race. The rest of these are war era cars. The ones that are the 63 of Johnny Mote. Am I saying that right?
Johnny Mote. So Johnny Mote and his father's not here this weekend. He had some eye surgery and he was not allowed to fly, so he couldn't go over 5,000 feet. In the Sorel Curtis is God, who do we have? Oh, it's Rob Manson is driving that vehicle, and he's stepping in for John Mote, and then Johnny Jr. Is in the blue Allard that you can see out there, which is a very special car as well. It was a prototype Allard that was run in the forest originally back in the 50s. So a very historical car, lots of great history with that one, more history than I know.
So Ryan Turry is in the Curtis 500, and he's out front at this point, getting around Peter Greenfield. And Peter in the 41, 1933 Alfa Romeo Monza. So Turry, who won this morning's race over Greenfield. And it seems the folks from the Del Monte group that are here, you included, of course, James, are first time here to Lime Rock Park, and what has been the impression by those that made the tow and the trip and to be here at Lime Rock for the first time?
Yeah, so we're all very happy to be here. We were excited to get the invite, and we all came out ready to go and to have a good time, have some clean racing. Nobody likes to see banged up cars, and we don't either. So we came out here with great hopes of running this track. One maybe of the people in our group has run here. Nobody else has. We're West Coast, so Laguna Seca is our home track, and to be out here running Lime Rock has been quite amazing. Beautiful pace. The scenery is amazing. All the people have been really welcoming and great to have conversations with. So we're very happy to be here.
What's the background on the 15C that Marcus Bicknell is driving?
I knew you were going to ask me that, and I don't know enough about that car to give any opinions. I know that it just got restored. John Mote is the one that owns that vehicle. Unfortunately, is not here today. I think it was the 15C. Sorry, that one. Streets
Yeah, my bad.
So it's the Streets Manning. That car was built back here, and it was raced briefly, and then it went to the West Coast, and I believe it ran the first Del Monte Forest race back in the day. I can't remember what position it got, but it has been around for a long time on the West Coast. This is the first time being back here since it went west, so pretty special to have that car back here running on the East Coast in the area that it was born, essentially. And then Marcus has been running that car for probably about the last 8 years. It belongs to Rob Manson, who's been very generous in letting Marcus drive it when he comes here from London, as he will all let you know that's where he is from. But he loves coming here, loves racing it, been doing it at Laguna for a long time, and he knows how to wheel that thing around.
So that's the 15C that Marcus Bicknell is in, and he's currently running in the sixth spot. So the 65 is currently out front, and that's Jim Bach. And Jim in the 65 that started third in his Lotus 7. As all of the races are 20 minutes, and oh my God, my bad. Peter Greenfield's still out front, so it's the 41 of Greenfield, then the 9C of Turry, Bach in the 65, Bicknell in the 15C, and Filiganery in the 928. So pick out another one of the Del Monte cars and let's fill us in on that one. What about one of the, like the Jag or the Curtis that's out front?
Jag, which is not out there currently. So Large Mapstead, he runs this 1951 XK120. This car's been a race car since the early 70s, so it wasn't one of the original, but we couldn't let Phil Hill's estate let us borrow his car, so we opted for the second best, which is this car he has. I've taken care of it for the last 15 years, about 12 years actually, and he's been running it. He does really good with it at Laguna Seca. We had our best lap times this last Historics with a 157, which for a Jag on that course is moving pretty quick. The car works great. It's had a lot of development in the early years before we got it. And as I said, it was raced since the 70s. The original owners that we purchased it from, it was a husband-wife team, and they raced it with CSRG, and they would switch off. So one would race in a group, and then the other would race in another group, and they did that for 20 plus years, including the Historics in it. So it's a very historical car on our West Coast since the 70s, but it doesn't go back to the 50s.
Is that the original car that Phil won with?
It is not Phil Hill's car, but it is the same year, make, and model that Phil Hill won in the original Pebble Beach race.
Do you know where the original car is that Phil won? Because I'm sure that's worth a few pennies.
Yeah, it's in a museum. So it's being held, I don't know what museum it's in, but it's owned by his estate, and it's being lent to a museum. So it's one that I don't know we'll ever see on a racetrack again because of its historic value, but it is still around, and it is able to go look at.
I wonder where his son Derek ever got in that car before it went to the museum, because Derek, who won the Barber Dodge Pro Series championship back in 1998, and Phil's a very special, very humble man, and had a lot of really interesting conversations even at his later years with him as he was mentoring his son on the way up. And Derek, who went on to do some racing after that. Racing at Pebble Beach. In the Pines, as we were talking with Marcus earlier today, is mind-blowing to so many people. So the 1950 MG TD Van Newman Special, what about this one? That's the red number 11.
So this car is very special as well, as all these cars, as I've said. This one was in the original race in 1950. Rob had acquired this car a few years ago and went through the whole thing, got it race ready again, and then this last year at the Historics, we run it at Laguna, and he had a great time in it. Today, his brother-in-law is driving it. His name is Slim, and he's out there wheeling that car around, and he comes from a background of Formula V. So if anybody in here or around here has been in the Formula V game for a long time, you'll know the name Slim. He was one of the original creators of the car, of the Formula V class, and he's been doing it for a long time. Since he's retired, now he does the old racing, but he is a Formula V original, as they would say. This car also, it's gone through everywhere. Watkins Glen, Mid-Ohio, Elkhart Lake. It's been around the country, so to speak. I don't know how long it's been on the West Coast, but it has been numerous years that it's been there. So great car, great to see it out here and back racing as it should be.
The historic value of so much of these cars, not only that raced that are racing in the Del Monte trophy race group, but the balance of the field, for example, with the leader, which is Peter Greenfield, doing double duty, and believe that Ron Turry in the Curtis 9C just got around him, and they're heading to the left-hander. So we've got a new leader, and that being Ron Turry. So Turry has pulled out a 2-second lead now in the 9C over Greenfield. Then we've got a gap back to Jim Bach, who's running in the 3rd spot. What about this Elva, the 814?
Yeah.
What about that one, James? Tell us a little bit about the 814, the 55 Elva Mark One.
So the Elva Mark One, it's being run by Adair, and he's run with us for numerous years. I don't know much about the car as well. Like I said, I only know really much about our own, but we do have some information here. I know he's had it for a long time. It's been in his family. His father is racing in another vehicle in Group 2, I believe it is. So it was built by a gentleman named Frank. It was the first one of his, the first of 10 that he built. This particular one was fabricated from a 1.5, or an engine taken from a 1.5 liter Maserati. The chassis, it's got a crazy chassis number. I don't know what that's for, but it was made into a Maserati Special when it was first registered. It was delivered as a rolling chassis and then registered as the Maserati Special.
So checkers are out on this race. The Lime Rock Park safety team has fired up one of their tow trucks, and checkers are out a little bit early on this race group number 3, but another victory for one of the Del Monte race group cars, and Ron Turry, who won this morning, backs it up with a win this afternoon. Again, their second race of the day, and they will have 2 more races on Monday. So Turry takes the victory in the 9C by 3.5 seconds over Peter Greenfield in the 41, then the 65 of Jim Bach, the 928 of Frank Philandri in his 1951 MGTD, and Marcus Bicknell from England. Marcus is probably not going to be happy with finishing in 5th after what we talked about this morning. He's going to be all fired up.
And also, don't forget, he's from London, not just England. It's a special place. But yeah, he will be a little fired up. He was out there having a good time from what I could see in here, and I'm sure he wanted to move up some positions. But anytime you finish in one of these cars, it's always a win in our book, so we will take that as a victory.
And of course, there's a big difference between central London as well as London proper.
That is also very true.
That's another aside. It's another aside. Well, James, we appreciate your time. It's great to have the Del Monte Trophy Race Group here with us at Lime Rock Park for the first time. Much as it is with the Ragtime Racers, it's like an excellent doubleheader of historic racing.
Yeah, the Ragtime Racers, they're always at Laguna Seca with us for the historic, so I get to see them all the time, and it's pretty special to watch them. And if you get a chance to walk through their paddock area, it's definitely something you should go look at. So try to make time to go down there. And we appreciate being invited out and having this amazing opportunity come and run with you guys here. So thank you very much, and thank you, Rick.
Thanks, James. The paddock area for the Del Monte Trophy Race Group is down inside of Big Bend in a paddock, so stop by there to see the Del Monte Race Group. There's a big tent down inside Big Bend, so stop by there. They'll be back on track on Monday for another 2 races. Thanks a lot, James. Much appreciated, sir.
Thank you.
So coming up next will be Group 1, Race 2. And this morning, Peter Kraus in his 1974 Fiat X19 took the victory over the 88 of Ralph Salomon in his Bobsy and the Lotus Super 7 of Paul Stinson. But for the grid for race group 1, race number 2, on the pole will be the 05 of Craig Chima in his 1962 Lotus Super 7. And next to him will be Paul Stinson. And Stinson, who finished second this morning, start outside of row number 1. Ralph Solomon in the 88-62 Bobsy. He's going to start third. And then the winner from this morning, Peter Kraus in the 35 and the 74 Fiat X19 starts fourth. Starting fifth will be the 64 MGB of Alan Tossler. Starting in the sixth spot is number 256, which is a 1956 Alfa Romeo Giulietta Spider that Roger Casson is driving, coached extensively by the guru of gurus in that team, being the Paul Wilson. And Paul, it's great to see you, sir.
Thank you very much.
It's great to see you. He's the man that's putting the fire under the toes, so to speak, of Roger Casson. So he'll start sixth. Starting seventh will be the number 50 1965 MGB Roadster of Andrew Moore. Then the 341 of Doug Sherpa in the 63 MGB. 69, Ed Bianin in the 57 Alfa Romeo Giulietta Spider. Then the 59 is Dick Burrows in his Alfa Romeo. The 215 is Carl Whitney's Lotus Mark 9. The 19 is a 72 Porsche 914, and that's Ed Medelman. The 55 will be a 1960 Alfa Romeo Giulietta Spider Veloce, and that's Ed Sanson. The 909 is a 67 MG Midget of Noel McCabe. 246, a 59 Alfa Romeo. That one of Stephen Lerman. The 738 is a 61 Austin Healey Sprite of Daniel Dates. 34 is a 56 Porsche 550A of John Romano. 63 is a spec racer that John Meshnick's driving. The 25 Burgundy 1957 Tierra Climax, Mark Sendrin's in that one. The 41 is a 59 Triumph TR3 of Jacqueline Morosa. The 218 1959 MGA of Butch O'Connor. The 126 is a 64 Austin Healey 3000 of John Einhorn. James Stein is in the 358, which is a 59 Porsche 356. We have a 59 Elva Courier that Robert White is driving, and that's the 411. Stu Forer's in the 48 car. It's a 58 Turner, a 27 MGB of Alejandro El Cierro, and that's an MGBB, and that was from 1963. The 27th starting position, car number 3, a 1960 Austin Healey Sprite Mark 1 of Tim Morin. The 135 is a 61 Porsche 356B of Michael Ballo. Michael Jacobitz, and the 26, that's a 1962 Porsche 356, a Lotus 7. From 1959 is Anthony Thompson in the 181. The 311, an MGA Coupe, is James Juhas. Rounding out the field, the 600 is Vikram Soma in an Alfa Romeo, an MGB of Dennis Adair. In the 148, the 62 Sports Renault is Paul Ma and Brian Hunter. In a 59 Volvo Sports Racer, 35 cars took times to prepare the grid. And up front to start this race will be the 05. So the pace cars on pit road, we're looking for the green here on the Sam Posey straight before we see the battle between this variety of different cars. Nice field put together here. As green flag comes out, green flag for race group 1, race number 2, Lotus Super 7, number 7 of Paul Stinson. He jumps into the lead. And that Bob C 88 black and gold car of Ralph Solomon right in the mix as well as the field makes its way through Big Bend for the first time to the left-hander in front of the great crowd here we have at Lime Rock today. Awesome crowd. Thank you one and all for being here. We much appreciate it and hope you're having a good time, as this is a great race group with a lot of diversity, from Lotus Super 7s to the Bob Z. We had a Fiat X19 that won this morning with Peter Kraus. MGs. We mentioned Porsches, Alphas. Austin Healey Sprite in this race as well. So to the line to complete the first lap will be, it's the 7, the 35, and the 01. So it's the 7 of Stinson, the 35 of Kraus, and that 01, 64 MGB of Alan Tosler. Those are your three up front. As the 01 is now taking the lead, as we've seen that car more sideways than not on some of the laps as they headed into Big Bend. One of the views we have, the 63's been towed back to the track, but that is actually from the previous race, so good to get that car back to the paddock so the crew can get to work on that. So we're working lap number 2, and Alan Tosler had a great start, and he was at a good race this morning as well. So to the line, Tosler's out front in that beautifully prepared 01. So it's Tosler in the 01, Stinson in his Lotus Super 7, and then the winner this morning, Peter Kraus in the 35. Ralph Solomon in the 88. Solomon started third. He's now running in fourth. And then it's Andrew Moore, who's in the 5th spot, and he's up after starting in the 7th position. Now Roger Casson, who started in 6th, and he's still in that position, so keep an eye on that car, because we know that Paul Wilson is watching.
He's only 4 tenths behind Morris.
Completing nice 3-car battle, 01, 35, and the 7. And running in that 4th spot is Ralph Solomon. So those 4 running pretty close together. You've got the sedan in that of the 01. And then open top cars, so to speak, running in positions 2, 3, and 4 as they make their way down the Paul Newman straightaway. Headed toward the uphill. And again, if you haven't, please make sure you stop by the Midway, where there's a variety of displays. It's open all weekend in the infield, packed with a variety of vendors ranging from delicious food, racing simulators, and racing memorabilia. Be sure to take a walk through the midway and see it all has to offer. You've got both A and B paddock that have lots of interesting cars. Tosler and Kraus continue this epic battle early in the race. The 01, the 35, the 7, and the 88, your top four. But further back, underneath the Chevrolet bridge, there's another gaggle of 4 different cars. Then trailing that Spec Racer. Tosler leads a 1/10 of a second that time by, and you can put about a paper clip and a half between these cars at times as down the Sam Posey straightaway and now to in front of the spectators in the infield hill. Keep in mind the outfield is also open this weekend, of course. Great to see fans up there. If you want to get a different view, if you're only familiar with the infield, make sure you get over to the outfield. You walk over the Chevrolet bridge down near Big Bend, make your way to the outfield area as well. Totally different view down the Sam Posey straight. You can see over the transporters into the left-hander and even catch a glimpse on the right-hander to head down the Paul Dumas straight. Pretty much on top of Big Bend in that area as well. So a lot of different viewing areas. And then on the back part of the course, so to speak, over by the uphill, there's a couple berms there and other areas around the track. Even coming in this morning, there's a berm that has kind of not a lot of room at the top of it, but a berm built right near the drive-over bridge to get into the infield. And there was race fans there taking their spot at 8 o'clock this morning. Make sure that they had that view. So from there, most likely you get a good view of West Bend. So there's a lot of great viewing areas here at this track. It's been around here for so many wonderful years, so much history here. Peter Kraus, who won this morning, is back out front. So Kraus in that 35 Fiat X19, he gets around Tosler. So Alan Tosler in his 64 MGB, who started in the 5th spot and had a battle with Stinson and Solomon earlier. So that's our 3rd different leader in this race. And Kraus now out front by about a 1.5 seconds over Tosler. Roger Casson running in his 56 Alfa Romeo Gilletta Spider. And he's in the 6th spot right where he started. So Peter Kraus is out front in the 35. So it's a 35. He's now 2 seconds up on Tosler, who's in a battle with Stinson in the 7 in his Super 7. Then it's Solomon, Roger Casson in the 256. Andrew Moore is in that 50 car and joining us again after a walk through the paddock, taking in this and that, getting a bite to eat. Frank Del Vecchio's back, and Frank, you had mentioned
Carl Whitney.
Carl Whitney's here.
When
in
I
a
first
55
started
Lotus.
racing, Carl was already racing. Carl's in car number 215, and that is a Lotus 11 that originally was raced by Dave Belden back in the early 60s. Dave unfortunately passed away, but Carl has been racing that car for at least the last 10 years. Carl is now in 9th place.
So the 218 comes onto pit road and goes behind the wall. The MG 59 MGA of Butch O'Connor.
And Butch is one of the Joyzy boys.
So we have about one more lap in anger yet here. We have the 2 sports Renaults that are in their own little battle now. So the 35 completes another lap. So now we are starting the last lap. Battle for second is heated up. The 01 and the 7 underneath the Chevrolet bridge. And that's Tosler in the 01, Stinson in the Super 7, number 7 through Big Bend. And I got to admit, the 01 of Tosler has really been in the midst of so many different battles here throughout the race. Made his way to the top of the charts, leads on the final lap down the Paul Newman straightaway, Frank, as we're coming to the checkers here for this race group 1, their second race of the day. And
yeah, Stinson's got one chance to make it, coming down the hill, see if he can draft by him by the time he gets to start finish.
So Peter Kraus looking to double his fun here as he's through the downhill for the final time. And to the checkered flag is the 35 of Peter Kraus. He takes the win. The 01 holds on to second. Alan Tosler over Paul Stinson in that 7 car. Then it's Ralph Solomon who finishes 4th in the 88. Roger Casson in the 256. And the balance of the field completes their final lap of race group number 1, race 2 this afternoon. They will have 2 more races, like all the groups will, on Monday. So that will complete race group number 1, race 2, the mid-century GT and under 2 liter cars. So coming up next, the excitement once again
Formula
of
Juniors.
the Jim Haynes Memorial Formula Juniors. That'll be their second race. Joe Colasaco won earlier today, but pretty darn good race up front, especially early for the Group 1 cars. And Peter Kraus comes in the 4th starting spot to take the victory. So congratulations to him. And coming up next will be Group 2, Race 2.
Have you ever done anything with Peter Kraus? You know, he is the genius of computerized car control and data, stuff that, I don't know anything about that stuff. I got a chalkboard, but I know that he is just the guru of that stuff and, has been teaching and coaching that for years.
So, group number 2, the Jim Haynes Memorial 4 Formula Juniors. And the international meeting, so to speak, will be here next year. Probably a bad way to say it, but still, of the Formula Juniors, we have a field of 19 here this year and expect probably double that easy for next year as well. As that'll be one of the feature groups. Also, Historic Trans Am will be back, and that was announced last evening. The Jim Haynes Memorial, longtime promoter here at Lime Rock, being Jim Haynes, and Frank Delvecchio's joined us again in the booth. Now, you had mentioned, I believe, that that Jim Haynes, there's a car in this race that he had formerly raced in. Is that correct, Frank?
That's correct. That's car number 254, and that is a yellow Lotus, 1960 Lotus 18. Joshua Mitchell's driving that car. That car was originally owned by Jim Haynes, and from there it went to Mike Teradash, who's here walking around this weekend. It's the first time he hasn't raced here in 50 years. Mike sold it to J.R. Mitchell a couple of times. Then it went back to Mike at least once or twice, and now it's Joshua's turn. And that car has a lot of history. So keep an eye on it. Car number 254. It's a yellow Lotus Lotus 18.
So this morning we had race number 1. 3 of the first 4 starters all got black flagged because they jumped the start. 2 of them
start fast and start early.
2 of them made their stop. The 4 car did not, so they got docked a lap. Regardless, Joe Colasaco took the win over the 254 that Frank was just mentioning, which is Joshua Mitchell, over the 18 of Kyle Collins, and then Art Hebert in the 8. So the grid for this one, again, this is the Jim Haynes Memorial. On the pole will be Joe Colasaco in a red 1962 Stangelini Delfino. Next to him will be Kyle Collins, number 18, a 60 Lotus 18 Formula Junior. Row number 2 is the 3 of Dominic Colasaco, son of Joe, 1961 Ram Formula Junior. The 4 car is Robert Homke in a 62 Cooper T59. And then it's the 8 car of Art Hebert, a 62 Cooper. The 254 of Joshua Mitchell, who finished second this morning. The 216 is Mark Curry in a 1960 Lotus 18. Then the 24 Cooper of John Goodman, the 9 Lotus of Dave Hagen, Thomas Grudovich in the car number 2 Elva. The 8D is a 1969 Lexus Mark 15 Formula Ford. It's Van Doer. Tom O'Grady's in a Cooper. That's number 53. The 612 is a 1960 Lotus 18 of Joe Fuller. Nick Gruel is in the 63 Lotus 27. That's car 272. 08 is a Brabham of Robert Mirabel. The 33 is Matt Litchie. The 147 is Hunter Nigel Russell or Nigel Hunter Russell. Depends on which way we have it, and I apologize profusely for that because of the entry that I'm looking at. So my bad. Peter Patterson is in the 207, and that's a 59 Lotus 18 and a maroon 1959 Stangelini of Whit Smith. 19 cars qualifying for this, the Jim Haynes Memorial Formula Junior Group 2. This is their second race of the day. So they're making their way out of the downhill, down the Sam Posey Straight to receive the green flag momentarily. They better behave this time. No jumping this time. We have the 4 car taking a peek. So Kawasaki, Homke taking a peek on the outside now of Kawasaki as they're through Big Bend. And these cars always put on a pretty wild race.
Especially lap one. You know, you got to get your positions and be a little aggressive. Stick your nose in where it doesn't belong. Everybody gets through. Nice.
Everybody's going up the stairs.
Nice to see Art Hebert out there, by the way. Art is the son of Bob Hebert, who I went to driver's school here in 1969.
The 30s out front. That's Dominic Kawasaki. The Kyle Collins is in the 18 and Homke's in the 4. Then it's Joshua Mitchell in the 254 as the field working lap number 2. Again, all these races are 20 minutes in duration. Kawasaki was pulled out a lead. But Frank, the battle for second between
Kyle
Collins in the 18 and Homke in the 4. The blue Lotus 18 of Collins and the 62 Cooper of Homke, beautifully trimmed out cars. Both of them are.
If you want to see gorgeous cars, go over to GMT Racing. They've got about 8 of these Formula Juniors over there. This car that's leading right now, Joe Kawasaki, that's a Stengolini, and we don't see too many of the Stengolinis out there. I think there's only 2 of them in this race. Most of these cars are Lotus 18s with a few Coopers. There's a Brabham BT6, Robert Maribel. That's car number 08.
Yeah, Joe Kawasaki in the 30, his son Dominic, do not see that car on the circuit. So the other is not out on course. We've got a car smoking and was unable to catch that number, unfortunately. Apologies for that. We had a car down the San Posey Straight that had a couple puffs of smoke. Regardless, the 30 continues out front. That's Stangelini, Frank, as you mentioned, with the kind of a sharp nose in a way.
Well, this is a rear-engine Stengolini, which again is a pretty rare car. Most of them were front-engine cars. Del Ori is here driving a Porsche. His dad raced Stengolinis back in the early and mid-'60s.
So a pretty sharp looking car. That battle for second continues, as well as other ones through the field here on this glorious day here at the Road Racing Center of the East.
You know, most
Is it still called that or not?
Yes.
The Road Racing Center of the East.
It's
It's
been.
been
It isn't official.
getting corrected up here, of course, by Craig Robertson, who's only worked at Lime Rock for the past 55 years plus. The 4 and the 18, and these two cars.
Yeah,
the
okay.
18
He's
of
in
Collins.
second place. He made a pass.
Homke got by in his Cooper. So we have just the one Stangelini. Am I saying that correctly? Stangolini. Which is the 30, the Stangolini Delfino of Joe Kawasaki, who's running out front. Evidently some issue with the 3 Ram, 1961 Formula Junior of his son Dominic. So that car did not start the race. Hopefully we'll see him back out on Monday. The 147, that's an interesting car, even though it's running kind of back in the field, but still, the blue and yellow 1960 BMC Huffaker Mark I.
Yeah, special
An
build.
unusual,
Yeah,
unusual looking car.
special build. There should be one other Stengolini out there, but it's not the rear engine, I don't believe. It's a that's car number 576. It's a maroon one driven by Whit Smith. So all of these cars weigh about 900 pounds. Their motors are between a liter, which is 61 cubic inches, and 1.1 liters, what's that, 69 cubic inches. They put out at about 120 horsepower, and they rev to about 9,000 RPM, unless you're Mike Rand, who used to rev his to 11,000 RPM. Mike actually won the national championship in a Formula Junior car in 1969. Actually, back then we called them Formula C. That was kind of the evolution. At first they were juniors, and then the C's were, well, I'd say they were a little quicker. They had disc brakes all around, a little better aerodynamics, and wider tires. All of these cars are running on Cooper little skinny tires. They're about 4.5 inches wide in the front and about 5.5 in the back.
Well, the power to weight ratio is pretty extreme. And when you're pushing 9,000 RPM, that's why you're getting the great sound out of the engines on these cars. As we are now full course yellow. Understand that it's the 9 car of Dave Hagen that is off course. Over in the right-hander, we understand. So we're a full course yellow. The Chevrolet Corvette pace car about ready to, safety car able to head out onto the circuit, as well as Lime Rock Safety. And we are under a full course yellow in the Jim Haynes Memorial for Formula Juniors.
I think they're going to do a pull, with cars going around, because if it's in a safe spot, they'll do that pretty quick.
And there's room over there, depending on where, obviously it depends on where he's off. So driver's left, he's off driver's left. So we'll have to see whether we're able to get back to green flag conditions. Craig Robertson, what's the pace like, the safety car here at
It's
Lime
the
Rock
car
Park,
from
please?
Miller
Because
Motorsports, and it's a McLaren Artura.
a McLaren Artura.
Artura. A-R.
So my bad.
So much for that, huh?
Well, I'm looking at the big Chevrolet banner here, and my bad, 30 lashes, maybe 50.
We had Chevy pace cars for the NASCAR.
I'm up here just playing around in the booth again, as usual.
He's good, but he's not that.
Right. My wife said, if you stopped drinking, you'd have enough money to buy one of those McLarens. I go, well, do you drink? She goes, no. She goes, well, where's yours?
Yeah. There you go. So the field coming down the Sam Posey Straight under the control of the McLaren safety car.
Trying to keep those little skinny tires warm, so they're weaving back and forth. Not so much pickup. They really don't pick up much rubber, but they got to stay warm in order to stay sticky. So you'll see the cars doing the little zig and zag.
Yes. So under this full course caution, led by the McLaren safety car, Joe Colasaco, as we believe we're coming back to green. So Colasaco in the 30. We'll see whether Homke in his Cooper able to make the move going down into turn number 1, being Big Bend, of course. Big Bend into the left-hander, then the right-hander onto the Paul Newman straight, through the uphill, down the short chute, to West Bend, down the hill underneath the Bailey Bridge, into the downhill, onto the Sam Posey Straight, here in front of the Skip Barber Tower.
How many laps do you think you have of this track, Rick?
Personally,
Thousands?
I have probably about 50.
Oh, is that right? I think I have thousands.
Frank, I think you probably have.
McLaren's coming in.
Here it is. Okay.
So the McLaren safety car is in. Colasaco brings the field back to green with the 4 of Hemke, Collins, and dropped the hammer a little bit early anyway. So this Formula Juniors, Jim Haynes Memorial for Formula Juniors back underway. And that fight for second spot re-engaged, and sitting there in that 4th spot is Joshua Mitchell. Yes.
Yeah, how about that, huh?
The young man, Joshua Mitchell, in his Lotus.
Ex-Jim Haynes,
Jim
Formula
Haynes
Junior
car, as we said.
Very,
and
very
he
cool,
is
huh?
right there. So if there's anyone falters in that engagement for the second spot, that car's right there to pounce. So more history. Is there going to be more history with that car, Frank?
Oh, look at second and third place. I mean, they are nose to tail. We're going to have a draft by attempt. Collins, does he do it? No, can't do it.
These two guys are having a heck of a lot of fun.
But of course, when they do that, they're slowing each other down a little bit. That allows Joshua Mitchell to close up half a second or so. But I don't think we have enough time for him to catch up, though.
And meanwhile,
that's a great
running
battle.
away again is Joe Colasaco.
Italian car.
In his
Stangolini.
Stangolini.
Yeah, all these other ones were built in England.
Yes, we have Lotus in this. We have have Coopers.
Brabham.
We have an Elva,
Yeah.
an Lexus Mark 15, a Brabham BT6.
Yeah.
As we will be 1 to go with the line for the 30 of Joe Colasaco. Emke is running in that second position in his Lotus.
Looks like Hemke opened
So
up
we're
about a
working
car length or two.
final
And
lap.
now they're side by side now.
And Collins
I mean,
making
they
up
are
a heck of a lot of
sideways,
ground.
hanging it
Side by
out.
Side down the Paul Newman straightaway, headed to the uphill, which should be pretty exciting. We don't have a visual. But those two cars side by side through the right-hander, Frank.
And
Hallelujah.
sideways. And you can drive these cars sideways. You can throw them out, and they're very forgiving most of the time. Here we go.
Through the downhill for the final time to the line to take the victory is Joe Colasaco. The 4 able to hold on. Robert Emke in his Cooper holds on to the second position. And then it's Kyle Collins in his Lotus. Coming home in third, Joshua Mitchell in the 254. Former Jim Haynes driven car many, many years ago. Finishes in the 4th position with Thomas Grudevich in the 2, who started in 10th, and he finishes in 6th spot in his Elva, followed by Mark Curry in the 216, Joe Fuller in the 612, Simon Dorr in the 8D, and Robert Mirabel in the 08, rounding out the top 10. Margin of victory 1.29 seconds at the line by Kawasaki over Robert Emke. A pretty entertaining race for Formula Junior. And
Looked like a Formula Ford race.
it was awesome.
You know, it was great.
It was awesome, just like pretty much every other race that happens here at Lime Rock Park. Coming up next will be group number 4, because we've already had the group 3 race, which is the first one to take place after our ceremony here at the start-finish line. So next up will be group number 4, the Wings and Slicks and Formula Fords.
There's the finish for race 1.
Thank you.
So this is the chaos race. We've got cars with 300 plus horsepower and running with cars that have 110 horsepower. So some of us in the Formula Fords, we feel like pylons out there. But again, we have our own race going on, and it's a good group. I'm sure that David Porter will be out there. And how do you pronounce that? Toj? T-O-J? Toj. Toj line, I guess. Yeah, that's a BMW motor. It's got about 290 horsepower. And of course, he battles. Who does he battle? He battles Chris Fan in that 2-liter Formula car.
Well, taking the victory this morning was the 62 of Mitchell Idle in his Chevron. Second was the 62 of Mitchell Idle was the winner in the 75 Chevron B31. Finishing second was the 52 of Dave Handy, 1980 Ralt RT2 Can-Am.
Yeah, that's because right at the end we had Collins and Porter. Well, I think Collins went off and Porter had a jam on his brakes, so he went off. And yeah, you put 4 wheels off, you got to come into the pit box and get your hand slapped.
Takes him right out of the race there, eh?
Absolutely.
Yes.
And of course that happened to Fan when he jumped the start. They made him come in and do a stop and
Yes,
go.
the 39 who started on the pole and will for this race.
I'll bet he doesn't jump the start this time.
But he worked his way back up the field to finish in 4th spot after starting on the pole, but it was pretty blatant, Frank. It's something that some of us have seen Frank Delvecchio do in the past. But that's another story. So, again, the 62, the 52, the 8 were the top 3 in the race this morning. The grid, though, looks like this. It'll be the 39 of Chris Fahan and his 2000 Van Diemen. On the pole, next to him will be the 205, 1975 Toj SC205 of David Porter. So we've got an open wheel car and then a sports racer next to him. The 8 is Kyle Collins, 72 Chevron. And then it's the 52, 1980 Ralt of Dave Handy. The 62 Chevron of Mitchell Eitel, Todd Sharon in a Formula Mazda. And then it's Glenn Taylor in a 71 Ensign LNF3. Ben Sinnott is not driving the Scudiere Italia Formula One car, is our understanding, right, Craig Robertson? Yep. We believe he's going to be in a Lola, if I recall, but that's unconfirmed. And if he is, then he's starting at the back of the field. 12 is Josh Lewis in an 85 Lola T598. Tom Kane in the 83 Tiga, number 51. Then it's a 937 Formula Mazda of Anthony Antonucci. Joe Blacker is in the car 290, which is a 99 Lola 290. The 0 is a 79 Crosley 35F of Tim Hammond. Kurt Usby's in his 69 Chevron B16. The 77 is Matt Schifferly in a 71 Lola. And Ben Sinnott, we see, is actually going to be in a pink car, as the legend himself has joined us in the booth. Number 53 will be a Lola T492 of Ben Sinnott, making his debut this weekend in that car. I don't think that car's turned a wheel yet this weekend. And he's going to be starting in the 12th position. And the balance of the field being Dominic Incantopu in the 27, and through the balance of the field, but in the booth with us now is David Hobbs. And David, being a special guest here at Lime Rock this weekend, I'm sure you signed a few books. Hopefully you sold at least 3,000 in an hour. Habbo, before we get to this, if you don't have your copy of the book Habbo, get one. It is and I'm not saying this just because you're my friend, David. It is the most entertaining book from the early days with your parents, right up through the time I saw you in 1968, which was the first time, and I know you get sick of me talking about it because John Wire made you give up the win, which is, feel free if we want to talk about that. But David, who has competed in everything from Formula One in the 71 U.S. Grand Prix, Mark Donahue couldn't make it. Hobbs jumps in the car, finishes. Skip was in that race as well in 71. But I hope you had a good time at the book signing. David, it's so awesome to see you again and to be back here at Lime Rock.
Well, Rick, it's great to be with you again. We worked together for so long there with Speed Vision many years ago, and it was always good fun to work with you and the guys from Speed. And obviously it's wonderful to be here. We had a book signing this morning. I think we sold quite a few books. Sold a few last night at the party up in the fan tent. And yeah, I'm very kind of you to say it's a good, entertaining book, because even really Sam Posey, my close friend but fierce rival, even Sam said it's the best racing book I've ever read. Well, coming from Sam, that is high praise indeed. Unless, of course, he had his fingers crossed behind his back when he was saying that.
We had a little help. I know Bob Barsha helped a little bit with
Bob
that.
Bob Barsha helped to start with.
And then who helped finish it up?
Well, I finished up with, I'm having Andrew Marriott.
Yes, with Andrew Marriott.
Who is a great automotive rider from England.
Yes.
And the book was published in England, and it's sold quite well. It's a niche book. I mean, you're not going to sell.
Well, you've got to pick one. People need to pick that up.
Yeah.
It's awesome. Yeah, Andrew, a character in himself.
Absolutely.
I worked with Andrew in the past as well. He's a great guy.
Well, you came to Le Mans with us a few times.
And the stories. The story. So, anyway, many laps here at Lime Rock Park. Race Formula 5000 here. You race Trans Am here. Did you run Can-Am here?
No, I never drove a Can-Am car here. I drove IMSA, of course, quite a bit.
Yeah.
Starting with the BMW 320, then in the Porsche 935, and of course that BMW prototype in 1986. No, 1980, which was not terribly successful, unfortunately. But then in 1986, with the BMW again, they had the new March prototype, which was pretty fearsome. We had a lot of mechanical issues to start with, but once we got it sorted out, it was the car to beat. And unfortunately, at the end of the season, BMW North America decided not to continue the program. But they've been in and out, obviously, many times since. So, yes, it was a shame that, because it was really getting good.
And your teammate that year
was John Watson.
Yes.
Winner of the British Grand Prix and winner of the Long Beach Formula One Grand Prix, starting on the back. And he came through to win it.
And then both of you won the 6 hour.
Well,
Glen,
we didn't.
right?
No, our teammates won that.
Your teammates.
I was on the front, along with Davy Jones. Then Watty and I had some sort of overheating issue. And Davey and
Green
John
flag
definitely
on
won it.
this race. We're just going to get this started as the 8 out front of these sports racers by and large. But the Camel GT series that from that era was some awesome stuff, David.
It was a great championship, and of course we went from when John Bishop told us all out in a place called Hallett, Oklahoma, that the following year we were going to have the GTP cars, and those GTP cars came in. Unfortunately, the BMW was not the best start, but Brian Redmond drove that Lola T600 and absolutely walked the championship, and that was a fantastic car. And I drove a few laps in that car at Sebring in the 12-hour. I'll let you go over the. Oh, here we. This is
So the completion of lap number 1, it's the 8 out front of Kyle Collins, then the 52 of Dave Candy, Mitchell Itels in the 62, and then the 812. Now where's Feehan? Feehan started last. Oh, that's right. Yes, he jumped the start. So now he's out back again. Oh my Lord. There we go. So he's out front. You have some memories of Skip? Some memories?
Well, actually, my first memory of Skip is that, funnily enough, a guy whose name absolutely escapes me, but Skip will have it etched on his brain, asked Skip to drive he was going to form a new Formula One team, and he asked Skip to drive it.
Was that the Gene Mason?
Gene Mason,
Yes,
exactly.
The
And
Genesee Beer Wagon was one of them.
Then he asked me to drive as well. I thought, well, these two guys, bit of a gap to the lead.
Yes, but I think that actually Genesee Beer Wagon was a different series. But anyway.
Well, in the end, of course, the whole thing
Working was so. Tell us a story about that.
Well, it's all so long ago, Rick, I can hardly remember
that's
the
okay.
details. I mean,
Make it up.
Well, I do make most of my stories up anyway, but Skip will have it etched on his brain, for sure. But yeah, Gene Mason had us all very excited. He got all this money and he got all this sponsorship, and we were going to do this, and we were going to win the world championship, and blah blah blah. And of course, the whole thing just turned out nothing. Nothing happened at all. No cars, and of course, eventually no Gene Mason, and unfortunately, of course, no money, which is more to the point. Because in those days, drivers didn't have to bring the money; that they went to the money, and they drove for money, which was provided by other people. Now the guy says, "Would you like to drive in our factory team of, GP2?" Sure, that'd be great. Lovely. Well, can you bring $2 million or $3 million? It's all got right out of hand, I'm afraid. So there it is. That's the way the world is getting expensive, and racing probably more expensive than most. So it was a bit disappointing that we didn't get that together, because Skip and I would have made a good team. We had a 2-car team.
Underneath the Rob Dyson tent is the Carling Black Label sponsored McLaren.
That was a lovely car to drive.
Drove, right? And
Yep.
that was, tell us a little bit about that car. Just because it's
Well,
here this weekend.
I drove for Roy Woods in 1973, who had this sponsorship from Carling Black Label. But Roy rather overdid it. He had an Indy car, had a Formula 5000, and a Can-Am car. They were all Carling Black Label cars. I drove the Can-Am car and the Indy car. He wanted me to drive the 5000, but I stuck to Carl Hogan.
Was that the Hager Slacks car?
That was a Hager Slacks car.
Yes. Great commercial. You did a great commercial with that.
But Roy sort of spent pretty much all of Carling Black Label's money. The guy that was the president of Carling Black Label got pushed out. And they said, but the one thing that Carling did like was they had all the beer distributors went to the Indy 500, and they had, I don't know, a couple of hundred distributors there. Big crowd in 1973. And although I didn't finish the race, well, I did finish the race, I finished in 10th. In the Eagle, for Roy, they said, but we would like to sponsor David in the 500 in 1975. So Jim Kaiser and Dick Van der Veen took the proposal to McLaren, and McLaren ran the car with Carling Black Label colours. And of course, Johnny Rutherford was driving an unsponsored car. I started on about the second or third row. Johnny started near the back because he had some issue in qualifying on the first day. And of course, he went on to win the race. He won the race and I came fifth, so it was a pretty good day for McLaren racing at Indy, and a good day for David Hobbs. And I won $33,000. I think fifth place this year won about $300,000.
I had a couple zeros from them. Your races at Indy were up and down, I guess you
Yeah.
could say. I mean, you raced for a few different teams.
Well, the first one was for Roger Penske in 1971. And I was driving the car that Mark had driven the year before, which was the Lola. Starting line was a Lola with the Ford V8 engine, the big V8 engine. And Mark was driving a new McLaren, which of course was the first car with wings. And the two factory McLarens and Mark were so fast all month that they looked like they were going to absolutely walk it. And unfortunately, in the most un-Penske-like fashion, Penske guys decided to lighten the gears for the race. So they drilled all the gears to lighten them, because that LG gearbox was heavy. And Mark, although he didn't get the pole, much to his absolute disgust, I remember being in the garage, the old wooden garages, you know, green in the alley, and gasoline alley, and Mark was all preening, having set a new, by far, a new track record. And the press were all in there saying, "Oh, congratulations, pole position." the voice of Indianapolis came from the background and said, "And we have a new track record." And Mark went the same colour as these bits of paper. He went absolutely short white. So, but he did start on the front
Probably
row.
Tom Carnegie back then.
Tom Carnegie, exactly. A Tom Carnegie record. Yeah, and but Mark in the race, I mean, he soon rushed up into the distance, and I'm running around about fifth or sixth, and obviously going to be rookie of the year by a country mile. And first of all, Mark drops out, gearbox broke. Surprise, surprise. He's parked at the side of the road up between turns 3 and 4, which in those days they just left the cars there. And then I had a refueling stop, and of course in those days the cars held 75 gallons of fuel. So the difference between fuel full and empty was hundreds of pounds. So they were very different handling beasts, and obviously a lot slower acceleration. And I'm coming off turn 4, and there's suddenly this most almighty bang and crash and clattering going on. I thought the engine had gone, but of course it was the gearbox. So I'm looking for somewhere to park it, and I'm thinking I'm going to pull it at the end of pit straight, put it on the grass at the end of pit exit. And I'm looking in the mirror, thinking, where the hell's Rick Muther gone, who was right behind me going through turn 4? Well, Rick had swerved to miss me when the car suddenly stopped. And there he hit the wall on the inside, bounced off the wall, and then hit me. And we both went spinning down the main straight. And so we were out. So Penske went from a sure win, and probably 5th or 6th for me, and rookie of the year, to both cars wrecked. And he went to see Teddy Mayer, because he was running McLaren North America in those days, and said, "Well, I'll have 2 of those now." And Teddy said, "No, you won't." He said, I'll replace Mark's, but I'm not going to give David Hobbs' car as well. So, you know, so I didn't do the Pocono or the Ontario 500s, because Roger said, you know, obviously, if you don't have a wing car, you're out of luck. So I didn't do them, but, and then the next, well, 2 years later, I drove for Roy in the Eagle, and it was quick. We were quick. I think I qualified, I don't know, 6th or 7th. And in the race, I was overtaking all sorts of people who I didn't expect to overtake, people like Johnny Rutherford. And I'm running up in the top 4 or 5. And I'm doing lap times as good as anybody. We're right up there. And the car is going really, really well. And suddenly, going down the back straight, the engine just died. It stopped. So I freewheeled into the pits. And obviously they fiddled around and found that the magneto drive had broken, which has a spiral gear which runs off the camshaft, which are pretty difficult to time, because a spiral gear on the camshaft, it's difficult to get it right. Anyway, they dropped a new one in and the thing fired up. But of course, we'd lost 20 laps. And I actually came 10th. Then the following year was with McLaren, came 5th. And then the Dayton Wheel bloke asked me to drive. And I drove, and it was awful. Just a miserable 3 weeks. And the car was dropping out of gear on the pace lap. It was already dropping out of gear, and I mean, I lasted about 10 laps and just called it a day because the car was a piece of junk.
Right.
So, and that was my last run.
You drove so many different series. What is your best memory, I guess, of racing here at Lime Rock? Trans Am or Formula 5000 or?
The 5000, which I won in 1971 with Carl Hogan in the McLaren M10B, and then I went on to win the championship as well that year. So that was a good, and I liked racing at Lime Rock. It was a cool track to drive at. And of course, I beat my great rival Sam Posey, he was a bit upset by it, but his mother, Mary Moore, who was a lovely, lovely woman, she was really upset. She was extremely ticked off that I'd beaten her boy on his track. So, but it was a good race. But it's all, gosh, that's all 50 odd years, 54 years ago that is. But it's just unbelievable how the time flies by. And last night, the Plymouth High Wing Firebird was here, which Mary Moore owns, and of course Sam owns it now. And I was staying with them one year doing, I can't remember what weekend it was, probably the IndyCar weekend when they had the IMSA race here. I was going to Hartford Airport the next day, and she took me in the Firebird, in the Plymouth. She said, well, you drive it there and I'm going to drive it home. And I drove in that Plymouth with the high wing from Sharon, Connecticut to the airport in Hartford, and then she drove it home. So I have actually driven one of those incredible cars.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so.
The 1 year you dominated Trans Am.
83.
In 83.
I don't think
Those
we
are
raced.
Budweiser sponsored.
Yes. I don't think we raced here in that year.
But Formula One, how did that come about in 71? I know there was, Donahue was supposed to, because it was a year you were with Penske then.
Well, I was driving with
right?
I was driving for Roger anyway. That's the
And-
year we had the Ferrari, and we did the IndyCar race.
Yes, okay.
And the Ferrari, the 512, was absolutely the class of the field. We were much quicker than the 917s, the Gulf 917s, which gave me great satisfaction. But we just never, we were on pole everywhere except Le Mans. And we were led everywhere except Le Mans. And we never had a result. We got third at Daytona, it was the best result we had. Always something. Mark had 2 accidents, which Mark never has accidents. The engine blew at Le Mans, and 1 lap to go, boys. So I don't know whether you want to call these guys home. I don't know who's doing what, but 1 to go.
So Dave Handy in the 52 Rolls, and Kyle Collins in the 8, and then Mitchell Eitel in the 62. So you've got a Ralt out front, and then 2 Chevrons with the ensign of Glenn Taylor. So working their final lap in this event, and the 39, Chris Fahan, that started shotgun on the field, has made his way up to 12. But Handy turning a 53.877, and that 52.
53? That's getting on with the program.
So we're looking for and the checkered flag is out, so it's down the Samposi straight. And the 52, that dark blue Ralt of Dave Handy takes the victory by 0.2 of a second over the Chevron number 8 of Kyle Collins. So close one here. Mike Mitchell-Eichel in his Chevron finishes in the 3rd spot. Then Glenn Taylor in the 71 Ensign and Joe Blacker in the 1990 Lola 290. So Handy with the victory in race group 4, second race of the day. Handy takes the win over Collins by 0.2 of a second. So it's a 52, the 8, the 62. Taylor finishes in 4th in the 10, and then the 290 of Joe Blacker. So a pretty good, awesome race. We have a man that's driven so many different cars over time, whether it be in Formula One, Can-Am, Trans Am, Indy cars, stock cars.
Well,
at Daytona, I remember. I think it was listening to the Daytona 500 when you were on. I didn't get it on TV at the time.
Well, I had
Plus
to.
everything else in between, and the television stuff. I mean, David,
I've been around.
there's so many people that you have touched over the years, whether on the racetrack, literally,
Yeah,
or
literally.
or in broadcasting.
Well, walking through the paddock here, I've been so gratified with so many people who recognise me. A lot of it, of course, because of the TV, but a lot of them too. You know, obviously for a vintage race weekend, there's a lot of older people here who remember my driving as well. Obviously, so it's very gratifying to realise that in my late 80s I can still be recognised. So, but
Well, it's got to be a good feeling.
but that
Dave.
Trans Am was the weirdest thing too, because obviously after that Gene Mason affair with the Formula One, I'm sitting at home in Hill Farmhouse, Upper Boddington, watching the TV with Mags, Mrs. Hobbs. Phone rings, I get the phone, says, "Hi, is this David Hobbs?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "My name's John Dick." He said, "I'm calling from Portland, Oregon." "Oh yeah, how are you, John?" "Yeah," he said, "we're going to have a run of Neil Diatley's going to run a Trans Am team in 1973 and 83, and we want you to drive it." "Yeah, sure. Okay, yeah, fine. Yeah, well, it's going to be Budweiser sponsored. There's going to be lots of sponsorship, so we're prepared to pay you good money, and we'd like you to drive the car, and you're going to win the championship." I said, yeah, sure, yeah. I said, "What's your name again?" He said, "John Dick." And I said, "Oh, John Dick." I said, "Who are the mechanics?" He said, "The Dickey brothers." And I said, "Well, it sure sounds like there's a lot of dick around this team." So then, anyway, so Mag says, "Well, who was that?" And I said, "I don't know, some bloke from Oregon, you know." Anyway, about a week later, the tickets arrived in the mail. So I flew out to Portland, saw the shop, which was pretty damn impressive. John Dick was very impressive. The Dickey brothers were also impressive. We went to the track, and I broke the lap record on about my second lap ever in a Trans Am car. So. And then we did go on to win the championship. So it was one of those things where Gene Mason was all mouth and trousers and no money, and John Dick hit the nail right on the head. And so there we go, yeah. And had some beautiful races in that car. One of the best was at Road America, which of course now is my home track, living in Elkhart Lake. In 1973, I was on the pole, led every lap, fastest lap. Great weekend. Can't beat that sort of stuff.
He drove for John Wire.
Yep.
In the Gulf colors, the Ford GT40s.
Yeah, 2 years.
68 was when I saw you. You drove with Paul Hawkins at the
Right.
end.
Yeah.
And there was a bit of a story about that because ultimately Jackie Eakes and Luke and Bianchi won. He beat the Porsches that year. I think they were 906s.
906s. 908 was just barely around then, but it was just coming on.
But that was an interesting race and one that you should have been
Well,
winner of that. But what happened?
Well, Ickes and Bianchi had engine issues. They had low oil pressure, and they had made a stop. So, of course, this was on the old Watkins Glen before they put the new
2.3 miles.
the short one.
Yes.
And so me and Paul are leading comfortably, very comfortably, and Jackie is way down. And I come into the pits, change drivers with Paul Hawkins. And David York says to me, well, Hobbs, we want you to slow down and let X pass you. And I said, well, why? I said, it's the championships for the team, not for the drivers. It doesn't matter. He said, well, we want Jackie to win. And it was my first really, really good, highly paid drive. And I wasn't about to jeopardize it. So Paul and I very begrudgingly did slow down. We tried to slow down as little as possible, but we did slow down. And, but anyway, he won it. And it was very, very, very irritating and led to years of distrust and, mutual
It was
dissatisfaction.
a different side of racing that you saw.
Yeah,
that day, right?
it was incredibly irritating. Especially as it wasn't a drivers' championship; it was a manufacturers' championship.
Yes,
which,
World
which, of course,
Championship of Makes was what it was called.
which of
then.
course is what, and they did win it that year, the golf team. So, but that was a very disappointing race because would have been another win.
So Le Mans, just to touch on that, no chicanes back then,
No, well,
or was there one?
the Ford chicane was,
Okay, so you had the Ford chicane,
and
but
you also had the old S's. No Porsche curves. There was the old White House S,
how
which was pretty
how
scary.
was because you ran that many times? What was your best car there at Le Mans that you had the most fun with? Let's say, and
Well, the
was competitive?
GT40 was a great car to drive there, and then the following year, Mike and I came third, but we should have won. But I think that David York finagled that a bit too. And then of course John and I came third in 1983 in the 962, and John and I won the class in 1982 in the 935 with the whale tail.
Yes.
And we won the class easy, but we came fourth overall because of the factory 956s, which were brand new. And they all finished. I kept on saying, one of them bound to drop out. We're bound to be in the top three. And they all kept going. First time they'd ever done it. And they all came 1, 2, 3, and then we came fourth. That was a great race. That was very, very, very well controlled. We just whomped the class by miles, the GT class. And we came fourth, which is what the Lord said, come forth. And we did come forth. I had some good races at Le Mans. I like Le Mans. One of my favourite races because it's a very high-speed track. I mean, you're averaging 150 mile an hour lap, so it's a quick course. Well, of course, helped by the fact that the straight was 4 miles long. so
So if you had some horsepower, it was.
in those days, we were doing about 230 down the straight for like 2 minutes or a minute and a half or something. Yeah, fast.
Well, so many. What one? I don't want to hold you
No,
up, but
no, I've got nothing else to do.
But what would you say was your mode that made you feel the most proud, the best drive? I know there's so many, and you've got so many different cars that you drove and that you raced over the time, and you raced in Europe, and you raced all over the world, obviously, and whether it be at Brands or at Silverstone or
One of the
even
best.
Donington, or even and then here in the States. But they were the most proud of.
Well,
One that stands
two of them.
out.
Two of them. One was at Silverstone in 1963 in the Formula Junior race. I was driving the factory Lola with Midland Racing Partnership, which was me, Richard Atwood, and Bill Bradley. Team Lotus were there with Mike Spence and Pete Arundel. Brabham were there with Denny Hulme. There was Frank Gardner, Paul Hawkins, it was like 45 cars in the race. And those Formula Ford races were absolute neck and neck, everybody passing and repassing and jostling for position the whole race. And Denny and I absolutely cleared off from the field. And I passed him a couple of times, and he passed me back. But I knew I could win that race. And we were like 10 or 15 seconds ahead of the rest of the field, which was all, battling like mad for third. And then with about 4, they weren't very long races, like 10 laps or something at Silverstone, which is like 30 odd miles, maybe 40 miles. Maybe it's 12 laps. But with about 3 laps to go, the gear lever came off on my hand. So it left a stub about an inch long sticking out the gate.
Aye,
And
aye,
I learned how to suss out quickly how to do up shifts with my finger and down shifts with my finger, up shifts with my thumb. And of course I dropped back when it initially fell off. And then on the last lap, I broke the lap record and I finished about 4 feet behind Denny. And I know if that bloody gear lever hadn't broken, I would have won that race. So that was very satisfying. Then I had to wait till 1973 in the Can-Am, and I am driving at Watkins Glen in the Carling Black Label Can-Am for Roy Woods against Mark Donoghue in the 917-30, which had about 500 more horsepower. But there were also about another 917s in the race, with people like Schechter, Redmond, George Fulmer, Charlie Kemp, people like that driving. Oh, and Boogaloo from Florida, Hurley Hayward, and Peter Gray probably. And I came second behind Mark. I beat all the other 917s. And that was a pretty satisfying day. I don't remember much about that race, but I do remember that race at Silverstone like it was yesterday. And it's 64 years ago. So there it is. C'est la vie, as they say, mate. So it's all a long time ago now, and all the bitterness has faded, and Jackie Hicks and I are all big buddies now, where we see each other. We're all hugging and kissing, talking about the old days.
Well, the characters.
Well, of course, there's no point holding a grudge for 60 years, is it? It's not going to get you anywhere. It's not going to win you. It's not going to get the money back.
There's so many, so many personalities. Whether it would be, you'd mentioned Jackie Stewart last night. Sam, of course. Yeah. And Skip is a different. Skip is Skip.
Yes.
And we're certainly honored to have you here and as well this weekend.
Well, I'm honored to be asked. I must admit that when Skip called me back, early this year.
I've got one more thing that I want to ask you. The Corvette, just looking at the Tullius car, Bob did the new Jaguar GTB car, and you were in a Jim Woodridge Corvette.
Oh, yeah.
Right? That was a Hendrick?
It was a peerless car.
Okay.
Oh,
what was that experience like?
Well, I did a lot of testing in that Lola GTP that was supposed to be Lola Corvette. Had slightly Corvette look about it. But it had a V6, actually. It's a Buick engine, really. But that engine was smooth and turbocharged, delivered a huge torque and a lot of power. And that was a very, very, very quick car. But it kind of was a bit unreliable. I drove that with Sorrel van der Merwe a few races. And Sorrel,
South Africa, yeah.
South Africa. Sorrel was as brave as Dick Tracy. He must have had you know what. Exactly, how did he sit down? He was as brave as hell, and terrific driver, and a great pal. And he could drink like hell too, which was very disappointing. He could drink more. I found somebody who could drink more than I could. Very disappointing. And but he was a great guy, old Dick, Sorrel. And we had some good races. We were going to the Watkins Glen, and they had that going through the S's. And it wasn't the greatest car through the S's. And it had the power. By the time we got up to the turn, before they put the chicane in, by the time we got up to the turn at the end of the straight, we were doing 208 miles an hour in that car. Back in 1985. That was a quick car. Unfortunately, I got caught up in... my services were so required, BMW decided to re-enter GTP racing with that second March prototype in 1986, and Rick wanted me to drive, and I'm shuttling between the two motorhomes and the Elkhart Lake in the Road America paddock between BMW and General Motors, and I decided to drive for BMW again, which of course at the end turned out to be a bad mistake. But you can't get it right, can you? And at the end of the year, BMW pulled out anyway. So nice to be in demand, though.
Yes, absolutely. And then, you were in demand as well as in your television career. And whether it be Formula One with Bob, and Speed Vision, and that kind of thing.
Well, my most of-
ESPN traveling in that van, in that glorified whatever it was.
Well, that Renault Espace van that Bob and I used to do we called the races from the van in the car park. We had a little tiny monitor about the same size as about the same size as your computer, and we had our stat man, who was a lovely guy. His name just escapes me now, but he used to sit opposite us, and he'd write down, "This will be the 8th time blah blah blah's led," or "If he wins this race, it'll be his 19th win," and all that. So he handed us these notes. I mean, he's sitting right. Our knees are touching as he's facing us, and we're looking at the TV just right next to him. So those are the days.
Yeah, things are so different. But David, it's awesome to see you.
Well, it's great to be here, Rick. And it's great to see you again. I haven't seen you for a long time.
It's been a while.
Yeah. And of course, the new ownership structure here is so interesting. Charles Mallory and Bill, and they just obviously they're doing wonders with the track, building so much infrastructure, which is what these tracks need. You've got to make them attractive for the public as well as the racers. You obviously got to make it safe, but you got to have good infrastructure to make it nice for spectators, so the family can come along and have a good day out. And they're doing a wonderful job here, and it's great to meet them all. And Skip is still the face of Lime Rock, which is very appropriate, and he does a lovely job. And everybody here is great, and as I say, it's fantastic to see you here after so long. We spent quite a few years on the road together, and we had a lot of fun.
Yes, sir. Whether it be Le Mans doing the 24-hour full pull and followed up by the Canadian Grand Prix one year.
Yeah.
Yay, that was wild.
We were busy boys.
It was, I'll never forget that one. But it's great to see you, David. Happy that you're able to make it here to Lime Rock for this event. And
hopefully
you're here Monday. Are you here Monday to sign some autographs?
Yeah,
there?
I'll be here
After
Monday
the book
morning.
and that?
I'll be here Monday morning, and
Okay,
then
good.
doing a lunchtime chat. Judy Stropus and I is another old timer, old trooper.
yes.
Judy, and I first met Judy when she was timekeeper for Roger, and I went to do the Daytona 24-hour, which is the first race I did with Roger, and she was the timekeeper then. And I've known her ever since. So that's another 55 years, 54 years. So it's all
Judy
very
last night.
scary.
Like she would do a full 24-hour race, basically, hand-timed
Right.
with a pencil,
Yeah.
and never made a mistake.
Never been. Well,
And,
but
anyway.
if there was any official, argy-bargy about who had won or whatever it was, somebody had come and complained to the officials. And they always used to end up going back to Judy and say, well, where was old Joe Doe? And she said, well, he was actually a lap down. And that's what we thought. Yeah, you were a lap down, yeah.
Well,
How do you know? Because Judy says so. If Judy says so, you were.
there's so many personalities in this sport, and you being right in the middle of it, it's it's been awesome. Whether days at the Glen or whether it's days at Lime Rock Park or Road America or at Indianapolis, and very happy to have you here, David, and through the rest of the weekend. Let's sell some more Habbo books,
Yeah,
right?
absolutely. I'm all for that. So thank you for having me, and
Thanks,
nice to be able to talk to all the assembled throngs here at Lime Rock Park.
Had a great crowd.
What a beautiful day too for it. I mean, just couldn't be more perfect. So
That's for
we'll
sure.
see you all tomorrow for the concours, and then Monday for some more racing. And so thank you very much, and lovely to be here. And thank you, Lime Rock, for asking me.
Thank you, David Hobbs. Much appreciated, David. Another living
you.
legend here, David. Congratulations as well, and always great to have a chat with David Hobbs. And apologies if we're not talking about the on-track activity, but we don't get that much of an opportunity with some of these legends that are able to join us here in the booth, and one of them that has one of the best is David Hobbs. Thank you, David. So the Kastner Cup is on track. These are the Triumphs. Group number 5, all Triumph all the time, so to speak. And we want to thank David Hobbs for his time and many stories, and because he's done everything. Trans Am, Can-Am, Formula 5000, World Endurance Championship, Le Mans, the Indy 500, the Daytona 500. We didn't even talk about stock cars. Has a little bit more international experience than Frank Del Vecchio. And though we're very happy to have Frank here with us as well. But David is a living legend. So happy to see him on a personal note.
You know, interesting
So-
interesting to note that David's, some of his favorite races weren't the big ones, the Daytona 500s or Formula One. It was a Formula 3 race many, many years ago with 40 or 50 cars in it. And interesting.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. And again, and all kidding aside, his book is really entertaining. If you get a chance to purchase that and pick it up, it's awesome. There's so many good stories about him and his wife Mags, and who he drove for, because he drove for all of some of the biggest names in motorsports, and for all the big makes as well. So,
You know, the
all
good battle going out there between
Yep.
Tim Cook and David Gott.
Yep.
That's for second and third.
The David Gussick in his 63 Triumph Spitfire has the lead. He's out front by about 8 seconds, but like you said, Frank, the battle between Tim Cook and the 44 in his 1980 Triumph TR8 and the 62 Triumph TR4 of David Gott is the best one on the racetrack. Tony Garmy is running in that 4th spot. That's number 9, and then it's the 18 of Thomas Brown, Henry Fry in the 29, the 612 of Chuck Gee, Alex Ames in the 84, Robert Lang in the 40, and the 17 of Joseph Borch, who just got around Lang, so that battle for 9th. Borch gets us around Lang, the 17 over the 40. Meanwhile, up front, Gussick continues to drive away.
Got into second.
Gott does get around Cook. So got in the 80 over the 44 of Tim Cook.
We're going to call out to the 10th place car, Jamie Horner. Jamie, with her husband, came here from Minnesota and is driving a red TR4 number 6. Along with this Minnesota contingent, they brought 3 cars out here, and 2 of them were the Austin Healey 3000s in a different class, but she's out here right now. 10th place, first time here at Lime Rock.
First time at Lime Rock. It may only be 1.5 miles long, but to be able to nail 2 consecutive laps and doing it the same way, to be able to turn a lap, in this case, in this race of running 104s, whether it's in a Triumph or in a sports car, high-powered sports car with under a minute, it's a challenge, Frank.
104 it's hard to do that in one of these cars. You're on it hard, and you got to be perfect. It's hard to be perfect, unless you're Bruce McGinnis.
Well, Bruce McGinnis is more laps,
Than
probably
than
at least 3-4 million.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
And for those of you that don't know, Bruce was Skip Barber's chief driving instructor for many, many years. Some health issues now. I don't think he's here this weekend, but Bruce has been our friend and racing buddy since about 1969, 1970.
Bruce won a range-shortened Can-Am race here, if I remember. I think it was a range-shortened Can-Am race. But hey, Can-Am win is a Can-Am win. Oh my Lord! So we're working the last lap. David Gussick in the 88 in his Triumph Spitfire. And Gussick, who started on the pole, looks like he's sailing away to the wind, but it ain't over till it's over, so to speak. David Gott in the 80 is pulled away now from the 44 of Tim Cook as the Kastner Cup to be awarded here this weekend, and the win taken by the 88 white and blue 63 Triumph Spitfire of David Gussick. The 80 of David Gott takes that second spot. Then it's the 44 of Tim Cook, the snow white, so to speak, ice white, and a green trimmed Group 44 looking car. The 1980 Triumph TR8. So Gussick in the 88, Gott in the 80, the 44 of Cook, Thomas Brown in the 18, and the 29 of Henry Fry being your top five, followed by Tony Garmy in the 9, the 612 of Chuck Gee, Alex Ames in the 84, Joseph Borch in the 17, Robert Lang in the 40 being the top 10, completing race group number 5, second race of the day for the Kastner Cup cars. And coming up next will be group number 6. This race was entertaining earlier today. The Tin Tops RS under 2.5 liter cars. And their quick times were 1:03.7 was the best overall time to set the grid. And that was by David Porter. So that'll be coming up next. Race group number 6, their second race of the day. Hope everyone is enjoying the sunshine, being here at the beautiful facility here in the Berkshires. Hope everyone has gotten a chance to get into both A and B paddock to take in whether it's the Ragtime Racers or the Del Monte group or all the other beautiful race cars that are here. The Dyson display, Rob has his collection that includes the Carling Black Label liveried Indy car that David Hobbs was talking about. There's a Gurney Eagle that is there, and I need to find a note on that. Also, the BMW that conquered Daytona is there, and that car is one of the most celebrated in only 21 works prepared BMW ME9 CSLs that BMW Motorsport built for international competition. And run under the Peter Gregg Racing label, the car claimed outright victory at Daytona in '76 in the 24-hour, which was a first for BMW, with Brian Redman, Peter Gregg, and John Fitzpatrick that were the drivers for that race. Ahead of the '76, the CSL dominated IMSA competition in 1975, winning at Laguna Seca as well as Riverside in the 6-hour there, at Daytona in the Paul Revere 250, and the race at Talladega. Then there's the road course at Talladega in '76. So this car that's under the Rob Dyson tent, that display, had other drivers that have piloted that machine, such as Hans Stuck, Dieter Quester, Brian Redman. We mentioned Peter Gregg and Hurley Haywood, John Fitzpatrick, Kemper Miller and Paul Miller, Oscar Kovaleski, and Dave Cowart. So with that racing pedigree and the depth of success, it made it a legend that lives on. So get to the Dyson tent so you can have a look at that car that has so much history in it and has won so many important races back in the day. Also underneath in the Dyson display is one of Dan Gurney's cars, the Gurney Blue Eagle, an American original. The 42 numbered All-American Racers Blue Eagle was one of Gurney's most iconic Indy cars. I mean, this one, it's beautifully trimmed out. It's a gorgeous car. Jerry Grant qualified the car in 30th, finished 20th in the 67 Indy 500. And to quote Skip Barber, he calls it one of the most beautiful race cars he's ever seen, and take one look at it. You need to get a picture of it. It's just gorgeous. So Gurney's All-American Racers team launched its first IndyCar effort in 1966 with a Lunterri design chassis, and the Eagles proved competitive quickly. Their first IndyCar win came in 68, and by 72, they dominated with nearly 2/3 of the Indy 500 grid were Eagles. Again, all of these coming under the auspices of Dan Gurney, and Gurney himself was both a driver and constructor, of course, achieving success in F1, where he won in the Belgian Grand Prix at Spa, NASCAR as well as an IndyCar. In his leadership, All-American Racers amassed an extensive record of victories, which cemented the Eagles' place among the greats of American open wheel racing. And again, the Blue Eagle is on display here at the Historic Festival 43 as part of Grand Marshal Rob Dyson's collection, and making it one of the must-see highlights of the weekend. That, among others, there's the 962 that won the last Riverside 6-hour years back, ALMS cars as well, and it's an awesome display. But the BMW that conquered Daytona in 76, and Eric, we were talking about that. I had neglected to bring that up before, but that is there's major car. That I remember Stook driving that car sideways, and I can't remember where it was right now, but
Well, there were many famous incidents with those cars, but the 59 car that is in the Dyson pit today is owned by Kevin and Carolyn Ladd, and they are from Maine, but they have owned the car for several years and take glorious care of it. It was one of the group of 18 or 19 original factory racing CSLs, and probably has the most winning record of any of them. It won Daytona in very surprising fashion in 76. BMW never dreamed they could win that race, and it was a major win. Brian Redmond talks about it very fondly to this day, and it also had several other victories across the United States, both in Peter Gregg's hands and then in BMW's hands. But really a major treat to see it out here today.
yeah, no doubt at all about that. It's like so many cars that are on the property here this weekend, priceless. Many of them just absolutely priceless. So this is Group 6, the tin tops, IMSA RS and under 2.5 liter cars. And David Porter in his Lotus Cortina Mark I, 65 was the year for that Lotus Cortina. He's going to start on the pole. The 120 of Mike Agnifilo in his Datsun 510 starts second. Greg Amy in the 74 Porsche 914 will start third. The 198 Mini Cooper of John Clerk, who's been, I mentioned earlier, has been the speed in that Mini down the straightaway.
Yeah, impressive.
Awesome. 77 is the 72 Alfa Romeo GTV of Joe Courtney. Jonathan Drapers in a 1970 BMW 2002. That's car 62. The 222 white 75 BMW 2002 is John Dunnick. The 810 is Gasperi Fasalo, and that's a 68 Porsche 912. As the field makes its way behind the McLaren pace car.
Coming down the hill.
And coming to the green, this will be another 20-minute event. On the pole is David Porter in his Cortina.
I would say watch the Lotus number 70, the red Lotus, and also Joe Courtney in the 77 Alpha GTV. Both very well-known drivers here and very quick.
Rim shot by the Porsche. Holy smokes. That was awesome through Big Bend.
On the outside.
Riding the Bruce McGinnis line, as David Thomas was talking about, and we wish Bruce all the best, another legend of Lime Rock. So the start of this one, and we expect this to be a very tight, look at that Mini again, right in the midst of all this, driven by John Clerk. So race number 6 is underway, or race group number 6, I should say, underway. Again, these are IMSA RS racers and under 2.5 liter cars as well. And coming to making their way around the circuit for the first time and to the line to lead is that 33 car
with Joe Courtney in second in the Alpha.
Courtney's in second, but it was Greg Amy that made the outside move into Big Bend work on that first lap. And these tin tops, as was written not by me, but by for the on the schedule. So the powers that be, yes, the powers that be.
Well, let me just illustrate this fact. We have a Lotus Cortina, a Datsun, a Porsche 914, a Mini Cooper, and an Alpha in the top 5 qualifying positions. Not a single BMW, yet there are 5 2002s in the field. So this is a very competitive field.
So what is unique about the 2002 model BMW?
It is just a very well-balanced car, relatively lightweight, and it will corner and outbrake most of these cars. But they do not have the power of some of the cars up front.
Right,
so they're going to have to earn it. They're going to have to earn it the hard way.
And the 222, a good example of that is under the Chevrolet bridge, trying to run down that Mini.
The Mini is really making time. The Mini is impressive. The yellow 198 Mini, John Clerk, really running very well so far in the front end of the field.
Like I said, I don't know what it has, whether he's got a nitrous button or something down the Samposi Straight, but that car is quick. Anyway, short wheelbase, obviously.
Yes.
In a Mini, and not a lot of tire on that car either, really.
Well, the challenge is to carry the speed. I mean, brake less and carry the speed, and it looks like he's really got that formula down, at least so far.
So he's through the downhill. He's got the line nailed. Is the 198 of Clerk, but out front continues to be the 33 orange Porsche of Greg Amy. Joe Courtney in that 77. Now, Courtney started in the 5th spot, but for those of you in the up on the hill outside, drivers left of Big Bend, you saw that he tried to split the second row and did a great job doing so, heading underneath the Chevy Bridge into Big Bend on that opening lap, and that's why he's in the position that he is right now. So nice job there, as well as through the balance of the field. So Greg Amy in the 33, then it's Courtney in the 77, David Porter in the 70, John Clerk in the 198, and John Dunnick in the 222, which is a 75 BMW 2002. That's a beautiful car.
Yeah, and listen, keep your eye on position number 3. The Lotus Cortina making a move here on Joe Courtney on the front straightaway. Those are 2 very hard-nosed racers, and it looks like the Cortina makes it through. Nice pass by Mr. Porter.
So David Porter, who started out front, maybe got his first bird, so to speak, and on the charge after the Porsche that's out front, he started on the pole, and on that first lap, as we mentioned, Greg Amy made a great move to take the lead, but that Lotus Cortina, 65 Lotus Cortina, now running in the second spot after getting around David Porter. Then we've got Amy's out front, then it's Porter, then it's Courtney,
Yeah.
and then the 198 of John Clark.
And that's that Mini that is really, really showing some speed here. He is in fourth place and staying with the leaders. They have separated themselves from the rest of the field, the 222 2000 BMW and the orange 2002 coming in, I think, fifth and sixth. But the top four are really making tracks and losing touch with the rest of the field.
Yeah, that Porsche's been run down by the Cortina onto the Paul Newman straight, and by the time they get to the uphill, see how close that battle for the lead and well engaged, as well as other spots through the field, of course. We don't want to neglect anyone that's out there, as, again, a real diverse field here of different power plants. There's different weights.
No question.
et cetera.
And a number of Porsches, a number of Alphas, and a number of BMWs. Yet it's a Mini Cooper and a Lotus Cortina and an Alpha out in front.
So the 70 takes another peek of David Porter in that Lotus Cortina on the inside of the Porsche of Greg Amy, unable to make the pass. This has allowed the
Porsche
77 of Joe Courtney to move back up just a little bit closer as they go through the right-hander onto the Paul Newman straight. But that Mini is hanging tough.
It is. The Mini is impressive. And the 914 is in the lead at the moment with David Porter and Joe Courtney following very close behind now. We've got to manage this situation if they're going to keep this pace going. Porsche first, Lotus Cortina second, and Joe Courtney in the Alpha third, and the Mini Cooper number 198, the yellow Mini Cooper, a very close fourth. Very impressive distance on the rest of the field.
So the 33 of Greg Hami has a 2-liter motor in that, the Porsche 914. Comparing that to the Austin Mini Cooper number 198, just as an aside, which has a 1.3-liter engine in it, obvious weight difference, we would imagine by, how many pounds would you say?
Hard to say,
Hard
but
to say,
could be
but-
several hundred.
Yeah.
Could be several hundred.
It's at least 200.
Yeah, I would say. So your leaders are coming up on the straightaway on lap traffic. The orange 914 and the red Lotus Cortina now pulling away. They're staying very close and have put a little distance on Courtney in the Alpha and the yellow Mini. And the yellow Mini is knocking. It's breaking late in turn one. Very competitive.
So in many cases at many races, Minis are crowd favorites just because of the body shape. You know, the driver almost as big as the car in many cases.
Very much so. And this is quite a pitched battle now for third and fourth.
So we've got a battle up front between the 33 and the 70. The Porsche and the Lotus Cortina. And the Alpha, and the Mini. Now, as far as the BMWs go, the highest placing BMW currently is at 222 of John Dunick, which is a 75 BMW 2002. And we're just bringing that up because of the background.
I don't know that I know a lot about that car, but they're holding their own. They're actually doing a pretty good job there and trying to stay out of trouble. Let's see what happens in the top group. If we have any fisticuffs here, the BMWs could be well positioned to finish on the podium. In the meantime, they are holding their own midfield.
Well, as we saw in the earlier race that you were with us, Eric, that was for the Toyo Tire Historic World Challenge cars, which is group number 8. That
the M3s pulled off a bit of an upset, I would say.
Yes. So this being a little, as they say, a different kettle of fish. So
well, and
this
a pretty evenly competitive field.
yes. Again, glorious day. Glorious to see and hear the sounds of the various engine notes, not only in this class, but everyone from the Formula Juniors into the big bore cars and everything else that's running here this weekend. That's just part of the treat that those in attendance get on a weekend like this of historic and vintage racing. Historic Festival 43 as it was announced for Historic Festival 44 that Skip announced last night, that Skip Barber announced last night, was that the
Historic Trans
Am will be back, which will be awesome, including Sam Posey's iconic 77
Challenger
that I saw Sam drive in 1970 at the Glen, but as well as like Sweet Savage's Barracuda.
Yes,
and
same
the
team.
Javelins of Penske.
Yep.
And the Budmore Mustangs, those mustard-colored Mustangs will be here.
Always a crowd favorite, the historic Trans Am.
There'll probably be a cross-section of body shapes on Camaros that changed in 1970 when Jim Hall took over the program. And Vic Albert won it at the Glen in mixed conditions with Ed Leslie as his teammate. So we'll be, Jerry, the Pontiac, of course, will be represented as well as others. So them and a Formula Junior event, which we should see upwards of, how many, 40, 50 cars, something like that?
Last time we were here in 2017, they had 36 people from foreign countries.
Yeah.
I mean,
Pretty incredible. Really pretty incredible.
England, Canada, New Zealand, Denmark, Scotland, and Colombia.
The international participation of this event continues to climb, and it really has gained a reputation across the pond and also down under. We shouldn't forget the folks who have come here from down under, both New Zealand and Australia. Your leaders going through lap traffic in turn 1 at this stage. Courtney still pressing David Porter, but Porter still hanging on. And I think at the end of the day, this is going to be a tight battle between Porter and Courtney. Let's see if they can pull it off.
So about 2.5 minutes remaining in this one. Just to put a period on that, the International Formula Junior group, as we mentioned, from all over the world, will be here a year from now, is the plan, as well as there's always surprises.
Oh, yes. Oh,
And,
yes.
wonderful surprises and personalities, such as we've had. Gordon Kirby was up here for a nice long chat, as well as David Hobbs was up for a nice long chat. And it's just great to see those that have been just leaders in this motorsports.
Well, and Bob
in
Varsha.
so many different ways.
Bob Varsha here with
Varsha
us this
and
weekend.
here, the legendary Judy Stropus. is here as well, that has done so many races for so long in various capacities. And Steve's
Courtney's
still
off. Courtney's off in the left-hander. He's mowing the lawn at the moment. He's off quite far. He's trying to get back on. I think he's going to spin again. Courtney is definitely off and losing places as we speak. Too bad. I think he pushed a little hard there.
So the timing on that's not good, because we are now, the 1 lap to go board is out. And so this should be the last time around the park. And out of the downhill, and coming to the line for the win will be the 33 of Greg Ahami.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
his Porsche over the Lotus Cortina.
Porter second.
Of David Porter.
And the Mini might have been third.
And John Clerk in the Mini climbs onto the podium.
Quite impressive, I have to say. Quite impressive.
So that little Mini ends up on the podium. Courtney in the 77 spins his way out of position. Goes off track, I should say.
And he is a member of the Lime Rock Drivers Club. He should know better.
Oh,
We will have a talk with him after the event, but I'm sure he's not too happy.
Oh, he dropped out. Actually,
I think he's in the
farther
pit
down
lane.
than that.
I
So
think he's
Dunick-
in the pit. I think he's in the pit lane. I think there's a problem.
So Price, Fasalo, Dunick, Jonas, and Mensch, as well as John Wood, running through the top 10. So congratulations to Greg Ahami for holding on, and right from the start with a outside move into Big Bend, and he holds on for the win under pressure from David Porter in that Lotus Cortina. Great drive by John Clerk in the yellow Mini, 1965 Mini Cooper, and Jonathan Draper, Bradley Price rounding out the top 5 for race group number 6.
And your winners are coming down the pit lane right now. And I think it's a pretty clean drive, pretty competitive drive, and a pretty clean drive by the whole field. So congratulations to them. I think we're going to hear more from this group on Monday.
Yes, as with all the groups, they'll be back for 2 more races on Mondays. We invite, ask your friends to come out, more friends and family to join you on Monday. The weather is supposed to be great, and more surprises, I'm sure, on hand on Monday race day, which will kick off on-track activity at 9 a.m. The gates will open at 7. But that's Monday. We've still got racing yet to go here.
Oh, absolutely. We've got another couple of classes, very competitive, including the Toyo Tire World Challenge group in a couple of races. So hold tight. You're going to see some good racing before we're done today. Thank you, Rick. I'll be back in a half an hour.
Sounds good. Eric Weisenberg, thank you so much, sir, for joining us. And you've got some work to do with the BMWs in the next race, because they were quick, and that was a heck of a battle in that race as well. So coming up next will be group number 7. This will be big bore cars again, ground pounders, as well as air-cooled Porsches. Is group number 7.
Got out of here. Coming up next, group number 7, big bore and air-cooled Porsches. On the grid, we have starting on row 18, car number 6, blue Chevrolet Camaro for Chuck Lamp. In the 17th row on the outside, car 50, a blue 1969 Chevrolet Corvette for Joe Folia. Inside, car number 21, the white and red Chevrolet Corvette for George Ladyman. Coming up to row 16, on the outside, car 14, red and white Chevrolet Corvette for Daniel Lippitz. Alongside him, the number 77 red Ford Mustang for Greg Mindell. On the 15th row, car number 3, blue Chevrolet Corvette for Matt Latucci. And alongside him, the white and purple Chevrolet Corvette for Brian Cantelli. On row number 14, the black Ford Mustang for Cliff Ryan, car number 23, and alongside the number 33 silver Chevrolet Corvette for Tom Cotter. On row 13 on the outside, car number 8, red Chevrolet Corvette, the driver Dario Cavallero. On the inside, the 573 purple Porsche 911 for John Coster. Row number 12 on the outside, car number 26, black Porsche 356 for Mike Jacobellis. Alongside him, the 666 beige Porsche 911 SC for Ben Wallace. Row number 11 on the outside, the 388 red Porsche 911 SC for Kristen Taylor. And on the inside, the 37 yellow Chevrolet Camaro of Jim Glass. On row number 10, on the outside, the 249 blue Porsche 911 for Jeffrey Nyblue. Alongside him, the 62 silver and green Jaguar XKE OTS for John Ogle. Row number 9 on the outside, car number 13, red and white Chevrolet Corvette for Glenn Every. On the inside, the 137 white Pontiac Firebird of Kevin Farnham. Row number 8 on the outside, the 199 white Ford Mustang of Burton Key August. And on the inside, the white Porsche 911 RSR clone for David Lee. Row number 7, the 93 blue and yellow Datsun 240Z of Joe Riolo, and alongside him the 771 silver Porsche 911 RSR of Hans Warner. Row number 6, outside, the 44 green Porsche 911 RS for Mike Piera, and alongside him the 310 purple and green Porsche 911 RSR of David Hutchings. Row number 5, ninth position, the number 85 white Porsche 911 for Jim Scott. In 8th, the 740, a white and blue Porsche 944 for Alan Levy. 7th, the 61 silver and green Jaguar XKE OTS of Jack Bush. 6th, the 808 white Porsche 911 for driver Tom Pajones. Starting 5th, car number 16, blue Porsche 911 for Chris Musanti. Starting 4th, car number 74, green Porsche 911 for Christopher Turner. Starting 3rd, number 18, white Porsche 911, the driver Jim Hamlin. On the front row outside, car number 91, the blue Porsche 911 Carrera RSR tribute car of Richard Bello. And on the pole for this race, the 39 yellow Chevrolet Corvette IMSA Trans Am car of Martin Hosek, car number 39. And that's the field for race number 7, which is off and running. Coming down the hill, it's Hosek and Bello. Jim Hamlin, then Chris Turner, Chris Musanti, Todd Pahonis in 5th, David Hutchings in 6th, Jim Scott in 7th, Mike Piera in 8th. Hamlin, 0.48, about half a second behind Hosek. Turner, about 2 more seconds behind those two. In 3rd, then Musanti, 0.2 of a second off Turner in 4th. Waiting to see as they come down the hill now. Ready whenever you are.
Hallelujah.
Martin Hosek stretching it out a little bit over Jim Hamlin in 2nd. Then it's Turner, Pahonis, Musanti, and Hutchings really close. Then Scott and Piera in 7th and 8th, rounding out our top 10. Rounding out the top 10 beyond Piera, it's Del Ore in 9th and Hans Warner in 10th.
Craig, have you had your Hummel Brothers hot dog today?
No,
You know, they're made in New Haven, Connecticut, so enjoy Hummel Brothers hot dogs, the official hot dog of Lime Rock Park. At all of Lime Rock Park's concession stands. Oh, do that today. So race group 7 underway. These are the big bore cars. Martin Hosek won this morning in his Corvette. He's currently out in front by about a second and a half. So Hosek in his Corvette over the 1968 Porsche of Jim Hamlin. And then it's Todd Jonas in his Porsche, followed by a 74 Porsche Christopher Turner. So you've got a Corvette followed by a fleet of Porsches behind him in this one thus far. So you got Hosek in a Corvette, and then there's 10 Porsches before you get to the dot, the number 93 of Joseph Riolo, which is a 72 Datsun 240Z. In the 18, running in the 2nd spot. He only did 4 laps this morning, so had some issues with his 68 Porsche 911. So Hosek out front, running a 57.973 last time, about 0.8 of a second quicker than Hamlin's lap in that 2nd spot. I want to remind everyone that the Midway, of course, is open all weekend in the infield. It's packed with a variety of vendors ranging from delicious food, racing simulators, and racing memorabilia. But be sure to take a walk through the Midway and see what it all has to offer. From the golden age of muscle cars to today's high-end classics, Hemmings has been the voice of the collector car world since 1954. I want to thank them for their help as well here as being one of the sponsors of the event. So Hosick looking to double his fund. Back-to-back wins on this beautiful Saturday. 14 on pit road. Daniel Lips, he only ran 2 laps this morning before taking it behind the wall, and looks like he's going to do the same thing here today. A 77 Ford Mustang on pit road as well. That's Greg Mangdol, 65 Mustang, and he's done for the day. So the 16 of Chris Masante is currently up to 5th now. So Hosa continues to lead. And going underneath the Chevy Bridge, got a 4-car battle farther back in the pack. And again, a variety of different manufacturers in this one. Chevys, we have Corvettes, there's Camaro that's in this, a few Ford Mustangs. There's the numbers 61, 62, and 63, which are Jaguar XKE OTSs, and that's Donovan Motorsports out of Lenox, Mass. Does the prep on those cars. So as Hosick in his Corvette continues to power away, still we've got a nice battle for second place between the 18 and the 808. The 18 of Hamblin and Pajanis in those two Porsches as they come in front of the fans on the infield hill and the left-hander, running nose to tail, making their way now down the Paul Newman Straight and the run to the uphill. So good battle is for second place right now. Also not a bad one for fourth between the 85 and the 16. Jim Scott in the 85 and Chris Masante in the 16 car. So that time by here on the Samposi Straight, Jonas able to get by Scott. So the 808 takes second right now over the 85. The 310 is an interesting paint job, doesn't it? That's David Hutchings of Danbury, Connecticut. Purple and green, 1973. 911 RSR. The 18 car is on pit road, and that is Jim Hamblin. And Hamblin is going behind the wall back to the paddock as well. So Hamblin, that was running up in the front of the field for so much of this, is going behind the wall back to the paddock. So we think that Hosick must have an issue with that Corvette, as he has backed off the pace after dominating this and handing the lead to Todd Pajonas in his 78 Porsche 911, the 808. So we'll have to check next time by, see what the engine note is on that 39 car. As the yellow Camaro and a 13 Corvette heading down into turn number 1, but the 666 is the 388, and there's your leader, the 808. Now the Corvette seems to be back to full chat, but Pajonas now has a 3-second lead, and Jim Scott is catching the Corvette. So the 85 is moving in on the 39, and they're in the right-hander now, head down the Paul Newman Straight. So another diverse field in group number 7, where we had 35 cars that qualified for this group number 7. And Pajonas leads by about 1.4 seconds is the lead now over Martin Hosick in the yellow Corvette. Well, dropping back a little bit was Jim Scott in the 85 Porsche, 73 Porsche 911. That's number 85. Then Christopher Turner in his Porsche, Chris Masante, David Hutchings, and Hans Warner in the 771. And a Firebird and a Mustang down in Big Bend, as we got a big lockup by one of the Porsches going into Big Bend. That time by so Hosick gets by Pajonas that time here on the Samposi straightaway. So after giving up the lead for 3 laps, Hosick passes Pajonas to get back out in front, as the leader should see 1 to go this time by, we believe. It was the 740 of Alan Levy that had that lockup in his 86 Porsche 944 on the last lap. So the 39 has is now pulled away from the 808. That time by about a 2-second lead for Hosick, so obviously unable to know exactly what had happened for him to give up the lead, but we are working lap number 18 now of this 20-minute race. Number 3 is a beautiful car. Matt Litchie in that blue 65 Chevy Corvette. A 5.5-liter engine in that well trimmed out Corvette. So this time, the 39 does not get the 1 to go sign. But Jim Scott in the 85 is closing in on the 808 for second place. Scott in that white 73 Porsche 911, so we may have a closer finish than we anticipated here for second spot. Well, with these cars that have a few miles on them, is that you'll see, we have seen in this race that Jonas has had a best time earlier of a 58.4. Now he's just running consistent 101s, 102s. So that has given the lead back to Klosik, who on the last lap did a 58.802. So at start finish, the flagman has the checkers in hand. So an up and down day for both the 39 and the 808. And coming through the downhill and to the checkers is the 39 of Martin Hosick, who takes the win. So Hosick in the yellow Corvette takes the victory. And the 808 holds on for second, but pressured to the line by the 85, who finishes just a little over a tenth of a second back, 4 seconds. So really great drive the last few laps by Jim Scott, who almost able to get by Pajonas, but ultimately he finishes in the 3rd position. So Hosick in the 39 takes the win. So Hosick, who won earlier, Hosick that won this morning's race in this group, takes the win in this afternoon. So Hosick in the 39 with the win in his Corvette over the 808, Todd Pajonas in his Porsche. A close third was Jim Scott in his 73 Porsche 911. Then it's Chris Masante and Christopher Turner in his Porsche. So Corvette wins, and then positions 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 are all Porsches. Position 9 goes to Burton Isle August in his Mustang, who had a nice battle to the line with the 67 Pontiac Firebird of Kevin Farnham, who finishes in the 10th spot. So there was some odd ongoings in that one, Craig, where Hosick leads. All of a sudden he runs 2 114s for some unknown reason. And then Pajonas takes the lead he has issues, and he ultimately gives the win back. But nice display out on that on the racetrack in group number 7, and another fun race where Martin Hosek takes the victory. So great, group 7, race 2 is complete. They'll have 2 more races on Monday for the big bore cars of group number 7. Coming up next will be the Toyo Tire Historic World Challenge cars, and they put on a heck of a show earlier today. And that will be coming out on the circuit next, which will be their second race of the day, the Toyo Tire Historic World Challenge cars. And Eric Winsberg is going to join us for that one. We believe he went and picked up some refreshment, made some executive phone calls to people in the know. He's doing more wheeling and dealing now than he did a few years back. Maybe true, actually. And but that's another story. Anyway, coming up next will be group number 8, race number 2. So coming up next will be Group 8, the Toyo Tire Historic World Challenge. And the grid looks like this. On the pole will be the 88 Viper of Peter Tonelli. Next to him will be Luis Serva. And Serva, who won an exciting race earlier today in a 2001 BMW M3. Starting third will be Michael Statch, and that's a 2000 Porsche 911 GT3R. The 113 is Steve Katz, a 2005 Porsche GT3 Cup. The 023 is Hugh Stewart, and Hugh was in a 2003 BMW M3. Then it's the 48, which is a 2004 BMW M3 of Brian Goodman. Chip Hers in the Audi A4, car number 17. The 222 is Van Svensson, 2005 Porsche 996 Cup. The black 67 is a 2005 Chevy Corvette of Jason Berkeley. The 44 is 99 BMW M3 of Griffin Gamsick Uli. The 062, a 2001 Porsche GT3, is Eric Elzovic. Travis Wishay is in the 30, a 2017 Volkswagen GTI. The 74 is Michael Kuna in a 2003 BMW M3. The rusty colored 46 is Besik Menebd, 2001 BMW 330 Ci. 2004 Mazda RX-8 of Stephen Blethen is the 50 car. The 4 car is a 90 Corvette of Raymond Zizza. The 51 is an 04 Mazda RX-8 of Raymond Blethen. Peter Tonelli is in a 93 Supra. He starts back in 7th. Sorry about that. So it's number 7 is Peter A.J. Tonelli, which is a 93 Toyota Supra. So Peter Tonelli is in the Dodge Viper, where A.J. Tonelli is in the 93 Supra. Then it's the 101, which is a 92 Lotus X180R of David Nagler. Stephen Early is in the 88 BMW M3, which is number 18. Then it's the 171, which is an 06 Mazda RX-8 of Jason Benoit. Josh Brown is in an 84 Volkswagen GTI. Car number 85. The 540 is a 91 BMW 325i of Keegan McGregor. Then it's the 10, which is an 87 BMW M3 of Christian Berzens, with the 12 Lotus 1 X180R of Ralph Steckow, starting in 25th, and rounding out the field, the orange 94 Ford Mustang of Greg Kaufman, car number 23. So we've got 26 starters that have qualified for race group 8. Race number 2 of today. We'll have one more race after that. So the pace lap is underway behind the McLaren safety car, pace car in this case, for this lap, and then becomes a safety car after that. And Eric Wensberg, the former BMW M brand manager. But what I was going to also say is this morning's race in this group was wild. It was wild. It was so entertaining.
We enjoyed it immensely.
Battle between Porsches and BMWs by and large, but also Chip Herr was in the middle of that too.
Just like the old days, good fun. And here they come, the Viper leading the pack down the field to the front straight. And we're underway. And the Porsche gets inside the Viper right away quick in turn one.
Boy, and there was some shenanigans in row number 2 there going on with the 49 and the 113 at the line. So
that looked like a John Paul Jr. early start to me.
that was an interesting one, but we've got the Porsche out front, which is Michael Stach, who took the lead over the Viper Peter Tonelli, the red one. And then we've got Luis Serva right in the mix to that. So the leaders and the full field now on the Paul Newman straight on this first lap, as maybe there was shenanigans, but maybe, Eric, they got away with the shenanigans.
Well,
And
he might have timed it. He might have timed it over the line.
Yes, and
I
look
mean,
at the battle down the Sam Posey straight.
the Viper is on him like a white on rice here. They are very tight coming down the front straightaway.
Like Sam Posey on David Hobbs or vice versa in their battles here over the years on the Sam Posey straight. But yeah, awesome.
Top
Awesome
10,
racing up front.
top 10 in the Toyo class, very, very tight.
So the big move by Stach at the beginning over Tonelli's in the 88. He's second. Then Steve Katz and Luis Serva, who won this morning, are running in third and fourth. Then it's the 48 of Brian Goodman and the 023 of Hugh Stewart. Now, Stewart was in the midst of everything this morning as well in his 2003 BMW M3. So through the downhill.
Ooh, Porsche still in the lead, and the Viper is threatening on the inside down the front straight.
So Tonelli takes a peek down the inside, unable to make the pass, but right there in that third spot was Steve Katz as they roll through the left-hander.
Yeah, the left-hander. The top 6 are very, very tight. Door handle to door handle.
Oh, this is going to be an entertaining one if it stays this way. Also in there is Chip Herr, is now dropped back to 10th that time by. So it's Porsche, Viper, Porsche, BMW, BMW in the top 6. Stach, Tonelli, Katz, Serva, and then Hugh Stewart. And down the Sam Posey straight one more time, nose to tail.
Wow, this is tight.
This time the 49 of Stach protects the inside as Tonelli tries to run the outside line through Big Bend. But he's got to power through. And now he has the inside line for the left-hander.
And look, we see the Audi making some tracks midfield. The Audi's being heard from this time.
Chip Herr's making a run here, but that time Tonelli in the Viper was able to get by Stach. He ran the outside line through Big Bend. That gives him the inside line for the left-hander. Made the pass, so we'll see how this all shakes out next time by. But a really good race up front. And Tonelli leads.
Ooh, some lead here.
He leads by about 5 car lengths over the Porsche. But the 19 is there. Unable to keep pace that time was the 19 of Luis Serva. So through the left-hander, and the Viper is pulled out. So Tonelli has pulled out a lead here over the Porsche. And
There's a knot second through fifth. It's very tight, and people are dropping some wheels off in the short chute before the left-hander. So this is going to be a hotly contested race.
of course, this time of the day, the track conditions have changed. a bit. They're warmer than they were this morning. The sun. And the sun beating down on that left-hander. So Tonelli, is this going to help him? Or is this going to hurt him as the race goes on?
He's opened up a little space. They made 2 Porsches biding their time in second and third, 2 BMWs, fourth and fifth. They are biding their time, but the Viper opens up a 10-car lead.
So Peter Tonelli in that red Dodge Viper, then it's Michael Statch in the 49 Porsche, Steve Katz right with him in the 113 Porsche. Then it's Luis Serva and Hugh Stewart in their BMWs being the top 5. Chip Hers in that Audi has picked up 1 spot, so he's up to 9th. And her with awful lot of experience in not only Audis, but other sedans over the years.
Big time.
In World Challenge and the Firestone Firehawk series back in the day. But they're running on Toyo tires here.
And the Viper is passing lap traffic with ease now, opening up quite a distance over second and third. The 2 Porsches, 2 BMWs following them. So the Viper's absolutely holding its own.
We've got a car down the escape road.
Yep. Porsche overcooked it down in the escape road in turn 1. That was a little exciting. The field slows up. There is a local yellow in turn 1.
Got a standing yellow in turn 1. That car is turning around, trying to make the turn. To get back in the race, he went.
He was quite committed there. He went way down the escape road, so we see him moving. He's trying to turn around as we speak.
So it's safe. The Lime Rock safety is getting ready just in case they have to go make a retrieval.
He may have stalled it. I have a feeling he has stalled it, and the safety crew is mounting up.
Yeah, paused and ready, if need be.
Standing yellow in turn 1.
Standing yellow going into Big Bend. It's well off the racetrack, but still, you have somebody else that goes down there, or somebody drops oil or something like that. Again, historic and vintage racing is key. So many of these cars are they're very, very expensive isn't the way to say it, but valuable.
Valuable is the word. Valuable is a good word. And the safety safari is headed down into turn 1 down the escape road. And we've got the field coming through. It looks like a white flag for emergency vehicles. They are now clear. So the turn 1 should open up.
Yes, and they've dropped the flag there. Now, since they had the white flag here, it wasn't the yellow. So we had cars busting through other cars here.
Coming in
Some
pretty
drivers
hot.
lifted off, others didn't. And 2 of them that didn't were the ones battling for that second, third spot, as well as for fourth and fifth. So we are about halfway through this 20-minute race. And for those of you in the
Your leader coming through in the red Viper right now down into turn 1.
For those
Porsche
of you
49.
drivers left over at the
Porsche's
outside-
second and third.
outside of the racetrack, you're getting a good view of that retrieval, but by and large, the Vipers taken now a 4.5 second lead, but you have the 49, the 113, the 19, and this is 023, positions 2 through 5 that are really hooked up in a nose-to-tail battle, as the car that was off course down in the turn 1 runoff area, like you said, Eric, most likely stalled, has now got back underway, and it is a Porsche. I'm not sure of the number, unfortunately.
White with a green stripe.
222, the Van Svensson 2005 Porsche 996 Cup car. So the Viper continues to lead and positions 2, 3, 4, 5. Still nose to tail. That's Statch in his Porsche, Katz in his Porsche, then 2 BMWs of Serva and Stewart. So we're in the second half of this race. And Peter Tonelli out front. Now this is totally different than what happened this morning.
Yeah, he's
there?
really got a lead now. He's got a considerable lead over the second place Porsche. Third is a BMW, fourth is a Porsche. So the field getting mixed up here a little bit in traffic.
So Tonelli, who finished 9th this morning, he's the only car in his class, but that's beside the point, is that he finished 9th this morning and currently out front his last lap with a 56.523, which is his fast lap of the race.
My gut says he changed tires and got a little more confidence in the afternoon's contest.
So the Toyo tires on all of these cars, even on the Viper, and with that being the case, all with his hats off to those at Toyo for being part of this race group number 8.
The yellow Supra, car number 7, is in the pit lane.
So the 7 of AJ Tonelli, 1993 Toyota Supra. He's going behind the wall back to the paddock, so his day is done.
Yeah, he is retiring. Making up some spots in the mid part of the field.
Hers up to 8th now. So we have a Viper out front, followed by
BMW.
Michael Statch, and then Luis Serva's moved up into 3rd in his BMW, 2001 BMW M3, and then Steve Katz is back to the 4th spot, followed by 2 more BMWs of Hugh Stewart and Brian Goodman. So Goodman's moved up to 6th, and he's running 57s. Now, as we have about 4.5 minutes remaining in this 20-minute race for group number 8. We'll have one more race after this one. And the Viper of Peter Tonelli, who had a fast lap this morning in the 55s. He's about a second off of that. And that's what put him on the pole for this. But regardless, doing a nice job there. And
I tell you, Chip Hare in the Audi is really pushing hard through turn 1 and 2, and he is making up spots in the midfield in the Audi. Very impressive looking drive from tin top veteran Chip Hare.
Yeah, Chip Hare, who has many victories over the years, and whether that being in the World Challenge Series, as well as class winner there, the TC class as well, and running here this weekend again at Lime Rock, where he has many laps, of course. And again, another real shoe that's in the series of races here this weekend. So we're happy to have him, and it also brings an Audi into play. So
absolutely,
you know, we have different manufacturers being part of the fun here on historic weekend 43. Though Tonelli's lead is now almost 8 seconds, and then Serva is about a half a second back from Statch, so it's not over yet.
We've got about a
second.
lap and a half to go here. A lap and a half to go.
So next time we see Tonelli, he should get the 1 to go board. The stats guru Craig Robertson gives us the thumbs up on that. And if he's wrong, we know who to blame. So Tonelli gets the board for
here's
1
your
to
leader.
go.
1 to go.
And quite a difference from the race he had this morning. So he's up front. Then it's the 49 of Michael Statch and Luis Serva in the 19 who won the race this morning, running in third. So working their last time by, so the leader's on the Paul Newman straight. And second, battle for second is re-engaged, Eric.
Yeah.
They are nose to tail, heading to the downhill.
This could be tight.
The 49 and the 19. Still battling for that second spot. Tonelli seems to have it locked up for the win.
I agree. Here
in
he
the
comes.
Red Vipers. He's through the downhill for the final time. So it'll be Peter Tonelli that'll take the victory. And it looks like the BMW of Luis Serva has gotten around, and he has. So the 19 of Luis Serva on that last lap.
Impressive last lap pass there.
Awesome. So he has a first and a second. When they were in the right-hander, Serva was right behind Statch. So obviously those on the back part of the racetrack,
Saw
you got the
some good-
berm at the uphill,
Yeah.
down into West Bend, and able to make the pass. Here's another battle to the line as well, and that's Chip Herr in the 77 and the 062 of Eric Elzovic in his Porsche GT3. So another entertaining race in this group, as it was earlier.
Well, once again, the Toyo Tires World Challenge lives up to its hype. Very, very tight racing and some good driving here. I really enjoyed that, and it was a bit of a surprise at the end with the Viper pulling away, but some real action second and third.
Absolutely. And so you go away with a smile as
the partisan member of the booth.
Partisan member of the booth. Luis Serva comes home in second. But Peter Tonelli in his Viper takes the victory in the 88 over the 19 of Luis Serva that finished in the second spot after making the pass on the last lap over Michael Statch, and then it's Steve Katz in the 113, Hugh Stewart in the 023, Brian Goodman in the 48, Eric Elzovic in the 062, Chip Herr in his Audi finishes in 8th in the 17, Travis Washea in the 30, and Michael Kuna in the 74 is your top 10. Race group number 8, race 2 is complete. Coming up next will be the final group of the day, race group number 9, and this is GT and GTT over 2-liter sports racers. So this is going to be a quick group. This isn't right. So thanks to Eric Wensberg, one of the ownership group here at Lime Rock for Historic Festival 43. So that's off to him for spending some time with us in the booth. Coming up next will be group number 9 with Mark Hamilton Peters in the Elva on the pole in his Elva Mark 7S. Mark has stuck his head in the door earlier today. It was good to see Mark. Haven't seen Mark in a few years and seems to be loving life. And that's awesome. It's awesome. The 740 is Mark Hamilton Peters. He's on the pole. Next to him will be the 05, which is a Lotus Super 7 of Craig Chima. Then it's a 39, the 57 Devon Special wide body of Martin Hosek. A 68 Janetta G16 of Laurent Fumex. That's car 4. Then it's a 94, 66 Janetta G4 of Thomas Grudovic. Kurt Uzbey is in the 42 car, which is a 62 Lotus 23. Then it's a 32, which is a 65 Lotus 23B of David Porter. The 11 is a 65 Janetta G4, and that's of Hervey Park. The 37 is a 67 Porsche 910 of Dave Hagan. He goes in the 9th starting spot. 10th starting spot is a 25 73 Datsun 240Z of Mark Haralazui. The 57 yellow Mazda Miata is Joseph Borch the third. The 53 black and white, blue and black, I should say. 92 Mazda Miata of Patrick Daly. Then it's the 347 Austin Healey, a 56 Austin Healey 100-4 is Rich Moleman. Stuart Hawkins is the Mazda Miata, car number 26. Another Miata is the 23 of Mark Gregory. Another Miata is the 573, a 99 Miata of John Coster. Then it's the 282 Austin Healey of James Codeve with John Cook in the 128, 91 Mazda Miata. The 38 Mazda Miata of Edward Zemek. The 99 Porsche 914 Sex of Taylor Hagan with the 106 of Austin Healey of Scott McQueen. Then it's the 40 Mazda Miata of Stephen Milton. The 202 is an Austin Healey 3000 of Eileen Wetzel. The 27 is a 63 MGB of Alejandro El Sliero. Richard Brown is in the 136 is a Marcus GT that has a Volvo power plant in it. The 025 is the 61 Austin Martin DB4 of Michael Rowan. And rounding out the field is Michael Armillo in a Spec Miata, and that is car number 50. That's 27 cars that will have qualified for this one. This is group number 9, race number 2. Mark Hamilton Peters, who has many laps around Lime Rock Park. Former instructor for the Skip Barber Racing School back in the day. Now doing very coaching and development work with the manufacturers, etc. So anyway, he's on the pole, and quite by about 1.8 seconds compared to the car starting second, which is Craig Chima in that 05. So again, final race of the day. To the line, to start race group 9. And Mark Hamilton Peters in that blue Elva with a Lotus Super 7 in second through Big Bend for the first time. And Mark Hamilton Peters in that 740, which again is a Elva Mark 7S with a BMW motor in it, is your leader as he stretches his legs a bit down the Paul Newman straight, running in that second spot. It still looked like it was Craig Chima in the 05 Lotus Super 7. Martin Hosek, now that car's been really quick all week for the past couple days. And Hosek in the 39 Devon Special wide body, and then it's Laurent Fumick in the blue and gold number 4. Through the downhill for the first time in anger is Mark Hamilton Peters in that Elva. Frank Del Vecchio's joined us back in the booth. Frank, he's already
smoking.
pulled out about
Yeah.
10 car lengths.
Yeah, he's driving in anger here. I think he wants to make a statement. He could conceivably pass a lap, half the field or more.
You just never know.
Yeah, well, you never know. You know, things happen.
You know what, Frank?
That's right. Things break. You know, wheels come off.
Sometimes
You know,
things go one way,
Yeah.
and sometimes they go the other.
we've been there this morning.
And now we're here this afternoon.
We're here this afternoon, but not in a race car up here in the booth.
We're somewhere.
There couldn't be any better place to be than Lime Rock, though. You know, the choice was we had motor trouble and we're not going to be able to run the races. And we had a choice of either going home or staying here for the next couple of days. What would you do? You'd stay here.
Well, we're happy you're here, Frank. We certainly appreciate your lending your words of wisdom, keeping me under control at times, and always good to have Craig Robertson, of course, to work with on a glorious day. And we thank the race fans that are still here for their patronage on this historic Festival 43, as Mark Hamilton Peters now out to a 3.8 second lead over Craig Chima in the 62 Lotus Super 7.
I wonder if Martin Hosek is going to get his car together. You know, he dropped back to fourth. He's back up into third. We know that car's got big power. Maybe not quite the handling, but he kind of gathered it all together. Now he's running about 8 car lengths behind Chima right now. That car is the Devon wide body. It's orange and it's blue, and it's running in third place right now.
So the Elva, that the 740 has a 2-liter BMW motor in it. We compare that against the 05 of Chima. And
That's probably a twin cam Lotus 1600 cc. That's pretty typical for those cars.
so Frank, the Lotus Super 7s, they usually run like a 1.5 liter power plant?
Usually 1.6. You know, some of them are running, essentially a souped up Formula Ford motor, but some of them had twin cams in them. And if you can find it on your sheet, we can figure it out. They're both 1600 cc. That's about 96 cubic inches. But the difference in horsepower is 110, 115 versus 160 plus.
And then that 57, the Devon Special wide body, that one has that's got a big motor in it.
Yeah,
Right, 5.7 liters is what
yeah.
it's looking like.
That's
Something big. That's a big
that'd be a
motor.
Chevy, I think. Chevy or Ford.
It's got a big power plant in that one.
Yeah, it's got a big Chevy motor, right?
I think a 5 liter is like a 302.
So Mark Hamilton Peters continues to lead. He's got his lead now up to about 7 seconds. And the 05 of Craig Chima, then it's the 39. So Hosick in that beautifully turned out blue and orange.
He's closing on
Wide
him.
body.
Yeah, he closed on him about 4 or 5 car lengths in the
you
last
figure
lap or so.
Down the Sam Posey straight, he's going to be quicker pretty much than anyone.
Yeah.
Is the car going to handle as well through the corners? No.
And not nearly as well as the Lotus 7.
But you
They're
go down
great
the-
handling cars.
The Paul Newman straight, that's going to be able to make up some. And that's the thing about, you have the diversity between the little 740 Elva, the Lotus Super 7, and then this Devon Special wide body in the top 3, and then Fumek in that 4 car, which is a Janetta, a 68 Janetta. And Hamilton Peters already, after working lap, he's working lap number 8 now, has already lapped a few cars. But Hosick, Frank, he's closing in.
Two and a half seconds behind second place. Data here from Greg, we got 0.22 seconds closing on him. So in 4 or 5 laps, he'll be there, right? Or 6 or 7. I can't do that. I can't do that math. 1 point. Okay. That's not enough.
Approaching the halfway point of this 20-minute race. And Mark Hamilton Peters out front in his Elva, putting another car a lap down, almost a straightaway lead. Got another car coming into the pits. Their battle for second's well engaged. The 0-5 and making the pass for second going into Big Bend is Martin Hosek and that Devon Super Special. The Devon Special wide body, I should say. So it is a super special car because it's special.
Well, 1.1 second faster than second place that time around. I guess he got on the loud pedal.
Which one is the loud pedal, Frank, for clearance for somebody?
You gotta,
Oh, that's the one on the right.
That's the one on the
oh,
right.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
right.
The go pedal. There we go. No pun intended.
It's either that or it's the one that says R on the shift. It's louder, but it's very short.
So 58,595 for the leader. That comparing to everyone else that are running at least 60-second laps. So Hamilton Peters running at 58.60. But Hosek and Chima, about a half a second difference between those two cars the last time by. Got a good battle for 6th here with David Porter in the 32 Lotus 23B and the 68 Janetta G16. And that one is for 6th spot.
David is driving 3 different cars in 3 different races this weekend. I asked him just how many actually cars. He says too many.
Well, he's having a fun time, like all of these other competitors, for the most part, are. We know that one particular driver that is in the booth with us is not happy because he's not out on the racetrack.
I love being out
And
on the
Frank
racetrack.
is,
Yeah, being up here with you guys is good too. But it's second place. You know, it's like kissing your sister. The heads up to car number 282. That's the yellow Austin Healey 3000. James Coctavy. I think I'm pronouncing that correctly. He's one of the Minnesota contingencies, and we want to thank him for coming all the way from Minnesota, as is car number 202. That's the green Austin Healey 3000, driven by Eileen Wetzel. Long tow.
So there's 3 Austin Healey's. Actually,
Yeah, there's
four that are in this
well,
race.
there's another one. I think this
Scott
is
McQueen is driving the 106 Austin Healey 100.
I think he's from Minnesota also. They brought 4 cars out here, 3 Austin Healey's and a Triumph that runs in a different group.
So,
yeah, guys
over
turning
the last-
good laps is Kurt Uzbey, that's car number 42, and car number 94, Tom Grudich. Watching them come down the straightaway, I mean, they got the hammer down.
So that's the 42 of Uzbey and Thomas Grudevich. 42 is a Janetta. And the 42, I'm sorry, is a Lotus, where Grudevich is in a Janetta, and then David Porter, that Frank just mentioned, and Porter in the 65 Lotus 23B.
Okay,
No.
we're under full course yellow apparently. I see the pace car going out. Full course yellow, start finish, double yellow. And a waving yellow down in turn 1.
So behind the McLaren safety car.
Probably going to checker it under the pace car.
Do we have a car number of the incident?
Not yet.
And I see a Lotus coming in here.
Is dropping out.
Well, Craig Gima is just driving down.
So the 05 of Chima
He's pulling in right now into the pits.
is going behind the
And
wall.
going
So Chima,
directly to the paddock.
yes, who was running up front. He was running in third when he retires.
Checker them the next time by.
So we hear that this race will be checkered next time by for the Elva of Mark Hamilton Peters.
136. He's apparently in the car.
So the 136 we understand of Richard Brown. The Marcos is off the circuit, flat toes heading his way. So we'll see the checkered flag on race number 9, the final event of the day. And barring a total catastrophe, we should be seeing Mark Hamilton Peters of Sharon, Connecticut, that should be taking the checkered flag, and looks like he's still out front. He's warming his tires, Frank, just in case.
He's just
in
he's
case.
showing off.
Ah,
He's showing
well,
off.
Doesn't want to carry any dirt back.
There we go.
That's right.
So behind the McLaren safety car, taking the win will be Mark Hamilton Peters. Congratulations to him. He's been the fastest car in this group for both days, taking the win earlier today. And he goes home with the big trophy for race group number 9. So Mark Hamilton Peters in his Elva finishes first. Martin Hosek in the 1957 Devon Special wide body finishes second, with Kurt Uzbey in his 62 Lotus 23 coming home third. Then it's David Porter.
He moved
in
up
his
one
Lotus.
position the last lap.
So good job by David Porter. So
That's 'cause Gina's
Porter finishes in 4th position, followed by Lauren Fumax, and Lauren in the Janetta, he finishes 5th. Hervey Park in the 11, Dave Hagan in the 37, the 94 of Thomas Grudovic, Mark Karolazui, and Joseph Borch. The 3rd being in his 93 Mazda Miata, coming home in the 10th spot. So unfortunately, not finishing under green, but Mark Hamilton Peters seemed to have this one under control throughout the event of group number 9. So that'll wrap up the on-track activity of the day. Frank, words of wisdom from you for what we saw today?
We saw some fabulous racing. We saw some great moves, especially down into turn one where we could see them up here from the booth. But you spectators that are up, especially up in the camping area, make sure you walk around the track and take a look at some of these different corners where these cars are slamming through and taking chances. Drive fast, take chances. And of course, at the end of the day, those of you campers that are not leaving the track, it's time for a beverage and maybe a campfire and some hot dogs and hamburgers, and we're going to be up to join you.
Yes, Frank will be making the rounds as he seems to do from time to
Yeah,
time.
we do that sometimes.
I mean, you got a lot of people you know here, so that's only right. So MHP takes the win. Mark Hamilton Peters takes the victory. As we said, over Martin Hosek, Kurt Uzbey, David Porter, and Lauren Fumex. So that'll wrap things up today. So as far as racing goes, the next on-track racing will take place on Monday, with gates opening at 7 a.m. and first race of the day will take place at 9 a.m. Two races on Monday, both for all 9 groups, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. And
tomorrow we've got the car show, which is just unbelievable. You know, there's 800 cars that are going to be displayed around the Lime Rock racetrack. We have some of the old cars, the ragtime racers, and we've got incredible sports cars that'll be here on the front straightaway. And a lot of people's very custom cars that they're very proud of will line the entire track all the way around. And when you come here tomorrow, you can walk all the way around the track and take a look at these things. And if you're lucky, you'll find one of us, and we'll give you a ride if your feet hurt.
So gates open tomorrow at 7 a.m. to the public. And the judging will start on the cars, but we'll have, like Frank said, the concourse cars, the Lime Rock Concours takes place, usually it's from the downhill through the whole front straightaway.
Yeah, the whole front straightaway.
Down into turn one, and then we have the car groups that'll be on the balance of the circuit. So, and there's a lot of wonderful people that'll be on board. Frank will be here, David Hobbs will be here, many other important Peters in motorsports, and your host tomorrow will be Rick Rosso, intergalactically known Rick Rosso, who currently resides in Torrington, Connecticut, close personal friend of Skip Barber and many others in this area. So Rick will be your host as he hosted the parade, and the balance of us will be back on Monday. I'm going to come out and take a look.
Oh, we're going to be here.
Come out and take a look.
It's fabulous.
See what's going on.
You see, you get up close and personal to these cars.
Well, the
owners are there.
So many are priceless, Frank.
Yeah. And
there's priceless vehicles not only in the paddock today, but at the Lime Rock Sunday in the Park Concours tomorrow. So everyone
and the owners are there and they're proud of their cars. You can go up and ask questions and take pictures. They can't be more helpful and friendly.
So we thank everyone for being here today for day number 2 of the Historic Festival 43. Look forward to seeing many of you tomorrow here for Sunday in the Park and the Lime Rock Concours. And then Monday we'll have another full day of racing. So for this evening, though, everyone drive safe. Take care of yourself. Take care of your associates and family. And we look forward to seeing you tomorrow for the Lime Rock Concours, as well as for the Sunday in the Park program. And then back on Monday for more racing of Historic Festival 43. Thank you, everyone, for being here, and look forward to seeing you for the next 2 days back here at the Road Racing Center of the East. Take care, everyone.